Everybody, thank you for being here. This is a very exciting time, and this is just terrific. It's been great getting to know some of the experts just before we get started here, and so I could not be more excited. We've got amazing people in the room. This FDA is an FDA interested in listening and learning and evolving, not just our thinking in regulation, but also our processes at the FDA. We are willing to challenge deeply held assumptions on how we do things if it means we can deliver more cures and meaningful treatments, safe and effective, to the American people. We have the greatest brand in the world, and we have to protect that brand and safeguard the public. At the same time, we have to create processes that are not in a receive-only mode, but partnering with developers and inventors so that we can reduce barriers and cut waste and get right to what's meaningful to the public. And so that's what we're here to do today. We're here to listen to you. The FDA should have a strong partnership with inventors and scientists and developers and companies, and at the same time preserve scientific independence in the product review process. And so we are deeply committed to that. Some people ask me, what's going to happen at the FDA when you take office? What are the changes? And specifically, people ask about the rare disease community, cutting-edge treatments, stem cell therapy, cell and gene therapy, many of the areas that are in your center, Dr. Prasad. And so that's been a source of a bunch of questions I've received. So let me be very clear. We are going to continue the successes of the FDA in facilitating the regulatory process for these conditions and for these products. We are also going to try and improve by creating more efficiencies. We are challenging deeply held assumptions in the traditional way that we do things. We are taking a look at the application process. We're asking ourselves, can certain materials be submitted in advance so that approvals can be quicker? We are asking ourselves, can we look at products in a way that a patient or the parent of a child looks at a product? And can we use post-approval monitoring and the assurance of post-approval monitoring in the actual decision-making process when we decide whether or not to approve a product? We want to continue to build on the successes of priority reviews, of accelerated pathways, of expanded access. We believe in both the spirit and the letter of right to try. So we are really here to learn from all of you today, and we're very fortunate to have a director of CBER who is a medical and scientific genius, in my opinion, Dr. Prasad, who has written over 540 scientific peer-reviewed publications, and I think he's 15 years old or something like that. No, he's in his 40s, but he's a true medical genius who has been thinking about regulatory affairs for a long time. We've had many conversations before he began his job about the regulatory process, and I am fully confident in him and the fact that he is using gold standard science and common sense. And that's the theme of this FDA, gold standard science and common sense. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Prasad. We have special guests coming today. We have the Secretary of Health and Human Services, the Administrator of the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services. We have the Director of the NIH that will be joining us, assuming their schedules are not diverted with other national priorities that are things that they tend to, but we have an exciting day lined up. Thank you all of you for being here. Dr. Prasad.
Well, thank you so much. I should remember to turn on the microphone. Thank you so much, Dr. McCary, for that overly kind introduction. And indeed, we do have a number of guests coming later this morning to join us here and listen to your thoughts and interact after the program. Dr. McCary approached me when I joined, and we discussed putting this together, and the major purpose fits a theme of what we're trying to accomplish, which is transparency. We want to make, through our peer-reviewed publications, through our videotapes, through our podcasts, more transparent the thinking going on inside the FDA. We also want to be receptive to feedback, to thoughts that you all have on how we can do a better job of addressing the priorities and needs and scientific realities of your communities. So that's why we put this together. So we've invited 23 experts from around the country, and this is truly the creme de la creme. These are amazing biomedical experts we have here to discuss cell and gene therapy. And I have a few disclaimers to start. Of note, the personal opinions and views expressed by the panelists during this event do not reflect the US FDA's official position. Maybe not yet, but maybe we'll take some of them into account. Before we get started, the panel is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube and X, and it will be available in recording thereafter. Our panelists have microphones in front of them. Remember to push the button when you start speaking, as I just forgot to do, and turn it off when you're done. And we ask that the people in the audience, including the media, remain in listening-only mode and ensure that your cell phones and computers are silent. I just had a few quick remarks that I thought would interest you all. This week I gave a talk at the Rare Disease Advocacy group, and I just hit 3 key points that I think we often get asked here at FDA. Number 1, what kind of therapies do you want? What are you looking for in therapies? Number 2, how will you make judgments as to the effectiveness and safety of therapies? And how will you engage with the community? What therapies we want? Of course, at FDA, we want what you all want, transformational therapies and cures and major advances. But we are also willing, and of course, will strongly consider any step forward that is in these conditions. We understand that progress is not always made in a single leap, and we will consider incremental steps forward because those add up. How will we make our judgments? We will rely on, as Dr. McCary says, gold standard science and common sense. So what does that mean practically? I'm often asked, what do you think about surrogate endpoints, which are endpoints that do not intrinsically matter to patients, but which often correlate with those that intrinsically matter? And what do you think about overall survival? How will you weigh these 2 things? And the answer is, we're interested in both. We will rapidly make available therapies at the first sign or promise of biomedical success or action, but we're also going to follow up overall survival and quality of life on the back end to ensure that we're accomplishing what we think we're accomplishing. I'm often asked, are you interested solely in randomized controlled trials, or are you open to other methodologies? And the answer is, we're interested in all of the above. Randomized controlled trials, whether or not people can serve as their own individual controls. We're interested in target trial emulation, inverse probability weighting, some of the more sophisticated epidemiologic study techniques. And I myself, in my laboratory in a prior life in epidemiology, have developed a couple of different trial designs, including something we call the iceberg plot, which compares outcomes for cancer patients on a novel therapy against prior therapies, and something we call a parachute trial, which is a way in which we protect patients from old, dilapidated, and antiquated control arms when we really have parachutes, interventions that efficacy is so demonstrable and visible. And I think some of you will talk about those things. So we are completely committed to bringing those into FDA and thinking about innovative trial designs in a way that hasn't been done before. Finally, I'm asked about trials versus real-world evidence, and the answer to that is both. We will always have a place for controlled clinical studies, but we will also leverage the incredible promise of real-world data, large evidence, and the methodologic techniques that are being explored in that space. And the last thing I'll say is, how will we engage with this community? As Dr. McCary says, today we're here to listen, but we're going to be very active in an engagement. We are doing a number of initiatives, including a listening tour where we're going to travel the country and listen to the CEOs of companies, big and small, to see what their concerns are. We've decided to try to open up what we metaphorically call the black box at the FDA. We're doing a series of video podcasts where, for our major decisions, Dr. McCary and I and others will discuss the rationale for those decisions and our thought process, including our recent COVID-19 framework, a video that came out yesterday. And we're going to engage in panels like this, talking to experts and the community more broadly. So those are my opening remarks. I'd like to welcome the 23 panelists here today. Instead of going through all your bios before, which will eat into the important time we have for you, maybe I'll call on you one by one, and then we will start to listen to your thoughts on this topic. The mandate is just cell and gene therapy, broadly considered what you think we ought to know here at FDA. So with that, let's get started. First up on my list is Terrence Flott. Hello, sir.
Great. Hello. Good morning, Commissioner McCary, Dr. Prasad, Dr. Verdun, and all of our colleagues at FDA. My name is Terry Flott. I am the Provost and Dean at the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School, but I am here as the current President of the American Society of Gene and Cell Therapy, which represents 7,000 scientists, physicians, and patient advocates from academia, industry, and government. Over my entire career, I've been a physician scientist working on cell and gene therapies, and I'm honored to be here with you to discuss our opportunities to advance the field and patient access in particular to these transformative treatments. Thanks largely to a very productive engagement over the years with FDA CBER, gene therapy vectors have now been used successfully in humans for many different diseases, including approved products for spinal muscular atrophy type 1, SMA1, which is a severe, otherwise uniformly fatal infant onset neurologic disorder, IRD-RP65, which is a genetic form of blindness, as well as hemophilias A, B, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, metachromatic leukodystrophy, and others. But just as one particular example, the SMA1 product, Zolgensma, it has dramatically improved outcomes for infants with this disorder, such that treated infants are not only surviving, but acquiring the ability to sit, stand, and walk. These outcomes are completely unheard of in this cohort of patients untreated. As a pediatric subspecialist, I frequently encounter the parents of infants and children with rare life-threatening diseases who want to know why the technology used to treat SMA1 is not available to them and their children. Among the rare disease population, around half impact children. The U.S. alone has about 10 to 15 million pediatric rare disease patients, as you'll know from your visit at NORD. As you know, these diseases are individually rare, but collectively quite common. The most central strategic initiative adopted by ASGCT over the last 2 years has been that of access to gene therapy technology for all patients, including those with rare and ultra-rare diseases. We estimate that over 100 rare disease gene therapy products that had reached clinical stage have been discontinued since 2023, not because of treatment failure, but because of the risk of market failure. When such gene therapy products are deemed commercially pre-viable, academic centers are trying to step in to fill the void and continue offering these therapies. These considerations apply to both pediatric oncology and genetic diseases, the two disease types with the greatest number of gene therapy products in the pipeline. ASGCT's members appreciate the opportunity to work collaboratively with FDA to create a regulatory framework that encourages and supports the development and availability of CGT treatments for patients who have few to no other options. The agencies make great strides, however, there is more work to be done. Among the initiatives undertaken by CBER, the Platform Technology Designation Program may have the greatest potential to advance cell and gene therapy development by allowing a single technology, such as a particular AAV or lentivirus vector, to be used across multiple different disease applications with substantially less preclinical work prior to human use. We were very pleased to see just in the last day or two, the announcement of platform designation for Sarepta's RAV-RH74 to treat multiple forms of muscular dystrophy. What would be really transformative would be if in the future, designated platform technologies could also be made available to centers treating commercially pre-viable rare disease, in which this could have a dramatic impact. Similarly, the FDA-designated Advanced Manufacturing Technology Program for cell therapy could further streamline regulatory processes and de-risk investments in novel manufacturing methods so that we don't get locked into old technology. Other areas where the HDCT recommends, commends the flexibility and recommends greater flexibility is in the areas of accelerated approval and innovative clinical trial designs, such as the parachute trial that you mentioned that we've had an opportunity to read about, Dr. Prasad. We encourage providing greater weight to real-world evidence initiatives. As you said, real-world evidence can complement findings from controlled trials and enhance our overall understanding of gene therapy's impact on patients. Just a word, the FDA's Rare Disease Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program, the PRV, provides incentives for life-saving innovations that might otherwise be commercially non-viable. The PRV program is unique in that it's a government incentive, but does not use government money. It's a win-win for product developers, patients, and their families, and it is very much needed to be renewed to attract investment in the space. So I'll just close by expressing again my thanks to the FDA leadership for putting this roundtable together. It's wonderful so early in the administration to do this in the spirit of collaboration. It's been my view that the most direct benefit to patients from the Human Genome Project have been within gene and cell therapy. And I believe that scientists and physicians all over have an obligation to do everything in our power to help patients and families living with genetic diseases. And that together, in partnership with FDA, we can bring innovation more quickly from the bench to the bedside. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. I think, I'm not sure, should we comment on everyone? And then, no, we'll wait for the discussion at the end. We'll go through the panelists first. Next up on my list is, but we can switch the order because of how you're seated. Oh, you want to go, we'll go in the order on the list. We'll go in the seated order? Okay. Let's go with David Liu. He's next up in the seated order.
Thank you. Doctors McCary, Prasad, Verdun, and colleagues, I'm David Liu, a professor at the Broad Institute, Harvard University, and HHMI. And for disclosure, in the interest of transparency, co-founder of gene editing companies, including Beam Therapeutics and Prime Medicine. My laboratory developed base editing and prime editing. These are technologies that allow us to change a specified DNA sequence into a different sequence of our choosing. These technologies have entered at least 19 clinical trials. The results of 7 of these trials have been announced to date. And happily, in all 7 cases, the base editor or the prime editor located the target sequence, harnessing the beautiful DNA finding mechanism of CRISPR, efficiently made the intended edit using proteins engineered in our laboratory to perform chemistry on DNA directly, and benefited the patients as a result. The results from the most recent 2 of these trials have major implications that I think will be the subject of a lot of our discussion today. As you all heard, exactly 3 weeks ago, the first case of a baby receiving a custom gene-edited therapy was announced. Baby KJ Muldoon was born with a rare liver disease and faced a 50% chance of surviving infancy. A nationwide team led by Kiran Musunuru and Rebecca Ahrens-Nicholas that included our lab and several others at this meeting worked together to develop a custom base editing treatment for baby KJ in less than 7 months. Thanks to this treatment, today KJ is thriving, and I believe was on the Today Show this morning, in fact, while I was flying here. 4 days after KJ's story was published, another medical milestone was announced by scientists at Prime Medicine, the first treatment of a human patient with a prime-edited medicine, a second gene editing technology developed in our lab to make any kind of small DNA change, a substitution, an insertion, or a deletion. This patient is an 18-year-old that had chronic granulomatous disease, CGD. This is a primary immunodeficiency caused by a 2-letter deletion in this patient's case. Prime editing inserted the missing 2 letters, GT, into his hematopoietic stem cells, and after transplantation of these edited cells back into his bone marrow, restored the missing function in his immune system. A second patient has since been treated, achieving 90% correction of his hematopoietic stem cells. But just as Terry mentioned, as with most rare diseases, there aren't enough CGD patients to allow this drug to currently be commercially viable. FDA's priority review voucher mechanism that Terry already mentioned during the short window remaining before it sunsets and hopefully is renewed, may provide a path to bring this treatment to more patients. Now, these medical achievements are not just scientific milestones. They also underscore a huge need and a historic opportunity for FDA, for HHS, and for this country. Each year, 10 million babies are born with one of about 10,000 known rare genetic diseases, many of which are in principle now treated with genetic medicines. The opportunity created by this perfect storm moment in scientific, medical, regulatory, and manufacturing innovation is to provide on-demand genetic treatments like KJ's at scale, making them the routine standard of care for life-threatening genetic diseases. With sufficient organization and federal support and partnership with FDA, I believe it will be possible by 2030 to treat at least 1,000 patients with personalized genetic treatments. Success would pave a path towards the ultimate goal, which is to provide each patient receiving a genetic disease diagnosis with a treatment made in time for their mutation to save their life. In addition to transforming patients' lives and those of their families, the successful treatment of 1,000 patients would save billions in costs that would otherwise be absorbed by our healthcare system just to manage their symptoms, rather than fixing the root cause of their disease. To achieve this goal, we need to build a national infrastructure for interventional genetics, including 1, rapid response diagnosis and therapeutic development centers to identify and optimize gene editing agents and their delivery vehicles. 2, small-scale, fast turnaround CMC capabilities. 3, cell, rodent, non-human primate, or virtual toxicology platforms. 4, streamlined regulatory pathways for N of few trials that do not, for example, require 3 PPQ runs at $7 million a run. And 5, shared public-private platforms for all of the above and for sharing clinical outcomes. Many of these elements exist already today and are ready for integration into pilot efforts within 1 to 2 years. This opportunity is not just about treating 1,000 patients, it's about building a modular system that turns rare disease treatment into a national engine for therapeutic innovation. Transforming personalized gene editing from bespoke science into scalable infrastructure would not only expand access to life-saving treatments, but would also generate major insights from treating patients that will catalyze future waves of therapeutic innovation, and importantly, would secure America's leadership in genetic medicine for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Liu. Just one quick follow-up question. So your prime gene editing, you perform apheresis, you collect the stem cells on someone ex vivo, you gene edit, and then you basically perform autologous stem cell transplant, reinfuse those cells?
In the case of CGD, the PM359 treatment, that's exactly what was done. It was ex vivo prime editing of HSCs followed by transplantation. However, there are ongoing efforts to do prime editing in vivo, both clinically and, of course, many examples in animals already published.
Wonderful, thank you. We'll talk more about that. Dr. Catherine Bollard.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. I'm Kath Bollard. I'm Professor of Pediatrics at GW and SVP and Chief Research Officer at Children's National here in Washington, D.C., where I also direct the Center for Cancer and Immunology Research. And I think it's also important to know I'm a bone marrow transplant physician who still sees and treats patients. And this is important because my patients really are always at the heart of everything I do. My conflicts are that I have patents in the cell and gene therapy space. I serve on the board of directors of Cabaletta Bio, the scientific advisory board for Manovia Therapeutics, and I serve as chair of the DSMB for Sobi. I always like to address where my accent is from early on when I speak because otherwise people just keep guessing. So I came to this country 25 years ago from New Zealand and naturalized to a new US citizen because I really did believe and still do believe in the promise of cell therapy, especially to cure children of cancer and immune-mediated disorders. And I came at a time when very few others believed in this promise. The first IND I submitted using a gene-engineered product was over 20 years ago, and over this time, my program and many other cell and gene therapy programs, including many led by my colleagues around the table, have treated hundreds of children and adults with cancer and life-threatening complications after transplant. Many of those patients, and in my case the majority, are children, are alive today because of the cell therapy products we developed in academia. One of the highlights of my cell therapy career was serving on the ODAC for the FDA that universally recommended approval of tisagenlecleucel that was developed from Carl June's group in academia to commercialization in a pediatric indication. Unfortunately, since that time, there has been no CAR T therapy that has achieved the same approval for a pediatric cancer indication, given that pediatric cancer is a rare disease and doesn't fit the traditional pharma model. So if we just focus on the children with solid tumors who have relapsed, we are still treating those patients with the same chemotherapy that we were giving 40 years ago. And yet we do have promising cell therapy options for these children with little to no industry interest in this patient population. So this large gap between academic development and eventual product approval for these rare diseases means that many of us are developing these extremely promising therapies and are currently left in this perpetual IND limbo, or what we like to call the valley of death. And so this is a problem that many of us in the field, led by my esteemed colleague, Dr. Crystal Mackel, are trying to solve by developing models that enables these products to be delivered in the advanced phase setting in academia. Obviously, patient safety and the quality of care when delivering these complex biologics is of paramount importance. And so to that end, I have one of my other hats on. As president, I also chair the board of directors in a volunteer capacity of the independent nonprofit organization FACT, or the Foundation for the Accreditation of Cell Therapy. So 30 years ago, physicians in our field recognized the curative potential of cell and gene therapies and the need to do everything possible that we are delivering quality, focused, patient safety treatments that will keep our patients safe. So shortly after FACT developed a voluntary accreditation process for all the facilities that provide these novel cell therapies, cell and gene therapies, to aspire to achieve, to maintain, and to further their commitment to patient safety when delivering these cell therapies. So if you like, our field already has this built-in safety mechanism in place, and these initial efforts have really thrived and expanded over the past 30 years. So we're currently helping bringing CAR T therapies closer to where qualified patients live. We're looking ahead to ensure our standards will also be accessible to cell therapies that are being developed for non-cancer diseases with patient populations that are literally in the hundreds of thousands. So obviously this is really close to my heart to be in a leadership role with all the cell and gene therapy experts who make FACT what it is. So I really look forward to the panel discussion today, and to thank the agency for inviting us to the table, literally, to hear our perspectives and understanding. And I believe that we all share this common goal of developing and delivering cell and gene therapies to improve the lives of the patients we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ballard. You make a very good point about tisagenlecleucel, initial approval pediatric B-cell ALL, and since then we've had CAR T in follicular, in CLL, and diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, which are principally adult diseases, and we haven't had as much CAR T in pediatric diseases as we ought to, so we will take that fully under consideration. And speaking of, Crystal McCall, yes.
Good morning, and thank you, Kath, for the kind words, but thank you to the Commissioner and Drs. Prasad and Verdun and the rest of the FDA leadership for taking the time to meet with academic leaders and advocates as we're doing our best to move the field of cell and gene therapy forward for our patients. For the last decade, I've been a professor at Stanford University, where I've launched a Center for Cancer Cell Therapy. And before that, I spent almost 3 decades working in Building 10 in the intramural program at the NIH to develop cancer immunotherapies, and I had a major focus on pediatric cancers. Today, I am representing my academic community, as well as Access for Kids. It's a nonprofit that we've recently launched to develop and commercialize cell therapies for pediatric cancers. With regard to conflicts, I have founded 3 biotechnology companies, Lyle, Cargo, and Link Cell Therapies. I have many patents, and I consult with many companies, but that work isn't relevant to my comments today. Because I'm focusing here on the pediatric issue. So when I look back at where we've come since the late 1980s, when my journey started, the scientific advances that we have witnessed are just nothing short of spectacular. It's not hyperbole, it's not overstated. We could have never imagined at the time the power and precision that we can now endow into human immune cells, even human immune cells taken from patients with end-stage, heavily pretreated cancers. 1 dose of autologous gene-modified cells can cure about half of large B-cell lymphoma patients, about 1/3 of all patients with B-ALL, and it looks like 1/3 of now multiple myeloma patients whose diseases, in all those cases, were resistant to all other therapeutic classes. I mean, these are truly miraculous responses. We've been developing therapeutics for a pediatric brain tumor that is the largest killer of children due to brain cancer, called diffuse midline glioma. And we're watching remarkable clinical benefit in these patients where they recover immune function that we thought was lost and irreversibly gone. Just this week, we had another 21-year-old patient who started the trial in a wheelchair and is now walking the halls of Lucille Packard Children's Hospital after infusion of these gene-modified cells into her CSF space. These treatments are being delivered with what we as scientists would consider first-generation versions of these therapies. And there are so many more innovations coming down the pike. And so we know that this innovation pipeline is just going to keep on giving, and we're going to have the opportunities for more and more novel therapies for patients who really have no curative options today. So this is all great, right? The glass is half full. But despite this unconditional scientific success, the field is really struggling to deliver these therapies to all patients who can benefit. I mean, even in the adult space, we only have market penetration at about 20%. But in pediatrics, we have essentially a complete market failure. As Kath mentioned, yes, and Dr. Prasad, we got Tisagen Leclucel in 2017. Not only have we not seen any other approvals come down the pike, what we know is in the developmental pipeline of biopharma today, there aren't pediatric indications there. It's just empty. Clinical trials, however, have demonstrated impressive results in pediatric brain tumors, solid cancers, neuroblastoma, T-cell leukemia, many of the biggest killers of children with cancer. But they're not moving beyond the research studies, and why? It's mainly due to the high costs of development and the regulatory risk. So enter things like Access for Kids and other nonprofits, where we're looking for ways to work efficiently and effectively to diminish the cost and regulatory risk for developing therapeutics for these small markets, in my case, for pediatric cancer. And we all know that we need to uphold the quality standards, but we still have to make it somehow commercially viable or at least sustainable to get these drugs to market. So how can we work together? I'm hoping that we can work together and align on the evidentiary standards that we need to hit for rare disease to demonstrate efficacy, to agree and establish appropriate trial designs and endpoints for the earliest possible approval of safe and active therapies. We're hopeful that the FDA will endorse GMP manufacturing standards that are appropriate for small batch or small market manufacturing. These PPQ runs are just absolute barriers to entry. and that we can work together to figure out how to maximize the flexibility of the platform designations. I think it's great that this is moving forward for CRISPR. We need to figure out if we can use this for viral-based gene therapies. Finally, and very importantly, I'm learning so much about the economics of this. It's so critical that any marketing authorization that we get from the FDA is sufficient to obtain payment from CMS and the private payers. Fully 50% of children in America are on Medicaid, and if we can't get CMS reimbursement, we're really still in the same problem. I also want to highlight the critical importance of the priority review voucher. This is absolutely essential for any commercial, any business model that has any chance of being sustainable. So to summarize, we can wait for decades for scientific breakthroughs. That moves on its own timeline, and remarkably, we've seen them. But we can reduce many of the barriers we're talking about to access today just by working together and using what you say, gold standard science and common sense. Improve lives, save lives today, if we work together to find ways to develop and deliver these therapies at lower cost. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I really want to echo one of the points you made early on, which is that it's just so impressive what CAR T cells can do when you collect even a multiply and heavily pretreated population of cells, and you can still turn it into such a potent therapy. And in terms of some of the audience members, we have some staffers from CMS and from HHS, and we have their bosses are coming soon. So I think that will be a way to talk about, I think, a very important issue slightly outside of FDA, which is coverage decisions. So thank you so much for those thoughts. Dr. June.
Well, good morning, Doctors McCary, Prasad, and Verdun. Thanks for this opportunity to speak today. By way of disclosure, I've co-founded several biotechs, spun out of Penn, and have numerous consulting agreements. And my comments reflect my personal perspectives and do not represent the views of the University of Pennsylvania. At Penn, I lead the Center for Cellular Immunotherapies at the Perelman School of Medicine and the Parker Institute for Cancer Immunotherapy. I helped pioneer CAR T-cell therapy. The CAR T treatment developed in my lab became Tisa-cel with Novartis, and the first gene therapy approved by the FDA in 2017 when Scott Gottlieb was commissioner. And thank you, Dr. Ballard, for sitting on that ODAC. Since then, over 50,000 patients have received this transformative therapy for adult and pediatric blood cancers. However, I have serious concerns about the future of cell and gene therapy in the United States. Despite our early leadership, much of the innovation in this field is now happening offshore, outside of FDA jurisdiction. If we do not modernize our regulatory approach, we risk losing our leadership and undermining the long-term viability of our biopharma industry. History shows that over-cautious regulation can stifle progress. Bone marrow transplantation, where many of us started, was pioneered in the 1980s with only local IRB approvals outside of FDA oversight, and the field improved from initial mortality rates of over 20% to under 1% while improving efficacy. Had those high-risk early-stage trials been subject to today's FDA rules, they would likely have been halted, underscoring that rigid early oversight can hold back promising advances. In my view, the FDA need not regulate early-stage trials of autologous gene-modified cell therapies. Note here that I am not referring to allogeneic products given to many patients. I'm referring to bespoke, so-called N-of-1 autologous products like hematopoietic stem cells, CAR T, and TIL. These exploratory studies can be responsibly run under local IRB supervision. I propose here a two-tier model, as China has, where first in-human regulatory exploratory trials proceed under IRB approval and full FDA local health review in China is required only once a therapy shows promise and is ready for larger multi-site trials. In China, investigator-initiated studies begin without upfront authorization from the national regulatory bodies. Only if a product proves promising do they move into the standard approval process, which closely then mirrors FDA processes. An increasingly common occurrence for me, and I'm sure my colleagues here around the table, is that we develop promising new strategies in our labs for cell and gene therapy, only to see them first tested clinically in China. Why are researchers increasingly taking trials overseas? Simply put, the U.S. process has become too slow, costly, and inflexible, while other countries make it easier to innovate. It's public knowledge that two biotechs, Interius and Capstan, spun out by my colleagues at Penn, are conducting their first-in-human trials overseas, even though they are backed by U.S.-led venture capital. This is a problem, and it urgently needs a solution. These differences have real consequences. In the past 2 years, over 100 CAR T-cell trials have begun for autoimmune disease, but they were launched in Germany with local IRB approval. We couldn't do it here. That wouldn't be feasible under current U.S. rules, and unfortunately, the U.S. has not led the development of CAR T for autoimmune disorders. Likewise, at this year's ASCO meetings, just this week, 2 major CAR T-cell trials were presented, one for multiple myeloma and the other for gastric cancers and other GI malignancies, and both therapies originated in China. These examples show that if we don't adapt, the next generation of treatments will emerge abroad. We are at a watershed moment. A wave of new therapies is coming from the innovation in academia and biopharma here in the U.S., but we can't test it in time. The stakes extend well beyond our initial individual trials. I worry about the health of our biopharma ecosystem. We saw what happened when investment dried up due to regulatory hurdles in the 1990s. Then my group collaborated with Cell Genesis to conduct the first CAR T-cell trials in cancer. However, biopharma concluded in 1999 that there wasn't a viable regulatory pathway to approval, and companies simply pulled out of the field, and progress stalled for nearly a decade. I fear a similar retreat could happen today. Right now, cell and gene therapy startups struggle to raise capital, and many companies' valuations are below book. The path to approval is seen as so arduous. If firms feel there is no credible way to get new products approved here, they will simply relocate trials overseas or abandon them. We cannot afford that exodus. A regulatory environment that nurtures innovation and gives investors confidence is critical to keep industry and academia working together on U.S. soil. Chinese momentum should be a wake-up call. In 2024, China surpassed the U.S. in new drug clinical trials, with 7,100 in China versus 6,000 in the U.S., reflecting their streamlined regulatory environment. The U.S. still leads in the basic biomedical science, but we must not become complacent. We must get a more enabling regulatory climate. In closing, I urge the FDA to implement regulatory reforms that will maintain U.S. leadership in this field. Embracing a dual-tier approach for early-stage trials, like in China, will allow FDA and IRB-approved pilot trials to proceed, and involving only the FDA later in larger regulatory trials would maintain safety through local oversight while accelerating innovation. This approach would not lower standards, but would right-size them. So I believe this adaptive framework is essential for the U.S. to preserve leadership in cell and gene therapy. Autologous T-cell trials should not require FDA oversight in initial exploratory trials. The future of medicine with cell and gene therapy is at stake. We must act now to modernize our regulatory pathways. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jun. I think extremely important and salient points, and you're absolutely right. I was taking a look at CARTITUDE-1 5-year follow-up, and you see where it was conducted, and I think it's a commissioner's priority to bring those back to these shores, these clinical trials. So we will work with you on that. One matter of housekeeping, and of course a regulator has to do this. I've been notified that we're running at about 7 minutes a person, which is a little bit slower than we need to get done. So I have the unfortunate task as regulator to try to cut down the time to about 4 minutes. But that doesn't mean we're not very interested in talking here and then thereafter, right after this discussion. So with that said, let's turn to Donald Cohen.
Thank you very much for having me speak today. I think it's really great that you've gotten all these people together. So I'm a pediatric bone marrow transplant physician at UCLA, and I've spent nearly 40 years developing gene therapy for rare blood diseases, such as hemoglobinopathies, inborn errors of immunity, and metabolism. As my disclosure, I'm an inventor for an ADA SCID, bubble baby disease gene therapy that I'll be discussing today, and a co-founder and equity holder of Rarity Public Benefit Corporation, which is currently licensing it as our attempt to try to bring this to commercialization. One of the most successful gene therapy programs I've had the privilege to lead is for ADA SCID, an ultra-rare and fatal genetic immune deficiency. Since 2013, we've treated over 40 ADA SCID patients at UCLA using a lentiviral vector autologous stem cell transplant product. Our outcomes have been outstanding with 100% survival and greater than 95%, 39 out of 41, of patients achieving long-term restoration of immune function. The patients are thriving without medications, and families are again leading normal lives. Yet despite strong clinical data, the original licensee ended the program for commercial concerns before filing a BLA and returned the license to UCLA. In efforts to save this program from extinction, we founded Rarity PBC, a public benefit corporation, to lead the commercialization of this program. Over the past 3 years, since the return of the license and the IND back to us, we've worked to reopen the trial, secure grant funding, and build a viable regulatory and CMC development plan to BLA. The greatest barrier we face to date has not been scientific or clinical, but rather financial, and is primarily driven by the immense financial burden of meeting current CMC regulatory expectations. The transition from academic manufacturing to commercial scale production is estimated to cost between $25 and $60 million and take 3 to 4 years. This is untenable for an ultra-rare disease program that affects about 10 patients a year in the U.S. While the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine has supported and continues to support our program with grant funding, the current reliance on philanthropy is not sustainable or scalable. Academic medical centers have achieved remarkable efficacy in over 20 similar blood cell diseases, including sickle cell and beta thalassemia, using lentiviral vectors. But in order to obtain FDA approval, reimbursable therapies, we need regulatory flexibility that reflects the realities of developing treatments for ultra-rare diseases. Based on our experience, I'd like to propose 3 targeted suggestions for how the FDA might be able to right-size the CMC expectations for commercial approval, proportionate to the patient population size. First, can we permit continued use of GMP-like or IND-ready plasmids in BLA? The cost between a full GMP plasmid, and for vectors we need 4, at GMP grade might be $1 million each, whereas at GMP light it may be $200,000, $300,000 each. So several $1 million difference just for the starting plasmids to make the vectors to make the cells. Second, can we reduce the burden of comparability studies transitioning from academic to commercial-based manufacturing? So many people have remarked on multiple PPQ runs, et cetera. For us, 1 PPQ batch of vector would treat probably every patient we face for the next 10 years. So to make 3 of those just to show that we can make it reproducibility, again, adds a multi-million-dollar burden. And finally, we propose an accelerated CMC pathway, similar to the existing accelerated approval pathway. In case where academic trials already provide robust evidence of clinical safety and efficacy, BLA approval could be granted based on core set of CMC data with post-approval commitments using real-world commercial batch data to support process characterization and validation. The FDA could also consider allowing the use of qualified assays without requiring full validation up front. These adjustments, if implemented, would reduce our developmental burden by more than half, from 30 to 60 million to 8 to 15 million, a large difference when you're trying to raise money from family groups, et cetera. Making commercialization feasible, encouraging sustainable models. So in closing, we urgently need a right-sized regulatory path for ultra-rare gene therapies, one that reflects the reality of clinical and manufacturing practices following academic settings. These therapies are working. Our patients are thriving. We just need a road to approval that's feasible for the diseases we aim to treat to make them sustainably available. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Starting to hear some recurring themes among the last 3-4 speakers, so thank you for that. Jamie Locke, Dr. Locke.
Good morning. Doctors McCary, Prasad, and Verdun, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I am a transplant surgeon by training, and by way of disclosure, still have a clinical practice at NYU Langone Health. But I am speaking today on behalf of United Therapeutics as their Vice President for Medical Development for Xenotransplantation. You had asked us what should the FDA know or what should be the emphasis. And I come to this both from the industry perspective, but also as the perspective of a transplant surgeon. And I would say that the thing that we must know and keep in mind is the patient's voice. I think it is critical to everything that we are doing, and I think we have to listen with the intent to understand. And I think that in many ways, what our patients want is simply what the Trump administration did during their first administration, which is they want the right to try. They want to feel that they have hope, that they've been afforded an opportunity. If I may, I'll speak to chronic kidney disease for just a moment. As a transplant surgeon, I'm well aware of this, but there are 37 million Americans who suffer from chronic kidney disease, and at any given time, about 500,000 or so will carry the diagnosis of kidney failure. We waitlist fewer than 100,000 of those patients, and this year, past year, even though we set a record in the number of transplants, we performed fewer than 28,000. And yet we know that with a transplant, patients achieve a significant survival benefit over dialysis. It gets them back to work, back to life. It restores hope. And so, without question, we have an unmitigated crisis in our organ shortage. I think it is something that President Trump recognized in his first administration when he issued the first ever executive order on a chronic disease being around chronic kidney disease, and actually encouraged the development of artificial kidneys. And I think our company, along with others, have really taken that to heart. And we've made great progress in the field of xenotransplantation, where we genetically edit pigs in the hopes of being able to use their kidneys and hearts and other organs to be able to treat patients with end organ disease. You've probably seen in the news many successes, and that is a direct reflection of our success with working with the FDA and the FDA's willingness to be nimble and issue compassionate use for us to be able to treat patients. I had the extraordinary privilege of transplanting one of those patients, TL, who kept her xenograft for 4 months and personally viewed it as an enormous success despite it having to be removed. And I bring that up because in her words, she characterized that as a stumbling block, but yet still saw it as a success, did not regret it, and encouraged us to continue and did not want that to be a setback for others. I'm pleased to announce that we do now have the first phase 1, 2, 3 clinical trial as a result of our efforts with the FDA, and there are other products coming online. But what I want to leave you with is that there is in fact urgency. About 20 patients die every day. That means in the course of our workday today, we'll lose another 6, 7, 8 patients. And yet we know what we need, which is more organs. And I think this field has the opportunity to provide that. And what I would encourage the FDA and others is to not hold xeno and these other therapeutics to a standard that is different than what we hold allotransplantation to. And remember the patient voice. They want that right to try. Every day in human-to-human transplantation, I have patients who sign up to take organs that have hepatitis C, that have all of these other risks, some known and some unknown, simply because they want the right to try, the right to live. And I would just encourage us to not hold these therapies to a different standard. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. And I think even more broadly on the issue of organ availability, you'll find some of these HHS staffers I know have written extensively about it, and they're quite interested in it. So I think we continue this conversation even beyond xenotransplant, but more broadly as well. Dr. Ron Bartek.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McCary and Dr. Prasad and Dr. Verdun for as always, listening to the patient voice at this important forum. My name is Ron Bartek. I'm the co-founder and president of the Friedreich Ataxia Research Alliance, or FARA, an organization that my wife Rachel and I founded in 1998 following the diagnosis of our then 11-year-old son, Keith. I'd like to say that FA, as I will call it henceforth, is a life-shortening recessive genetic neurodegenerative disorder that's terribly debilitating, and it's caused by an intronic mutation in a single gene that results in the reduction of the frataxin protein that is essential to life and to mitochondrial function. The good news here is we don't have to delete or replace that gene. We simply need to supplement it with a healthy copy of that gene, and we have every reason to believe that doing so would lead to profound benefit, especially if applied in these young lives at the earliest possible time. We have one gene therapy trial going in clinic right now, addressing the heart, which is our most condemning symptom. It's cardiomyopathy is our biggest killer. We have 3 others in late preclinical development targeting the CNS and the heart, and we also have one cell therapy program in preclinical development. I want to begin by expressing our gratitude for FDA and CBER and your wonderful Office of Therapeutic Products, especially in the following areas of real concern to us. First is for advancing accelerated approval so effectively. Second is advancing CGT with platform approaches in very rare disorders, and for collaborating so effectively with NCATS, the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences, in so doing. Also to thank you for your efforts towards reducing CGT costs, a very important aspect that's already been mentioned by other speakers. For example, in manufacturing, if we can drive down the manufacturing costs, we can drive down the overall costs. Finally, I want to thank you both and for Dr. Verdun's tremendous, extraordinary team that you have there in the Office of Therapeutic Products and their extraordinary leadership in some of the most important issues to our community. One particular area of great importance to all of us is one in which Dr. Verdun and her team have been invaluable leaders, and that's in the inclusion of pediatric subjects as early as possible in clinical trials so that we can begin, as Dr. Verdun has said in the past, to prevent their symptoms rather than trying to treat them later. Get them into clinical trials early so that we can provide them access to safe, effective therapies at the best time for them, at the maximal point of benefit for them. Also want to note a few areas about which we continue to have concerns, and we feel the need for additional dialogue and clarity from the agency. One is that we think we need some additional dialogue regarding issues surrounding the difficulties with placebo-controlled clinical trials in scientifically plausible mechanisms like gene therapy. We'd like to get your help to consider comparison against high-quality regulatory grade natural history data, for example, and use of untreated subjects who could then cross over to treatment arm. Like everybody else in this arena, we're continuing to advance the use of AAVs for delivery of our gene therapy and gene editing. We continue to pursue those AAV delivery mechanisms, but we're terribly concerned about safety, especially given recent tragedies. We wonder if there might come a time soon when appropriate, you could share with us some lessons learned in this regard, when it's no longer of proprietary concern, so that we could avoid making the same mistakes again. This is very important to all of us. We're also concerned about how to avoid beginning with doses too low, especially considering the inability to redose. Finally, I want to emphasize again the importance of early pediatric inclusion, and we formed actually a pediatric inclusion alliance to help socialize the powerful message we got from Dr. Verdun and the other centers in our July last year roundtable on this issue. And in that regard, I want to mention we paid a lot of attention last month to the FDA announcement that over the next 3 to 5 years, you'd like to make the use of animal models in preclinical data testing and collection the exception rather than the rule. And we want to make maximum use of the kinds of human cell-based technologies especially those that are being now developed by our colleagues at NCATS, the human-based technologies, 3D bioprinting, human tissue chips, and so forth. And as we do so, we want to make special requests that we pay attention to collecting data from those human-based technologies that can report on pediatric inclusion. If we don't do that, we'll be stuck with even a worse problem. We can't even use pediatric animals to do. Finally, I want to ask for your continued support for the START program and the Rare Pediatric Disease Priority Review Program, and conclude by saying our organization and the organization called the Alliance for Stronger FDA, we are very strong proponents and advocates for getting you the resources you need, especially given the fact that science is changing so quickly. You need to continue to have the leadership to help lead that science. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those comments, and I think you'll find that the Commissioner has been quite interested in this topic of minimizing animal research that doesn't provide information that can be leveraged for humans, so we're going to try to cut back on that. One more disclaimer before I go to you. I'm being told that we do have to watch the time and changing the time clock because we want to get to everyone a chance to speak before the Secretary gets here. Having said that, Terry Perovopoulos.
Yeah, thank you for the honor of attending this amazing, incredible session with people I deeply respect. I want to thank the amazing people at the FDA for saving and protecting our children. My story started on April 2nd of 2019 when my youngest son, Michael, was diagnosed with SPG50. We were told, go home and love him. There's nothing we can do. He'll be paralyzed from the waist down by the age of 10, quadriplegic by the age of 20. He'll never walk, he'll never talk, and it was a devastating experience for my family and I. We were fortunate enough to raise $4.5 million thanks to our community, find an amazing team. We liquidated our life savings initially and create a therapy for my son after an 18-month diagnostic odyssey. We found out what he had and then create a therapy for him and the other children. 90 days after he was treated, it took us about 3 years to create the therapy, but 90 days after that, we opened up a phase 1/2 in the US. We treated, since then, 8 children as of yesterday, and God willing, we'll treat more. We created Alpida Therapeutics after begging and pleading companies and institutions to take on this ultra-rare condition, but no one wanted to take this on because it was so significantly rare. We set up a social purpose corporation, run like a nonprofit. We've taken on 6 programs so far, treating 14 patients across 2 of those programs. We're also consulting for 6 other programs, and I'm helping personally another 100. Every day I receive 15 emails from families around the world pleading me to save their children. I've been offered, in the last 2 years, 40 programs dropped by biotechs from around the world. Everyone or almost everyone in this room has a career journey, except for me. But they do care and respect families and their journey. I'm here out of a nightmare that I will never wake up from. I put on a warrior's face over a broken man to save children because there's no one else that will do so. Because of my journey, I have a unique perspective. Being a parent of a rare disease, finding a team to make a therapy, making a mouse model, raising millions of dollars, filing and drafting a pre-IND, creating a therapy, filing and drafting the IND, treating my child, opening an phase 1/2, running a biotech, and now soon to be running a phase 3 study, working towards drug approval. Never in history have we been able to not only treat but cure our children. But funding and approval complexities are seeing that dream slip away from our children and our families. 95% of the other children that have no hope are told to go home and love their children. Nothing can be done. As a parent, I'm not asking, I'm begging Dr. Makary, Dr. Prasad, Dr. Verdun, and all the leadership to create a subcategory for ultra-rare conditions, for more flexibility when it comes to proof of concept and endpoints, allowing for a streamlined and accelerated approval pathway based on safety and the beginnings of efficacy, providing a lighter and faster package for ultra-rare BLA applications because several $1 million in 8 to 12 months is just not acceptable. Helping save not just the lucky 1, 2, 6, 8, 30 kids, but all the children out there that need to be saved. Let's not make this important meeting being a waste of air and words. Let's make and create policy changes. Think outside the box and help save these children. I pray every single child in the world does not have a rare disease, but pretend for a moment that your child has a rare disease and you're told that there's nothing that can be done. You find out that a gene therapy program or a therapy has been opened, treated 8 children, and has been closed, and your child has now been diagnosed. And you're told that there's no more money to treat more children, and then approval needs to happen before your child will be treated. I ask of you to please think about that scenario and what you personally would do to save those children and your child. Again, I want to thank you for the honor of this, attending this event, and please, let's think of a way to move forward and save children like my son and the other 400 million Americans that are affected by rare disease, or 400 million people around the world, I apologize.
Thank you, sir, for those comments. Paula Cannon.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Dr. Paula Cannon. I'm the immediate past president of the American Society of Gene and Cell Therapy and a distinguished professor at USC, where my lab is developing gene therapies for HIV. So as background, ASGCT is the largest non-profit professional membership organization devoted to cell and gene therapies, and we now have more than 6,400 members. It was established in 1996 by a group of the country's leading academic researchers, and even today that reflects the major role that academic research, and especially NIH-funded research in the United States, plays in this field. Our members are very focused on the approval of safe and effective cell and gene therapies and are available to consult with the FDA, and this includes an annual ASGCT FDA liaison meeting we hold. So it's very intentional that our society links gene and cell therapy together, because the advances in our field originated from the experience with cell transplantation therapies, notably bone marrow transplantations, and this led to early applications using genetically modified hematopoietic cells because of the ease with which these could be taken out of the body and engineered with the first generation of gene therapy tools. And this in turn led to treatments for previously untreatable diseases, starting with boy-in-the-bubble immune deficiencies and leading today to the extraordinary promise we are seeing for sickle cell disease. Engineered cell therapies have also given us the revolution of CAR T cells, which have changed the way we treat many blood cancers, offer promise for more insidious solid cancers, and are now also being used to target autoimmune diseases such as lupus. And at the same time, injectable in vivo gene therapies that have advanced to be sophisticated iterations of viral vectors and synthetic chemical mimics of viruses that can target tissues throughout the body and have also led to FDA-licensed treatments. And I have no doubt that the future will include the replacement of current ex vivo manufacture of modified cell therapies to in vivo engineering. And of course, as we've heard most recently, the extraordinary gene targeting capability of CRISPR-Cas9 and its derivatives, such as base editors, is offering the opportunity for highly personalized gene therapies and opening up possibilities for extremely rare, even N-of-1 diseases. At ASGCT's annual meeting, we heard about baby KJ, the first case where a child born with a rare genetic disease had custom CRISPR-based editors designed and packaged into a previously developed platform of lipid nanoparticles to create a personalized treatment that was given to the child within months of his birth. So this is a stunning example of the promise of these technologies, including the demonstration that the different components, the CRISPR genetic tool and the LNP delivery vehicle, can be combined in a sort of plug-and-play approach that could significantly reduce the burden of preclinical development for approval. So finally, a word about the need for speed in progress. We believe that cell and gene therapies are uniquely positioned to deliver safe, effective, and transformative therapies to patients who often have no other options, and for where doing nothing creates great harm. From the start, our field focused on safety, which was appropriate for these radically new types of therapies, but with our growing experience, and we've just heard that over 50,000 individuals have received CAR T-cell therapies, we are now in a position to put our foot on the gas pedal and consider innovative ways to facilitate the expansion of these treatments, especially in consideration of the needs of the rare disease population. Towards that goal, there is a pipeline with more than 4,400 gene, cell, and RNA therapies in development from preclinical through pre-registration So approved cell and gene therapies sit at the top of a very big iceberg. And we recognize that these advances would not have been possible without the scientific and regulatory collaboration with FDA staff in CBER, and including the creation of the Office of Therapeutic Products, which has acknowledged the need for expanded capacity for future growth. We appreciate this support and look forward to new collaborations and innovations with FDA to support expanded access for patients. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I think we're going to hear more about baby KJ later on in this panel. Timothy Hunt.
Great. Well, thanks. It's terrific to be here. Really appreciate the invitation. I'll try to make up a little bit of time, and I won't cover everything I initially was going to discuss. But maybe just a quick bit on my side. I think it's important to remember the past, the present, and the future when thinking about where we are with OTP today in the FDA. I started at ARM almost 3 years ago, and I heard constant grumbling about where we were with the FDA at that time. Good vision, poor execution, poor communication. Companies were very frustrated, and they walked with their feet. They'd pick up and they'd file the equivalent of INDs in New Zealand or the UK or Europe. I heard it all the time. The staff was well-intended but junior and did not understand the science. And that led to the creation of OTP, which was, brings us up to the present era, right, the last 2 years. Nicole Verdun and Rachel Anatol were brought in, and they became the reformers that really said, we have to change things. And execution became a huge watchword within OTP. Communication improved dramatically. The community, the broader academic, patient, biotech community really experienced an upswing in quality and a drive for excellence in science that I think has been incredibly notable. And we see it today. There's almost 1,000 cell and gene therapies in the clinic in the United States. There are about 30 approvals. The average life expectancy for these if you look at the natural history for areas where these gene therapies are approved, is 40 years. Right, it's about half the normal life expectancy. So these are devastating diseases where really time is life, and so a well-run, efficient, highly communicative OTP is really needed. And when you think about the future, I would just say, in our world, time is life. I have a son with a rare condition called Dandy-Walker syndrome. We're very close in our organization to the ultra-rare community. You've heard a lot, you'll hear more, and including with the pediatric community. Time is life in a lot of these indications, and I think, my ask would be, just as you guys I know are doing, continuing to think about how do we strengthen OTP, how do we ensure they have the necessary resources to get the job done. So with that, I'm going to give you a minute and a half back.
Thank you, sir. Schenker Sai.
Hi, I'd like to thank Dr. McCary, Dr. Prasad, and Dr. Verdun for the opportunity to talk. My name is Schendar Tsai, and I'm an associate member in the Department of Hematology at St. Jude Children's Hospital, as well as co-chair of the steering committee of the NIH Somatic Cell Genome Editing Consortium. I serve as a member of the Scientific Advisory Board of Prime Medicine and Insoma, although today I'm here speaking in my academic capacity at St. Jude. Our lab works broadly in genome editing technologies for therapeutics, including protein engineering to improve properties of these editors, translational efforts to advance genome editing medicines for pediatric patients at St. Jude for sickle cell disease, cancer immunotherapy, and towards personalized genome editing for bone marrow failure disorders. We also work on fundamental research and understanding the global activities of genome editors. Over the past decade, I've developed leading methods for understanding the genome-wide activity of genome editors, including the cell-based guide-seq method, which was used to support the first commercially approved genome editing medicine, Exocell, as well as biochemical methods like Change-seq-BE, which was recently used to support IND clearance of the first personalized in vivo genome editing therapy with baby KJ. Our field is really at an amazing inflection point where genome editing could become a platform to treat genetic disease, and it's really amazing to see the progress from ex vivo cellular medicines to this recent report by Drs. Kieran Musunuru, Rebecca Ahrens-Nichols, Fyodor Urnov, and team in treating this baby with a severe urea cycle disorder with a personalized genome editing therapy. We are currently working to push forward genome editing as a platform technology by really scaling up methods to understand the genome-wide activity of editors by several orders of magnitude. So this includes massively cellular profiling of the genome-wide activity of editors of thousands of targets, biochemical profiling of millions of mismatched targets. With these approaches, we and others are really beginning to train accurate artificial intelligence and machine learning models of activity. I understand that AI is an active area of interest at the FDA with some recent announcements, and encourage the agency to consider, as these approaches mature, incorporating new AI approaches to assess risk in the future. I echo the comments of Terry and others, Carl, about streamlining the regulatory landscape for platform genome editing, which would be very welcome. As you know, many companies are testing these strategies, for example, in New Zealand and the UK. We and others in the field envision this future of routine personalized genome editing, where there are use cases such as treating patients with many different mutations in the same disease-causing gene, correcting them back to wild type. It would be great to make the platform technology designations more flexible, so that it doesn't start from a full drug approval, but could be available to more people. One other facet that would be really helpful would be rapid sharing of regulatory learnings back to the community. So clearly, there's a really thoughtful science-based approach at the FDA that learns from every IND and BLA submission. Is there a way where these kinds of learnings could be shared back more efficiently with the community? We're not looking for the agency to be prescriptive, but more examples of what would be acceptable responses to guidance would really accelerate progress, so that we're not working separately and in the dark. Finally, I wanted to say that I'm really hopeful and optimistic about the future of our field. I started working in genome editing nearly 15 years ago at the intersection between zinc finger nucleases and talons, and we've really come a long way. We're poised to enter a future of hopefully many genome editing medicines, as David mentioned, and I hope that the agency can help us realize this here with a thoughtful and responsive regulatory environment here in the US that stimulates innovation and progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And your point about learning from the experience of others is well taken. The commissioner has a project on that he hopes to unveil soon. Charles Gersbach.
Thanks so much. My name is Charlie Gersbach, and thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this very important roundtable. I'm a professor of biomedical engineering at Duke University and the director of the Center for Advanced Genomic Technologies there, where I oversee a research program focused on the development of new technologies for manipulation of genomes, epigenomes, and cells in a variety of ways, and using them for functional genomics as well as preclinical models of gene and cell therapy. With respect to disclosures, I'm a co-founder of two genetic medicines companies, Tune Therapeutics and Locus Biosciences, and also a consultant for Sarepta Therapeutics, as well as an inventor on patent applications and patents licensed to various biotech companies. So I've been attending the annual meeting of the ASGCT for the last 20 years, and I truly think that the meeting that we just had a few weeks ago was, for me, one of the most exciting and invigorating that I have been witness to. But I also think it has been somewhat mentioned in the earlier comments, brought into kind of starkly highlighted the dichotomy between the level of the science and the potential of that science and the overall broader enthusiasm in the biotech and investment communities. And so that's where I might focus some of my comments. I think that these early pioneering successes that the field has had for the last 5 to 10 years have shown the transformative potential of cell and gene therapy, as many of my colleagues have already discussed, whether it be curing certain malignancies with CAR T-cell therapy, the life-saving treatment of AAV gene therapy for spinal muscular atrophy, or things like the life-changing treatment of sickle cell disease with CRISPR-based gene editing. However, these very early successes of first-generation therapies also highlighted some of the challenges with this field, whether it be the cost of manufacturing and of customized, personalized cell therapies, issues with innate and adaptive immune responses to viral vectors, or difficulties in getting sufficient efficiency and biodistribution of tissues outside of the liver and or in older patient populations, and the list goes on. I'm very concerned that some of the pessimism regarding these challenges of first-generation therapies is drowning out the incredible scientific advances in these next-generation therapies that are directly overcoming some of these obstacles, as was highlighted at this recent ASGCT meeting, including things like in vivo cell engineering for CAR T and sickle cell disease and other indications, next-generation viral capsids that evade pre-existing immunity or increase the efficiency of delivery by orders of magnitude over the first first-generation vectors and next-generation editing technologies that can create whole new ways to treat both genetic and common chronic disease. And so what's been lost is that we're still at the nascency of this field, and just at the beginning, and these initial products are the earliest stages and not the end. And so we need to establish a plan to move these new technologies efficiently and economically forward to realize the potential that was laid with the foundation of CAR-T gene replacement and CRISPR gene editing. And then lastly, a related note to a personal interest of mine is how we move from gene and cell therapy for these rare genetic conditions into common chronic disorders. And so, for example, while CRISPR is famous for DNA editing, I think it's actually a misconception that that's why it's transformative. As was mentioned earlier, the transformative nature of CRISPR's ability to target any site in the 3 billion base pairs of our genome. Once you do so, there's a variety of other operations that you can perform besides cutting DNA or changing underlying DNA sequence. And in fact, it's other aspects of our genome, like our epigenetic regulation, that are responsible for common and more chronic disorders. And so I think that's why we're very excited about the newest wave of editing technologies to move into clinical trials that leave DNA sequence alone and actually manipulate DNA epigenetic regulation for more common disorders. And so I think that's just one example of many of where these new technologies can help us move from a foundation in rare genetic conditions to more common chronic disease. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent point. Andrew Cameron.
Good morning, all. My name is Andrew Cameron, and I'm the Chief of Surgery at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore. I am here this morning not on behalf of the university or even the Department of Surgery, but simply as a physician scientist to discuss issues of relevance to our patients. I sadly have no financial relationships to disclose, but our laboratory does receive federal and industry funding to support our research in xenotransplantation, which you've heard mentioned and to which I'll return in a moment. The Hopkins medical system, of which I'm a part, actually consists of 7 hospitals, 2 of which are here in the National Capital Region, civilian suburban hospitals. And we have many issues of relevance at Hopkins related to gene and cell therapy, be it CAR-T or gene therapy for sickle cell disease. Of particular interest to the Department of Surgery is xenotransplantation. I'm a liver transplant surgeon by training, still in active practice, and there is a public health crisis in the United States in which well over 100,000 Americans currently wait for a life-saving transplant, many of whom will die waiting. That has proved a refractory public health problem. Most of those 100,000 wait for a kidney, but others wait for a heart or liver or lungs for which there is no dialysis. Kidney transplant is, in fact, one of the major accomplishments of modern medicine over the last 50 years, besides being a replacement for dialysis, which itself is life-saving, but absolutely miserable and quite morbid. Transplant is a money saver for the system. We could imagine 2 identical twins, both on dialysis. One gets a kidney transplant, the other remains untransplanted. The twin who gets the transplant will live an extra 13 years, and the cost of the transplant will pay for itself after 2 years off HD. It's not just extra years, but a normal quality of life. There are guys that play in the NBA after kidney transplant and an Olympic gold medalist in snowboard after liver transplant. There are folks in this room who have had a transplant, and the real victory beyond their presence is that you don't even know it. Transplant is, in fact, such a good solution for Americans with end-stage organ failure that it is a victim of its own success. The list is long. You'll wait for a kidney transplant for 5 or 10 years. Multiple solutions, attempts to increase organ donation rates, living donation, stem cells, 3D printed organs has, as of yet, failed to move the needle. Of late, there is hope that genetically engineered animals' organs may prove successful as a result of CRISPR technology. There is easy editing of animal genomes, and now pigs with 4 genes knocked out to make them less pig-like, and 6 human transgenes knocked in to make them more human, have had success in large animal preclinical models, much of that work done at Hopkins, and in several EIND applications. Now, United Therapeutics, Johns Hopkins, and NYU have received the go-ahead for an FDA-approved clinical trial to start next month, transplanting those genetically engineered xenokidneys into desperate patients. So these are exciting times indeed, and I'll thank Dr. McCary, Dr. Prasad, and the FDA for including us in this morning's conversation.
Thank you so much. Allison Barrett-Weiss.
I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Prasad and Dr. Verdun for this invitation and to sit amongst some of the most esteemed people that I've ever been around. And to say that I'm humbled is an absolute understatement. My name is Allison Brent, and I'm a veterinary interventional radiologist and an internist by training. I spent my entire career developing medical devices for clinical unmet needs in patients. They happen to walk on 4 legs. Until 2015, when my second daughter, Quincy, at 5.5 months of age, was diagnosed with a rare, severe, non-degenerative, yet highly devastating neurodevelopmental neurogenetic disorder called Angelman syndrome. I was naive enough to believe that it would be easier to fix a single gene disorder than a feline ureter. So my reaction was to try to fix her. I was wrong. We've solved the feline ureter problem, but unfortunately, we've yet to solve the single gene disorder problem, though I feel strongly we are well on our way. I was honored to join the board of directors of a parent-founded and led advocacy organization called FAST, the Foundation for Angelman Syndrome Therapeutics, and become their chief science officer in 2016. I was tasked with leading the efforts to create a roadmap to get the incredible science the foundation and others had been funding out of a mouse and out of human cells and into humans. Supporting the infrastructure to ensure that the robust and rigorous science we were funding did not sit on a shelf if deemed appropriate, but would positively impact the lives of children like my daughter was imperative. Through the fundraising efforts of our tireless community, we raised the money to get 6 therapeutic platforms from mouse candidate to human candidate in under 24 months, including an ASO, an AAV gene therapy, a hematopoietic stem cell ex vivo autologous gene therapy, and a CRISPR gene editor non-viral delivered. The next steps were to get from human candidate to first in human, generally the responsibility of a biotech or pharmaceutical company. This is where everything changed. We created the science, supported the infrastructure, started a pre-competitive biomarker and outcome measure consortium, and had candidate therapies that industry was not advancing. The cost was too high, the indications too small, and the pace was too slow. Yet this affects potentially 500,000 people in the world. Not that small. So we had no choice but to take a venture philanthropy route and to do this ourselves. We could not let robust, repeatable, and transformative science that could change the lives of our children wait for someone else to decide if and when to advance it or watch it die in a publication. So we started our first company, Genetics Biotherapeutics, to advance an ASO. We could not do this on the backs of family fundraisers and needed angel investors. The program, with its positive phase 1/2 clinical data, was acquired by Ultragenyx Pharmaceuticals in 2022, which allowed FAST, our foundation, to further advance our AAV, our HSC, and our CRISPR gene editor through IND-enabling studies and into phase 1/2 clinical trials. As the environment for industry investment got worse, our scientific discoveries actually got way better. The need to create an innovative model to advance all opportunities for the 1 in 15,000 living with one of these diseases like Angelman syndrome became so very obvious. Golf tournaments, lemonade stands, and cupcake sales were not going to cover the astronomical costs of IND-enabling studies, manufacturing, and running a clinical trial, never mind the millions it takes to develop the endpoints that capture the symptoms of rare disease. This is when FAST, the foundation, launched an accelerator called AS2 Bio and really took the venture philanthropy model to advance all 3 of these programs, cell and gene therapy, which our AAV gene therapy just cleared its IND a month ago, and our HSC gene therapy and our CRISPR gene editor should be right behind in the next 18 to 24 months. I serve as the Chief Development Officer of AS2 Bio and its associated portfolio companies for each of these programs. I'm responsible for advancing the non-clinical aspects of the programs, leading the IND-enabling studies, and supporting clinical strategy and innovative trial design. Through my additional role as the co-director of the pre-competitive consortium, the Angelman Syndrome Biomarker and Outcome Measure Consortium, we're able to bring academics, industry, and clinicians together, as well as the patient advocacy groups in the field, to develop endpoints and biomarkers that can show both meaningful and measurable measurable endpoints to families and patients, understanding and highlighting at every turn what actually matters to families, how this is highlighting in over 20 years of natural history data in this rare disease, what is the patient's and the family's lived experience? What does improvement look like to those most impacted by debilitating non-degenerative disorders that are equally debilitating to some of the worst cancers you can imagine? This is such a severe condition, and how can we best understand risk tolerance and patient and parent preferences? This is critically important as we think about drug development. So our story is only one example of how one community of thousands, the Angelman community, is on the verge of having opportunities to treat underlying neurogenetic conditions in one of the greatest ways possible, through genetic cell and gene therapy. And the pipeline is enormous based on the funding from families. We see the potential for an early win for other genetic neurodevelopmental disorders. Angelman is only one example. It is beyond debilitating and is too risky for us to not take the chance to push this forward for our kids. So we ask for pragmatism in manufacturing, toxicology packages, and in clinical trial design. Controlled studies for these populations in cell and gene is not something families are accepting of. We have 20 years of prospective natural history data of the highest quality. Prior controlled studies that are in phase 3 should be required to share and support the future novel statistical modeling. We should not have to repeat controlled studies over and over again. In addition, we need to follow through and engage in outcome measures to ensure that we find the most meaningful changes with the patient at the center of what we focus, what matters to them. So today, I am here to wear whatever hat you want me to wear. The most important one being the parent, being a clinician, and being someone who understands what it takes to get treatments to patients that so desperately need them, like my daughter, Quincy. We are doing everything in our capabilities to develop therapies that are safe and effective, driven by only rigorous and robust science. And trying to do this with your support at the FDA is the most efficient way that we can make this sustainable for all impacted with such rare conditions. Angelman's only one of them. So thank you for bringing us all here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate those comments. In the interest of time, just because we want to get through 8 people before the secretary joins us, I was given the suggestion that, and I know you all are appreciative to be here, and we're appreciative to have you, but we could skip the thank you portions and maybe skip the intro and get to the heart of your comments if you want to change your comments. Having said that, thank you so much, Brett Copeland.
Hi, thanks. I'll have no problem getting through our time. Most of my commentary was already discussed by those who can do it much more eloquently than I. So I run the Dystrophic Epidermolysis Bullosa Research Association of America. We're trying to cure and treat epidermolysis bullosa, one of 18 genes. I started my journey when my daughter, 17 years ago, was born with a particularly severe form of recessive dystrophic epidermolysis bullosa, which is the inability to produce collagen 7. It's a devastating disease. It's life-limiting. She's already had 2 squamous cell carcinomas, which means we are right now on a time clock. General population, 100% curable. In EB, 90% fatal within 5 years of first presentation. So we're on a clock. With that said, we're very lucky. We had our 2 years ago approved first redosable topically applied gene therapy. April 29th, CBER approved an autologous gene therapy approach. I want to applaud some of the things that Dr. Prasad, you have said recently. The accelerated approval pathway, fantastic, fully supportive, anything I can do can help. However, when insurance companies refuse to reimburse them, it doesn't matter if they get approved, right? So I would hope that perhaps you could write some guidance that supports the scientific rigor that went through even with the advanced approval pathway, talking about the safety and the efficacy that is there. You also referred to common sense, how decisions need to be common sense. Where I suggest is listening to the patient voice. The patient voice will determine some of those common sense solutions. Understanding the risk-benefit analysis, patients with rare diseases, specifically complex, life-limiting, will take more risk for an unknown benefit. They're willing to take on adverse events for an unknown, scale benefits. Incremental change, incremental improvement is everything to a person with a rare disease. I want to also talk about the harmonization between the FDA and the EMA when it comes to protocol design. We had a significant challenge. One of our cell therapy companies, the EMA had a more advantageous approach. The FDA decided to harmonize with that, and that allowed us to recruit the phase 3 trial in under 6 months. So the importance of the PRV, can't state it enough. Now they're running to try to get this approved by September 26, as fast as possible. They're looking to file their BLA. So it's incredibly important. With that, a couple last things, and then I'll stop. You know, I will say with one caveat, my wife says there's never a microphone that I haven't liked. So I'm going to try to keep it quick. We've talked about the PPQ, trying to push things off as much into post-marketing commitments, which you guys are supportive of, potency testing. Most importantly, you guys are saying the right things, and I appreciate that. What we need to ensure is that it trickles down to the review teams. In some cases, it does not, unfortunately. So what I would suggest is a good thought is as you onboard, or even now as they're there, to bring in a training module some patient advocates to discuss the diseases that they live with so they can understand the severity, what we live through. They can walk a mile on our shoes because you will never understand, as Terry talked about before, the crushing nature, not only for the patient, but for the caretakers and for the siblings. And I'll make myself available, and I'm sure I can get Ron and Terry to jump right along, and Allison as well, I'm sure, to help recruit or be a part of those training sessions. And more than happy to be here whenever. So I'd like to thank you for having us here, and I cede my time.
Thank you so much for those excellent thoughts. Rachel McMinn.
Yes, I'm a trained PhD scientist, but I'm actually a sibling. My older brother suffers from a rare, debilitating neurological disease, and after I kind of went through a lot of soul searching through my professional career, I started asking myself, why are there no treatments for people like my brother? And I realized that there weren't any because neuro is incredibly hard. I think we know more about outer space than we know about how many neurons are in the brain. So I decided that if I didn't do it, I didn't know who would. And that really led me to found Neurogene, which is a company focused on developing life-altering treatments for patients with rare, devastating neurological diseases. We work on a program called Rett syndrome, which is a debilitating disorder. These girls, have so many different manifestations, but one of the most heartbreaking is that they have no ability to communicate, either verbally or even non-verbally, so their hands don't work, so they can't do simple things like get a glass of water or tap for something that they want. So speaking for the families and as a sibling of not knowing what my brother thinks and is not able to care for himself, we developed an AAV treatment, and I want to, really give a shout out to Dr. Nicole Verdun and the entire team at the FDA that has been working with us. We are a START recipient, so we're part of the START pilot program. And talking about common sense, she's blown up through this program, just completely evaporated the alphabet soup of different type A, type B, type C type meetings, and we have a regular cadence of communication and interaction. It's been less than a year since we've had our kickoff meeting, and we're on the precipice, while we're collecting data from our phase 1/2, on the precipice of announcing a registrational trial design for our program. So no one in our history of our company, with all of our collective regulatory experience, has ever experienced anything like this to be able to get to this stage. We're also getting questions on what will be included in our BLA. So the design itself is meant to really generate and stand the test of time and be very rigorously driven, even though it's for a very heterogeneous disease. We're not looking at a placebo-controlled design, so I can rest assured that is not where the agency is at from our perspective. And it's been a breath of fresh air, to be honest with you. Very creative, but we're also getting questions about, helping us think about that BLA submission so that when we get to that phase, we've already thought through it because we've been constantly back and forth and interacting with the agency. So I want to say this is something that is going incredibly well, and I want to advocate for the learnings of START to be applied across the rest of CBER and, maybe even beyond that to other divisions of the FDA for these very high unmet medical needs. Beyond that, I can just say there's, obviously a lot of opportunities for efficiencies. You as the FDA, there's been over 6,000 patients treated globally with AAV. 6,000. So how can we use AI to mine that data to understand the kind of side effects and the monitoring that's going to be required to make gene therapy even safer? You have access to all these toxicology studies in your databases. Can you pool them and again use AI like you're talking about? How many wild type animals need to be injected with AAV yet again to how does that answer the fundamental question of how it's going to behave in a patient? So just with that, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you so much. Fyodor Orlov.
So I'll skip through the introduction, get straight to the core point. I was on the core team that gathered in early August 2024 to design, de-risk, and deliver the world's first CRISPR on demand to baby Kyle Jr. of Philadelphia. He's home with his family. And Dr. Prasad, I corresponded with his treating physician, Dr. Rebecca Ahrens-Nicholas, after I read your paper on parachute outcomes, and she agrees. Therapies such as what baby KJ just received fall precisely into that category, so thank you for that framing. So let me describe this could only happen in the United States origin story of this medicine, its path to baby Kyle, and what implications this has in terms of progress to make gene editing medicines available on demand for all American children who need them. So I work at the Innovative Genomics Institute at UC Berkeley. It was founded by Jennifer Doudna. She shared the Nobel Prize for inventing CRISPR gene editing. And the goal was to develop innovations to expand its public health impact. So proud to say we just did that, but critically we did not do it alone. So 2 years ago, we partnered with a leading American company, Danaher Corporation, subsidiaries of which are world-leading providers of clinical-grade CRISPR components. So in our partnership with Danaher, as in the case with baby KJ, we wanted to shorten the time and cost to CRISPR on demand from its current years and millions to months and just a few hundreds of thousands. Now, separately, we joined forces with 4 other teams in a program to develop accelerated CRISPR therapies. It was funded by the NIH. It's called the Somatic Cell Genome Editing Consortium. Schenker spoke about this. And one key goal of which is to share regulatory learnings. Okay, and so in early August 2024, all of these connections proved really timely. So Dr. Ahrens-Nicholas and her colleague at Penn Medicine, Dr. Kiran Musunuru, reached out to us with the news that there is a newborn at CHOP with a devastating genetic disease, urea cycle disorder, CPS1 deficiency. So we at the IGI immediately looped in Danaher and the race against time began. Okay, so what was the recipe for success? 2. Number 1, it was a collaboration between organizations with complementary, non-overlapping superpowers. We had CHOP, an elite tertiary care hospital with experience in caring with such infants. We had 2 major research universities, Penn and UC Berkeley, where the IGI is, putting to full use their deep experience in CRISPR innovation. But critically, a number of the tools we used had never been used clinically before, and some were provided by researchers at other nonprofits at universities, such as Schenker and David Liu. So now, the role of the private sector and industry was essential. Danaher companies, so IDT in Coralville, Iowa, Aldevron and Fargo, North Dakota, stepped in with innovation in manufacturing to make the clinical-grade gene editor in record time, because the baby's clock was ticking. Second key, the Super Office of Therapeutic Products of the CBER played an absolutely enabling and essential role. They provided regulatory oversight and guidance at every step, and most importantly, they prioritized the health of the baby. So Dr. Makary earlier said that, the FDA should challenge deeply held assumptions. I think they just did that. And I just really want to honor Dr. Nicole Verdun and her staff. They made baby KJ's return to his family possible. Look, I honestly think this can only happen in the US, where we have such clinical might in research innovation, industrial manufacturing power, and it's combined with a regulator, the FDA CBER OTP, that just welcomes such innovation. Last point. So in addition to my work at the IGI, I'm also a professor of molecular therapeutics at UC Berkeley. I teach how CRISPR works to hundreds of undergrads and dozens of grad students. Let me tell you, these incredibly motivated young people are on a clear path to becoming phenomenally talented gene editing medicine builders and gene editing savvy doctors. But I gotta say, we have to protect this talent pipeline. This isn't just about maintaining American biomedical leadership. It's basically about making sure that other nations, frankly, can't compete. Look, folks, we have an extraordinary opportunity to maintain American leadership. The story of baby KJ charts a fundamentally new path to genetic medicines on demand, scalably, and affordably. Our ultimate goal is to have the for-profit sector step in a major way and for there to be dozens of flourishing biotechs providing approved CRISPR-on-demand therapies. But at the present time, as many speakers have mentioned, such companies are struggling under the old ways of making such therapies. The bright new path this four-way team has just charted needs continued support, as does the CBER OTP, to stay the course and get us to an entire generation of American babies who receive life-saving CRISPR on demand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jeff Allen.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Allen. I'm the president and CEO of Friends of Cancer Research, a policy and advocacy organization here in Washington, D.C. I have no personal disclosures, and my organization has received funding from 3 firms with marketed products in this area. As previously noted, CAR T therapy has emerged as a really key treatment modality for patients with cancer and possibly other diseases as well. For previously untreatable cancers, major improvements in patient responses, including complete responses, are occurring alongside significant improvements in progression-free survival and extension of overall survival. In some cases, for some patients, this is over 10 years after their initial treatment. However, the progress in CAR T therapy has been predominantly for the treatment of hematologic malignancies, but recent data is showing that this could change. And if we can get the correct policies in place, this will be far more commonplace. For example, this past weekend at a leading cancer conference, we saw the promise of CAR T therapy for previously hard-to-treat conditions like glioblastoma. This is one of the most common and deadly forms of adult brain cancer. And the research group leading the study at the University of Pennsylvania saw tumor size reduction in over half of the patients treated with the new dual-targeted CAR T therapy. And this really signals the potential hope for CAR T therapy to be able to address unmet medical needs in currently hard-to-treat cancers. So as we think about ways to further optimize the development and regulation of cell therapies, for a few future opportunities to highlight. Number one, the rapid identification of candidates for early phase trials. Due to current limitations in preclinical models and limitations in evaluating the vast number of potential constructs, novel approaches for efficient screening, and prioritization of gene editing candidates, new ways are needed to ensure the most promising therapies advance into clinical development. Number two, new pathways to facilitate access, particularly for rare cancers and other small populations. Uncertainties in regulatory flexibilities and manufacturing requirements can create hurdles to sustainable development, often limiting commercial interest. A new structured approach is needed that balances the regulatory oversight with operational feasibility alongside patient need. And third, the use of real-world evidence. Leveraging data from current clinical practice can be an important tool for longitudinal monitoring to verify outcomes. A framework for prioritizing, collecting, and analyzing real-world data could help support timely approvals to address unmet needs and support long-term benefit assessments. We certainly, as a community, look forward to working directly with the FDA and appreciate their support thus far and bringing together this wide group of stakeholders for this important discussion. So I think as we think about new opportunities for efficient translation of new discoveries that ensure patient safeguards and maximize the potential for cell and gene therapies to successfully address the needs for patients with limited treatment options. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see the NIH director has already arrived, and we're just waiting for 2 more people, and we'll take a little break, but then I will ensure that everyone gets a chance to speak and that some of you may speak in their presence. I'll turn to, next on my, Tom Cahill.
Great. It's great to see so many familiar faces. I'm Dr. Tom Cahill, founder of New Path Partners in Boston, Mass. Let me begin with what matters most. Children once expected to live in wheelchairs are now walking. Teens with sickle cell disease are going years without a single crisis, and individuals born blind are seeing for the first time. These aren't projections, these are real patients benefiting from American-made cell and gene therapies, developed in US labs, funded by US taxpayers, approved through US regulatory leadership. But that leadership is eroding. Over the past 3 years, more than $150 billion in biotech market value has disappeared. Nearly 70% of biotech companies are either trading below enterprise value or valued under $100 million. More than 60% have less than 1 year of cash remaining. IPO markets are frozen, private capital is retreating. This isn't a failure of science, it's a failure of confidence, driven by regulatory opacity and unpredictability and exploited by a foreign adversary eager to fill the void. While we hesitate, China is accelerating. Chinese companies now bring drugs to market in just 4 years, less than half the US timeline. Their clinical trials cost up to 90% less. They reverse engineer US discoveries with state-backed chemists, file sweeping global patents, and already account for more than 35% of newly licensed drugs, up from less than 5% just 2 years ago. In 2024 alone, more than $40 billion flowed into Chinese biotech. From where? Most of it from American venture capital and big pharma. We banned Chinese chips from our missiles and blocked their cars from our roads, yet we still allow China to steal taxpayer-funded medical breakthroughs, conceal clinical data, and sell these inventions back to us, often as medicines we put into our children's bodies. This isn't just an economic risk, it's a national security threat. If we stay passive, China won't just dominate the future of medicine, they will control the infrastructure, the data, the supply chains, and the standards. That's a chokehold on American health, sovereignty, and innovation. But it's fixable. The president has the power to act. Congress can step up in what should be a rare and obvious bipartisan priority. HHS must raise the alarm, and the FDA already has tools. We simply need to use them. The FDA also needs to evolve how it thinks. We need a cost-benefit mindset, a Bayesian approach. Not all diseases carry the same risk. Not all therapies require the same level of evidence. Treating every indication with a one-size-fits-all model leads to unnecessary delays, ballooning costs, and lost lives. A rare pediatric disease with no treatment available should not be held to the same trial standards as a low-risk, well-served indication. The system must be calibrated to reflect urgency, severity, and unmet need. We should align early development requirements with true clinical risk, allow IND submissions before final GMP release, publish metadata from IND packages to restore public trust and improve clarity. Incentivize bold, high-impact science with fast-track pathways, review vouchers, and guaranteed market support. This isn't deregulation, it's disciplined modernization. It's about building a system that's fast enough for today's science without compromising safety. Because without action, American lives will be lost, not to science, but to delay. Biotech isn't just about breakthrough cures, it's about national strength. We created the industry, we can still lead it, but we need to act. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bambi Grilly.
Hello, I run the Regulatory Affairs Program at the Center for Cell and Gene Therapy in Baylor, and I'm also the Chief Regulatory Officer for ISCT. The Center for Cell and Gene Therapy has filed over 100 first-in-human INDs and 150 clinical trials. From that, due to the cost of development, a number of startup companies have been initiated, and I've served as a consultant for 8 of those. Almost 50% of those companies have failed due to cost issues, and the other 50% are overseas, which I emphasize just to say many of the points that other people in this room have brought up are real concerns that we need to talk about when we talk about drug development or cell and gene therapy product development. I have so many agreements with a lot of the things that were already said. There's 2 things I want to add to that. One is that I think that we really need to consider formalizing a gradient of GMP for early phase studies. That has to be something that enters the conversation. And we also need to have a functional cost recovery system for drug development that's happening in academic medical centers. And to keep this short, I just want to close by saying that one of the clients I work for, and also at ISCT and the Global Regulatory Summit, a conversation was had about how can we run clinical trials overseas and then bring the products back so that we can get approval in the FDA. That has to be a conversation that we want to get away from. We need to move back to being able to successfully conduct these studies here and get to market. Thank you.
And that point's well taken. Sean Morrison.
I direct Children's Medical Center Research Institute at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. I'm an investigator of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. I believe deeply in the FDA mission. I've been an advisor on the Cell, Tissue, and Gene Therapies Advisory Committee for several years. I'm a co-founder of a company called Stratus Therapeutics, an advisor to Inception Therapeutics and Conception Biosciences. But I don't want to talk about any of that stuff today. I'm here as a representative of the International Society for Stem Cell Research, which has done a lot over the years to promote the clinical translation of stem cell therapies and worked a lot with the FDA. We've appreciated the opportunity to partner with the FDA and look forward to that opportunity going forward. There's a number of initiatives at ISSCR that are designed to focus on priorities that the FDA has stated, like the development of non-animal models for disease and accelerating the development of therapeutics. But I just want to, I want to focus on a part of this issue that hasn't been addressed so far. You've had really outstanding ideas this morning from serious people with deep insights and clinical evidence of safety and efficacy, but there are also bad actors in this space who are attempting to sell essentially snake oil to rip off desperate patients by capitalizing on the promise that you hear from the research in this room, but who are instead selling snake oil. These companies never do clinical trials. They have no plans to do controlled clinical trials. They're operating illegally, but it's estimated that there's 2,000 companies like this in the United States. They commonly claim to be able to cure diverse medical conditions with one-size-fits-all therapies, even conditions for which there is no plausible scientific rationale or stem cell therapy. For example, there's no scientific rationale for how umbilical cord blood cells or placenta cells could be used for the treatment of Parkinson's disease or Alzheimer's disease or orthopedic conditions or neuropathies, yet there's hundreds of companies out there that are selling to Americans making that claim. Americans really need the FDA to protect them from those people. Buyer beware is not an effective strategy when it comes to experimental medical therapies, because even most physicians don't have the expertise to evaluate which experimental therapies really have merit and which ones don't. What we've learned is that companies that ignore FDA regulations also commonly ignore good manufacturing processes. Scores of people have become septic as a result of injection of these products. And so I'll just end by saying that the challenge here is to find ways of accelerating the development of real therapies with sound scientific rationales, clinical evidence of safety and efficacy, without deregulating to the point where you open the doors for the bad actors to sell snake oil to Americans. It would undermine confidence in the agency, and it would undermine confidence in the field in general.
Thank you so much for that important point. Michelle Rangarajan.
Thank you so much. I'm a physician scientist at Mass General Hospital and affiliate faculty at the Broad Institute, but I'm speaking here in my personal capacity and don't represent my institutions. I'm scientifically trained as a cell biologist and systems immunologist, and now run a lab focused on Duchenne muscular dystrophy and genetic medicine, particularly as these intersect with tissue immunity. I also started and run a very new academic industry advocacy consortium that's focused on humoral immunity to AAV, with a particular emphasis on seropositive individuals. These are the substantial fraction of patients who have prior environmental exposure to AAV viruses that deliver gene therapy, and so are excluded from nearly all gene therapy trials due to concerns about both safety and efficacy. Most importantly, in driving all of this work, I'm also a mom of 2 extraordinary preschoolers who live with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. As the last speaker, I want to echo and underscore that we are at an incredibly exciting moment for gene therapy and genetic medicine. We are so remarkably close to achieving escape velocity for Duchenne and so many other inexorable genetic diseases, where patient-focused scientists, clinicians, and regulators can enable the safe and transformative therapies that could completely change the trajectory of life for patients. But nearing escape velocity also means that we need to continue and accelerate the pace of therapeutic development so that people alive today can access the exciting science and clinical developments that we are talking about. I want to underscore that there is substantial need in the pediatric rare disease community. We've heard that most rare diseases don't have an FDA-approved therapy, but even in diseases like Duchenne, where an approved therapy exists, many, many patients are still left behind. By some estimates, well over half of individuals with Duchenne don't have access to gene therapy, whether because of seropositivity, higher risk mutations, or underlying cardiac risk and frailty. Splice-switching oligonucleotides are showing very exciting developments, and these may soon be available for 30 to 40% of patients with this disease. With platform designations and umbrella trials, another 40% of patients could access these treatments, but they can't now because, like chronic granulomatous disease and like SPG50, each of them individually have mutations that are too rare for commercial interest. At the same time, we cannot let a quest for cures be the enemy of disease mitigation. Incremental advances not only provide meaningful quality of life, they also set up patients to be healthy enough to access future better therapies. In 2025, a 20-year-old man in a wheelchair who can lift his arms, type on a computer, and put on a headset has a fundamentally different ability to interact independently with society than someone who can't do those things. A therapeutic product that preserves that ability for a few more years would be a massive win. Finally, I want to touch on two practical challenges. As a clinical endocrinologist, I recognize that one way to accelerate therapeutic development, really change the entire field, is to enable the use of surrogate markers. I'm grateful that the Commissioner and Dr. Prasad recognize the scientific and clinical challenges of running trials in rare disease, where small populations with superimposed heterogeneity can make it very easy to miss efficacy within the timescale of a clinical trial, and where terminal diseases raise real ethical concerns about long placebo arms. I appreciate the recognition of the importance of accelerated approvals with strong post-marketing commitments for drugs with biologically plausible mechanisms and strong genetic basis in rare disease. However, the qualification process for surrogate biomarkers can itself be quite challenging and inefficient. I certainly would appreciate greater clarity on how such markers combined with real-world evidence can be better optimized, particularly for diseases where the risks of not treating are very clear and remarkably high. Lastly, as others have mentioned, I worry that the natural siloing of information by disease or clinical specialty or within a scientific community can make it difficult to identify and appreciate class effects that, if not appropriately managed, can lead to adverse events and death. I know that many people in this room are committed to and working hard on data sharing, and I look forward to working more closely with regulators to advance these kinds of sharing of learning and knowledge. I'll just end as the last speaker by echoing Dr. Hunt and saying that for patients and their families, the single most important commodity is time. And as you think about improving efficiency and advancing therapeutic products, I hope that you continue to remember that for many patients, time is muscle, time is brain, and as Dr. Hunt so clearly said, time is life. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you for all the panelists for coming here this morning and sharing your perspectives. I made a list of some of the themes I heard. I'm going to read a little bit of this list. Many of these things are on the radar of the Commissioner and myself. Some of these things are not on our radar, so I'm glad you put it on our radar. Some of the things I heard is what's the role of the FDA and what's the role of local IRBs, and can we perhaps negotiate something so that it's not China that's going to be launching these studies, it's going to be the United States. Pediatric and rare diseases are completely neglected and things completely on our radar. You made an excellent point, Sean Morrison, about compliance. We have a compliance office that you're absolutely right. We want to allow the innovative companies to thrive, but we have to regulate the bad actors. We can't let that taint what we're doing here at FDA. I've heard China mentioned many times. You all know it is a priority of the Commissioner and this administration that we need to retain control over this important intellectual property. Flexibility is a theme that came up repeatedly. We are fully committed to being flexible. Diseases that are rare, dire, or unique constellation or patterns cannot have the same paradigm as high blood pressure and high cholesterol. I've heard about control arms. You're absolutely right. What should the control arm be in a study, and which studies will not even need a control arm? This is something we need to talk about. Many speakers mentioned AAV vector delivery and the risk of immunogenicity and things of that nature. We also have now lipid nanoparticles that avoid some of these pitfalls. So we are making biological advances as well, and that's an important point I wanted to bring to everyone's attention. Finally, some people asked about learning from other experience. Can we learn from these things? I will tell you that one of the commissioner's priorities is what documents can we take at FDA, redact, and make available publicly so that you all can leverage it, apply AI to it, and learn from this experience. We have a treasure trove of data here at the FDA. It is not being optimized and utilized, and it is a priority of this administration for issues of data sharing and transparency as well as learning. So, having said all those things, those are just some of the themes I heard and jotted down here, but I heard a lot of very specific, very interesting idea about who should counsel people coming in as reviewers, et cetera. So many interesting ideas that were not on our radar. We really appreciate this. This is part of a continuing conversation we're gonna be having with you. We're gonna continue to learn and try to incorporate these ideas you're giving us. Now, I'm being told that we have the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, is here. We have Mehmet Oz from CMS, and I saw Jay Bhattacharya already from NIH. We're gonna take a brief 10-minute break. We're gonna regroup, and we're gonna hear from those speakers, and then we're gonna allow you all to have a conversation in their presence to directly put your concerns, not just to FDA, but to the broader HHS, which has abilities that we don't fully have here. So thank you all for doing this. I really appreciate you coming out this morning. Thank you.
Okay, we're just going to start. If it's on video and live stream, great. If not, we'll just go. So thank you, everybody, for your incredible contributions. We hear you loud and clear. I got a good dose of the first half, and the second half heard remotely while I took some meetings. Thank you. And there were many common themes. We're going to take those messages very seriously. This is not a horse and pony show to say we did this. This is an honest listening session, and we're going to keep going. We're not going to stop listening. This afternoon, we have about 100 pharmaceutical CEOs and heads of R&D coming to the FDA, and we're going to be doing a town hall listening forum with them. We want their ideas, and we're going to be an FDA that listens. We're very honored to be joined by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, by the Administrator of CMS, Mehmet Oz, by the Director of the NIH, Jay Bhattacharya. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining. I just want to start off by saying this has been an incredible conversation on cell and gene therapy, one of the most cutting-edge areas of all of clinical medicine. And I think we can learn a lot from individual experiences. We tend to talk in the lexicon of clinical medicine about level 1, 2, and 3 evidence, and it's become this sort of dogma that we can only do things with evidence, and the evidence is categorized in this artificial framework of level 1, 2, and 3. 1 is defined as a randomized controlled trial. Well, that is true. Level 1 is better than 2, and 2 is better than 3. And we want to do things where evidence exists, and we want to pursue the creation of new evidence. But 60% of clinical decisions are purely discretionary where no evidence exists. And we can learn from individual cases. We can learn from individual cases. Some of my former colleagues described a case of stage 4 glioblastoma multiforme, generally considered to be incurable, as you know. And there was a case of a long-term survivor. Now, when somebody survives long-term, sometimes we think they were misdiagnosed, the pathology was read incorrectly. But this original pathology diagnosis was re-reviewed every year in a clinical conference, and it was stage 4 GBM. Why was that individual a long-term survivor? Can we ask these big questions that don't fit the model of an RCT? It turns out, it's interesting, that patient had a resection of the tumor and then an infection of the resection bed, and the abscess in the brain led the surgeons at the time to do the standard of care, which was to remove the skull plate, drain the infection surgically, and then remove in a second stage procedure down the road the skull plate. What happened? Maybe something happened. Maybe the bacteria activated an immune response. Maybe the bacteria had some endotoxin that chewed away at the tentacles of the remaining tumor in the resection bed. We don't know, but we can learn from individuals. And you saw that we took action immediately on banning 9 petroleum-based food dyes from the U.S. food supply. Well, we can, yes, read the randomized controlled trial on petroleum-based food dyes in Lancet, but we can also listen to individual families who say that they have had a kid with aggressive behavior, and when they stopped all the petroleum-based food dyes, single elimination of just food dyes, the kid's behavior then became normal. And then when they regressed, it was because they were reintroduced a year down the road. When you have a story like that, when you have an adverse event that is ignited seconds after the administration of something new in a young, healthy individual, that's causal until proven otherwise. We can learn from individuals. So I think that is the approach we need to take with cell and gene therapy. With that, I want to say perhaps Dr. Bhattacharya, you can start off, and then Dr. Oz, and then Secretary Kennedy will close us off.
Thanks, Dr. McCary. And it's an absolute delight to be here, especially since, for me as the director of the NIH, I get to brag about some of the advances that have come as a result of NIH investments over the past years. But I'll start further back than that. When I was a medical student, I learned about sickle cell anemia. And those of you who know about it, almost all, I'm sure all of you in the room know that it is caused by a single gene mutation in one protein that causes a whole cascade of problems resulting in painful episodes, early death, a huge problem. And I remember reading about it, just being first amazed by the elegant biology and the understanding of it that I learned in medical school, but also shocked and just saddened that there was no way to treat it. I never imagined in my lifetime that we would actually have the capacity to actually cure it. And it is cell-based therapy, gene editing that has allowed us to cure it. And actually, it's not even the knowledge of the mutation that causes the misfolding that led to it. It was a whole separate line of biological knowledge about how our body switches from fetal red cell production to adult red cell production. And then the knowledge of how to change that switch in an individual, that's what's led to the cure. It's an absolutely amazing tour de force of biological knowledge applied in clinical settings and then advanced so that we can actually deploy it at scale for patients at large. Patients with sickle cell anemia now have real hope that they will be able to live long, productive, healthy, happy lives. And that was unimaginable to me in medical school. I'm old, so 30 years ago. So that's the promise. The challenge, though, and you all face this every day in your work, is how do we make those advances scalable and affordable? It's expensive to do this, and it's more expensive to let a patient have sickle cell anemia and die of it. That's much more expensive, so it's worth it. But the question is, how can we use this knowledge and scale it so that it's available to everybody with sickle cell disease, not just the select few that happen to have access to this care? We would love to be able to scale it so that the whole world could have access to it in an inexpensive way, because sickle cell isn't just happening in this country. And so that's going to take more biological advances, but it's also going to take a deep understanding of how you translate those biological advances into actual therapies that treat and manage the conditions that people have. And it's also going to take, on top of that, a regulatory framework that makes sure that the things that do advance for patient care are the ones that actually are safe, that have excellent evidence behind them. The other thing I was looking up just before I came here was this amazing case of this little baby KJ. I actually got to brag about it a little bit just because it was an NIH-funded work that actually led to this, where this baby with a very rare genetic disorder, infecting I think 1 in a million kids, the gene editing technology using CRISPR as its key tool, where this kid would normally have a 50% chance of living to age 1, his problems are addressed in a way that actually was unimaginable just a few weeks ago. So what we have is a tremendous promise, but it's a 1 in a million condition. Just as Dr. McCary was saying, could you run a large randomized trial on a condition that's 1 in a million? No. So you have to have different standards of evidence for these wonders. But we still have to have excellent standards of evidence. We have to assure that the therapies that the patients are getting are actually going to work for them and then are scalable. And I think that's the challenge I pose to you all and also to myself and to the scientific community. How can we assess these technologies so that the wonders that they're there can be sifted away from the things that look promising but not are actually real? And then how can we scale this so that it's affordable to everybody? Thank you.
Jay, thank you very much. Cell and gene therapy. We can talk about it in many contexts, but I think from the perspective of CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, its primary difference is we're talking not about treating of symptoms or chronic illnesses which can be ameliorated, but actually true root cause solutions that in some cases could result in permanent cures, even in kids and adults sometimes who had illnesses we thought heretofore untreatable. And so it changes dramatically the dynamic, completely within what Maha would have hoped in its wildest dreams, which is actually get at the main reason you have the problem and eliminate it so you no longer have to deal with those issues. But to do that, you often have to make significant upfront investments, which this FDA has been brave enough to tackle, and this NIH has been wise enough to research. And we believe if we can continue this trend and CMS can pay for these solutions in ways that make sense for many of the folks in this room who are involved in industry, and for the researchers, allow your ideas to reach the markets with more likelihood, we'll be able to put this, the entire process on jet fuel. So let's talk about that. First off, how do you provide access to transformational therapies, ones you know work but are really expensive sometimes to develop and distribute? How do you do that in a way that might actually plausibly offer savings, value to the American people? And the savings aren't always monetary. You save a life, that's worth a lot. But how do you make the system work in order to reward people appropriately for the investments of time and money that they've made? And what are the real-world efficacy realities? How do you get the manufacturers accountable to the process so they're also engaged, they've got skin in the game? I don't think you can do that if you don't collaborate. The reason this meeting is so important is because it will allow us to put on the table the real issues that hinder our distribution of life-saving, life-changing modalities in an effective way. So we all have probably at this point friends who have been on CAR-T and have their lives saved. We've had friends who've got stem cell therapy, even if it's for joints, sometimes much more serious problems than arthritis, but they can be meaningful and life-preserving as well. Folks who've regained vision with some of these therapies, CRISPR has become a household term. These are changes in how we even think about the ailments that we had given up as untreatable. But there's one illness I want to talk about in particular because we've been involved in it already, and that's sickle cell anemia. Abe Sutton, if Abe can stand, Abe runs CMMI. I brought the whole team here. Abe is a flight risk, but I think he's in the room. There he's in the back. But CMMI is, well, he's standing to the left. If you've got questions about the CMMI models, go talk to Abe because he's brilliant at it. But in sickle cell was an interesting predicament. You've got a treatment that costs, we believe, about $2 million, but you potentially cure a kid with sickle cell anemia. So how do you do that? Who's going to pay for that? Especially when insurance companies know patients stay there for 18 months, sometimes shorter. So you do it because you get smart. First of all, kids are at stake, so that actually increases the opportunity. But you got to ask the right questions. And I think that's what this session in part should reveal. What are the right questions to ask? Because without them, we'll never get the right answers. And we need advice. We don't have all the answers. What Abe was able to do with his colleagues at CMI, and this started before he came in, was to begin looking seriously at what are different ways that you might be able to pay for some of these services. Do you create a reinsurance platform so that we socialize some of these costs? Because we know that the revenue is there. The value to the system exists because if these kids aren't continually hospitalized and in chronic pain with complications that are incredibly expensive and don't provide value oftentimes, we're going to save the system a lot of money. If we provide outcomes-based reimbursement and solutions, that's a smart way of thinking about it. If your solution works really well, you appropriately should be investing in that idea, and we should be compensating you for that. What Abe was able to do was to create tools that would allow us to focus on discounts when you bring the product to market so that people can afford to deliver them, and then payments over several years based on outcomes and deliverables that were mutually agreed upon. All of these make sense, but they only make sense if we're brave enough, if we're wise enough to make the investment of time and put ourselves out there. And to take these risks requires courage. And I think that's in many ways what the MAHA movement has been about. And the person sitting to my left, Secretary Kennedy, embodies that more than any other person on the planet because at its very core, he's a curious person. And curiosity means you're willing to ask uncomfortable questions, like how do you pay $2 million to help a kid with sickle cell anemia? But if you ask that question, which Secretary Kennedy has done, and you're brave enough and courageous enough to take the answers that are uncomfortable and share them, you'll achieve what CMI has done, which Abe has gotten 84% of African-American kids, primarily who are eligible for sickle cell, to be in states who now are part of this platform. And by doing all of the process together, by going out and purchasing and working deals out with the two main manufacturers and allowing those medications to be accessible and now affordable for these children, you are now looking at treatments that are available, again, to 84% of the kids in the country, and eventually we hope all. But it doesn't happen without strong leadership from the top. And the reason that Marty J. and I are here and will come in every time we're called upon is because of Secretary Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mehmet. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mehmet, and thank you, Marty. A couple days ago, somebody asked me what my administration philosophy was when I approached, and I said it was to surround myself with people who are a lot smarter than I am. And, I have this extraordinary array of just mental, intellectual power here with Mehmed, with Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, and Vinay Prasad. And, but more importantly, we're friends. We talk to each other every day. We go to dinner with each other. We go on vacations with each other. And we genuinely enjoy each other's company. All of them share the virtues that I think that Mehmed just mentioned about curiosity, critical thinking, a willingness and an inclination to challenge orthodoxies, which is so important if we're going to have advances in medicine. Every advance in science and medicine throughout history has come from people who were challenging consensus. Everybody who is running this agency right now, all of these people were censored during the COVID pandemic. They're all renegades, and they're renegades because, one, they have courage, but most importantly, they have curiosity. My uncle, President Kennedy, the first time he met Jackie Kennedy, who would later become his wife, she was a reporter, and she asked him what he considered his greatest virtue. And he surprised her because she thought he would say courage, because he'd won the Pulitzer Prize for writing a book about courage, Profiles in Courage. He'd been a war hero in World War II, and the only American president who won the Purple Heart and a lot of other awards. But he didn't say that. He said curiosity. And that, I understand what that means. It means that he's interested in other people, and he has a mind that won't accept received truths, but is constantly asking these important questions. And I think that's what we need to do as an agency if we're going to meet our ambition that all of us share, which is that we transform this terribly wasteful system that we've inherited, that is now costing $4.5, almost $5 trillion a year total health care. The government side of that is about $1.8 trillion, that our agency manages. It makes our agency the biggest agency, the federal government. We are double the size of the Pentagon, and we are the fastest growing. We're growing, the healthcare costs in this country are growing at 2% every year, fastest in the economy. So it's unsustainable. But more importantly, we have a sick population. We have, when my uncle was president, I was a 10-year-old boy. 3% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% do. And it's debilitating our country. It's an existential threat, not only because the economic cost, 75% of American kids can't qualify for military service. We have a fertility crisis where American teenage boys have half the sperm count, half the testosterone as 65-year-old men. Our girls are reaching puberty 6 years early. We have diabetes and obesity crises that are rivaling now the Pentagon budget. So, and we can't continue. We need to transform ourselves to a healthcare system rather than a sick care system. And in order to do that, we need to unravel all these perverse incentives but really this whole agency is a bundle, our whole healthcare system is a bundle of perverse incentives where people make money by doing bad things. We're not at every level, the doctors, the other providers, the hospitals, the pharmaceutical companies, the insurance companies all make money by keeping us sick. And we need to fundamentally change that so that we are focusing on curing disease and making people better. And the way that we're going to do that is by unraveling those incentives and really focusing on curing disease. And you are so important to that because that's what you do. You're not offering us lifetime treatments. Mehmet often points out that, when my uncle was president, we spent 0 on chronic disease in this country. We now spend 1.7 trillion a year. The first chronic disease, the first continual treatment was the birth control pill. Nobody was taking pills every day. Now 60 or 70% of our population is taking pills every day just to live, just to get up in the morning, to have energy, to be able to be barely functional. And we need to change that. And we're going to change that through changing the incentives, but then more importantly, unleashing innovation. And particularly innovation that of the kind that you are particularly interested in, which is curing chronic disease. And I've seen the miracles that you can produce. This morning, I spent 20 minutes on the phone with Kyle and Nicole Muldoon, whose little boy, who's now 10 months old, KJ, got one of these treatments for his liver dysfunction. His liver can't process proteins. And through this CRISPR technology, I spent that time also, his physician, Rebecca Ahern Nichols, who's from CHOP, was on the phone as well, and she's an NIH-funded researcher. And they've developed something that has allowed this child now to process protein in his liver. And when I was talking to them, the child was KJ was sitting on a chair playing with his sister. And that's something this child had a 50% chance of dying in his first week of life. So we can give the gift of life to people. We can give the gift of good health to people. And I was in April, I was in South Carolina. Mehmet was talking about sickle cell. I was in South Carolina with inking the final documents on a deal that we've put together with a number of other people, but the insurance companies, the drug companies, the local hospital systems have put together the deal to make this particular cell and gene therapy available to every person in the state who has sickle cell, with being fully paid for. And that was a model that we've created, and we're now rolling that out. We're negotiating now with 38 other states. By the end of next year, we hope to have this available to every American. And it's saving the insurance companies money. We have to talk them into this because Mehmet points out it's the way that they look at their business plan forces them to look at short-term profits, but if they look at the total costs over the lifetime of that child, it's an enormous savings, even though it's a very expensive drug, but it's a one-time treatment. And more importantly, I spent the day with a young woman who really was in agony, a kind of hell her entire life because of sickle cell. Of physical pain, of just terrible disability, of complete dysfunction. And she now has a full life because she received this treatment. So if we can give that to people, that is almost providential power that you have and that we want to unleash. And we want to make sure that that we keep this country competitive with all other nations, that we're the hub of this kind of technology around the world. We want to make sure that we are getting rid of the regulatory impediments that stop you from getting your drugs to market. We are going to continue to figure out new ways with Marty of accelerating approvals for rare disease, for drugs and treatments that treat rare diseases. And we're going to make this country the hub of biotechnology innovation. we want to do that. One of the things I would ask you is that President Trump has given us an executive order that says for every regulation that we put in place, we have to get rid of 10. So I want to solicit right now a list from all of you of any regulations you think we ought to be getting rid of, because we need to get rid of a lot of them in order to do the things that we want to do. If you can provide us with that list, and we will look at it and do everything we can to get rid of the bad ones and to put in place the good ones and then get you the funding. There's a lot of people who criticize us because they say, well, we cut the budget of the agency. We didn't cut any of the budget of the agency. We have that money, and we are taking away from the administrative costs and redundancies, and we're going to reapply it to spawn and foster and fortify innovation and unleash it. We consider you our partners, our allies. We're going to rely on you to come up with the solutions, and we're going to do everything in our power to sweep away the barriers from you getting those solutions to market and getting them funded, and do everything that we can to support you. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for believing in us and telling us to go and run as fast and as far as we can wherever our scientific discovery takes us. And so I can't thank you enough for that, for believing in us and letting us pursue these deep scientific endeavors. Thank you, Dr. Oz, for believing in cell and gene therapy and thinking about creative ways to pay for it. And thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya, for also being here. It's a testament, I think. You'll hear the different agencies have infighting in the past, and I'm sure somebody will suggest it in the future, but you can see that we are a team. We work together. We talk about doing things on the phone daily, fast, coordinated. And so this is one of the commitments we have is to cell and gene therapy. We are learning, we are listening. We have to challenge some deeply held assumptions. Why does it take 10 years for a drug to come to market? Why are we spending over $4 trillion on healthcare and yet have to tell a kid with a rare disease we can't afford a treatment? Why do so many of our research studies fund treatments and not look at root causes? We have to challenge deeply held assumptions. So I hope that all of you will work with us as a team to figure out these big questions. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Vinay Prasad for the remaining 10 or 15 minutes. And thank you, Vinay, for leading this panel today.
Thank you, Dr. McCary. So first of all, my tremendous thanks to the panelists for coming and sharing their perspectives, and also what I think is truly unprecedented. It's rare that you have the NIH director, the FDA commissioner, the HHS secretary, and the CMS director all in the same place to listen to your concerns. I'm going to summarize real quick some of the top points that were brought up in this discussion so that you all hear it, and then I'll try to toss it to a couple of the panelists to directly advocate to you on the issues that matter to them. But some of the themes that we talked about that I think will be of interest to all of you, one is that cell and gene therapy is important to vitalize in the United States, lest we cede that dominance to China. And that's something that several of the panelists brought and something of extreme concern. One of the panelists pointed out that it takes 10 years, Dr. McCary pointed out it takes 10 years in this country. China apparently is trying to get that down to four-year pipeline to get a drug approved. And I think that none of us here want to see U.S. dominance lost. Organ donation was a topic that was brought up, Secretary, and we are working at FDA on xenotransplants, taking genetically engineered organs from pigs and other animals and transplanting into humans. But I know there are a number of initiatives at HHS that can be done to encourage human transplantation. We learned a lot about regulatory flexibility, control arms, IRBs, and other requirements. That's within FDA. We'll tackle that. But cost and innovation and incentive, Dr. Oz. This was something that was brought up. And a number of the people here talked about how for a small disease population, it takes so many years and so much venture capital funding to even develop these products. Is there a way or role for CMS or other or NIH to kind of support that initial investment, knowing that on the back end, we may get great returns? One of the issues that was brought up particularly was pediatric and rare disease. So I think I'll turn to a couple of the panelists to directly advocate for that issue. I think I'll start with Catherine Bullard and then Crystal McCall.
Thanks so much, and I'm Kath Bollard. So I am a pediatric bone marrow transplant physician. I sort of grew up, if you like, in the cell and gene therapy space. I always knew that it had promised to cure children with cancer and other chronic illnesses at a time when no one else really believed in the how this delivers. The talking point I really want to make is for children with solid tumors who relapse from conventional therapy, we are still giving them the same chemotherapy that we were giving them 40 years ago. There have been no major approvals for pediatric solid tumors. And as you'll hear from Dr. Mackel, her group and ours and many other groups here and nationally are developing curative cell and gene therapies for these children who have lost all other hope for survival. And this is a real gap because Big Pharma don't see the business model because it's a rare disease. And on that note, can I defer to my colleague, Dr. Mackel, to follow on for solutions?
Oh, thank you, Kath. And, you know, I've been trying to cure children's cancers using immunotherapies for 40 years. And, you know, the war on cancer that President Nixon launched in 1972, it did pay off. We are seeing now in 2024, we have amazing tools to cure cancer, and children are no exception. Cell therapy is able to control and regress tumors that no other therapeutic can touch in children's cancer. So the science has delivered. But what's wrong? We can't get these things to market. There's a problem with the finances, the economics. Business as usual, the biopharma model will not work. We need new models. We need public-private partnerships. We need FDA and regulatory flexibility so we can reduce the cost of development. We need to get CMS and the private payers on our side. 50% of children in America receive their health care coverage through Medicaid. Any kind of approval, we're so delighted to hear Commissioner McCreary's idea about a fast track to approval for rare disease. But if it is in any way reduced from full approval, we'll end up with an approval and we still won't be able to get the therapy paid for. So it really is going to require working throughout government at every aspect, all of the folks at the table, NIH, FDA, CMS, HHS, to solve this problem. But our children are not benefiting from the revolution that science has delivered.
Thank you so much for those comments. Secretary Kennedy, one of the people you spoke to this morning, baby KJ, one of the ways in which that gene editing was delivered was a lipid nanoparticle, which allows the researchers to give repeat doses without the body developing autoimmunity. So if the first dose is too low and doesn't work, they can increase the dose till it starts to work. And that has been a challenge for prior delivery systems of gene therapy and gene editing. And since we have the gentleman who actually designed it, I thought it might be nice for him to directly tell you about that, Secretary.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. Folks, I'm humbled to represent a remarkable team at CHOP, and Dr. Arends Nicholas, whom you spoke with this morning, Mr. Secretary, is the lead. Dr. Kiran Musunuru of Penn Medicine, folks at Danaher Corporation, a leading American company providing CRISPR clinical grade, and then the Innovative Genomics Institute founded by Jennifer Doudna, the Nobel winner for CRISPR where I work. And my one word to you is thank you. Thank you for making the time to speak with the cell and gene therapy community. Mr. Secretary, I loved the way you said CRISPR gives the gift of life. That's exactly what just happened with baby KJ. I will take it with your permission and quote you in all my slides. Slide one. But the thing I want to emphasize is how much promise this technology has specifically to lift American biomedicine and American health. As you look around this table, every institution represented, Duke, St. Jude, USC, UCLA, Penn, Stanford, Harvard, UMass, UC Berkeley, there's so much innovation on the way to help treatments for the next baby KJ or the third one or the fourth one be scalable and more affordable. In other words, Dr. Prasad introduced this concept of a parachute outcome, where you don't really need to randomize a trial whether parachutes saves the lives of people jumping out of airplanes. They just do. So looking ahead, I'm so grateful that the entire stream of HHS leadership is here, because I think we need a vertically integrated approach to the future of CRISPR on demand, genetic therapies on demand for severely ill children, where we start with support for the NIH. Dr. Borshchevskaya, I mentioned that the NIH provided key support for baby KJ, and then we move on to CBER review. The Office of Therapeutic Products, led by Nicole Verdun at the CBER, was essential for baby KJ. And then moving all the way up the chain to Dr. Makary and Dr. Oz and Mr. Secretary, we can give American children, like baby KJ, a remarkable future free of the curse of their genetic disease. And this would be a uniquely made in America solution. I'm very serious about this. So I think now is the time to forward integrate this remarkable firepower we have at the leadership towards a fundamentally made in America solution for how genetic therapies on demand are scalable and affordable. Thank you so much for taking the time.
I know at the end of this panel, the Secretariat would like us all to get a photo together to commemorate the event. But the last speaker I want to bring up, Michelle Rangarajan, made a point that I think complements some of the perspectives that have been said here. We've talked about sort of the curative potential of sickle cell treatment. We've talked about the remarkable lessons learned from your bespoke gene therapy, a gene therapy made for just one baby, not really able to be scaled to other people. We talk about these cures and transformations, but Dr. Rangarajan made an additional point, which is that we also need to be receptive to modest step forwards as well. It's not just about cures, step forwards matter. I wonder if you might talk through what it means for a Duchenne's patient to retain functional ability just a little bit further.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prasad. And again, thank you all so much for being here. I think the example I used is the ability for a young man in a wheelchair to lift his arms and type on a computer. And in the era we live in today, maintaining that ability enables someone to independently interact with the world, to have a job, to interact with friends in just a fundamentally different way than if he needed help to do those things. And I think as we talk about cures, we also need to think about people who are alive today and living with these diseases and actually have the potential for significantly prolonged quality and quantity of life. And we can't forget about therapies that prolong quality and quantity of life for kids with Duchenne, whether that's being able to climb up the stairs at a playground and join a friend on a slide, or being able to play video games with a group of friends. That's a truly social interaction. We need to be thinking about these quality of life improvements as well and maintaining those for all of the patients that we're talking about.
Thank you so much. And with that, I think I'd like to thank once again everyone for attending this panel. Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Oz, Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, and all of the panelists who contributed your invaluable thoughts and advice. We've been taking notes, we're recording it, we're gonna go through this and try to incorporate suggestions, little and big. Now I think it's a great opportunity for you all to mingle and talk amongst ourselves and directly speak to the people up here. We can get a photo together and then we can continue these conversations in the next few minutes. So thank you so much for doing this.
Good morning. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will now come to order. And we welcome everyone this morning. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for this discussion on the federal government and artificial intelligence today. AI is no longer some futuristic idea. It's here, and it's already reshaping everything from healthcare and national defense to finance and fraud prevention. The federal government has a responsibility to harness this technology to make government work faster and more efficiently for the American people. Today, we'll highlight the critical uses of AI in the federal government, which create efficiencies, improve services, and save taxpayers a whole lot of money. The Department of Defense is using AI to improve decision-making and protect our men and women in uniform. Federal agencies are using AI to detect fraud before it happens. By using the technology to identify patterns of fraudulent behavior and working proactively to prevent improper payments. AI agents are beginning to help the administrative tasks, freeing up federal employees to focus on their mission instead of paperwork. However, barriers remain and challenges must be addressed so the government is to fully realize the benefits of this transformative technology. For example, many outdated legacy IT systems don't integrate with new technologies. A cumbersome procurement process limits agency access to some of the best new technologies, including those utilizing AI. And poor data management leads to information silos and duplicative work, which costs taxpayers money and prevents agencies from realizing the full potential of AI. This committee has continued to highlight these challenges and will play a major role in addressing them, including by continuing bipartisan legislative efforts from last Congress. This includes the Bipartisan Federal AI Governance and Transparency Act led by Chairman Comer and then Ranking Member Raskin, which laid out a vision for transparent and trustworthy AI use in government. It also includes the AI Training Extension Act, which I sponsored last Congress and reintroduced today. This bill will equip federal employees with the AI literacy and skills necessary to leverage AI across the federal government. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from the Chairman Comer highlighting the pivotal role this committee has to ensure agencies deploy AI responsibly and the bipartisan efforts of the committee on these issues. Without objection, President Trump has rightly identified the importance of U.S. dominance in AI and has taken action to remove unnecessary barriers and unleash innovation. This is a refreshing reversal from the heavy-handed regulation-first approach to AI taken by the Biden administration. Last Congress, my subcommittee on cybersecurity, information technology, and government innovation held multiple hearings on the disastrous impacts of overreaching policies, and I was relieved to see the former President Biden's AI executive order rescinded on day one. This was a critical first step, and since then, the White House has directed agencies to prioritize the deployment of AI and improve procurement processes to eliminate barriers to the federal government's use of AI. I believe it's important for this committee to watch these developments closely and work to ensure the executive branch has the tools and authorities to deploy AI at scale and realize the full potential of this incredible technology. I want to thank each of our witnesses this morning for sharing their time with us today, and I look forward to hearing from each of you. I also want to thank my colleagues from the other side of the aisle who showed up in great number this morning, too. I appreciate your interest in this topic. This has been a bipartisan topic for this committee. And with that, I would like to recognize Ranking Member Lynch for his opening statement.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair. And again, thank you for calling this hearing on the use of artificial intelligence in our government. Optimizing the federal government's use of technology has long been a bipartisan priority of this committee. Indeed, as you know, Madam Chair, our late colleague and friend Jerry Conley was a steadfast champion for using modern technology to improve the delivery of government services, strengthen oversight, and enhance public trust. We continue to fight his fight on this and so many other critical challenges facing our government. We cannot sit here, however, and have the traditional bipartisan conversation about federal IT modernization without acknowledging the fact that the Trump administration, Elon Musk, and DOGE are leading technology initiatives that threaten the privacy and security of all Americans and undermine our government and the vital services it provides to red states and blue states. Musk may say he has stepped away from his role in the federal government, but his recklessness will continue to have devastating consequences for America for years, possibly decades to come. Today, we'll work to better understand the disaster and danger the Trump administration has created by turning our government over to his biggest campaign donor and people who are more interested in self-enrichment than public service. Since President Trump's inauguration, he has given Elon Musk free rein to terrorize our civil servants and drive more than 275,000 federal employees from their jobs serving the American people. His Doge team has done this so capriciously that they have had to go back to people that they originally fired and beg them to return to their jobs, serving our veterans, maintaining our nuclear stockpile, and fighting bird flu. At the Social Security Administration, whistleblowers have told us that the agency has lost so many critical information technology and support staff that very few of the remaining workers even know how to handle errors or alerts in their computer systems. This could mean missed checks and millions of seniors and people with disabilities losing access to their financial lifeline. While they purged the federal government of expertise, Elon Musk and Doge reportedly fed sensitive government data, including America's private personal information, into unvetted and unaccountable AI software. They also reportedly deployed Musk's own generative AI chatbot called Grok to consume government data and assist with sensitive government decisions. Grok has even been deployed onto systems at the Department of Homeland Security, despite the fact that it has not been approved for use. Musk has been operating without any oversight whatsoever while posing a very real risk of violating security and privacy laws, accessing confidential information about his competitors, and using valuable federal databases to turbocharge his own AI system, which would mean more money and more power for Mr. Musk. The American people deserve answers. Musk and Doge have put the most personal data of every American at risk. Cybersecurity experts like Mr. Schneier, who is here with us today, are sounding the alarm that the holes Doge has created in our national cybersecurity system are gaping and pervasive. And now, in this horrifying, insecure environment, the Trump administration wants to centralize all of Americans' data into one massive database, which would allow full-spectrum surveillance of American citizens, making it even easier for bad actors to hack. And, of course, they're contracted with a big private tech company owned by one of President Trump's billionaire supporters to do just that. 4 months ago, Democrats moved to subpoena Elon Musk to provide public testimony to this committee. At that time, our Republican colleagues complained that their constituents were calling them their offices and showing up to town halls to yell at them about Musk, while Americans' concerns have only deepened since then. From his erratic purge of the federal workforce to his exploitation of sensitive taxpayer data to the cybersecurity nightmare he's created and the horrifying surveillance state we fear, Musk has put the American people into a position where they demand answers from Elon Musk. I believe, too, that my Republican colleagues should have had some questions of their own for Mr. Musk. Recent allegations have left Americans wondering if he was potentially under the influence of drugs, while at the very heart of the Trump administration's most consequential and sensitive decisions. It is worth investigating whether one of President Trump's most influential advisors was under the influence of heavy drugs while upending hundreds of thousands of American lives, breaking government services beyond repair, and handing out death sentences for hundreds of thousands of innocent people around the world who relied on American foreign aid and medical care for survival, most of whom were children. If this doesn't move my Republican colleagues, maybe they just want to hear from Musk on why he called their bill to cut Medicaid and give tax breaks to billionaires. This is Elon Musk's words, a disgusting abomination, and, quote, massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill, or why he spent the last 24 hours leveraging his social media to, quote, kill the bill. Or maybe they want to know why Musk has said that his next round of firings might be targeted at them, Republican politicians who have not toed the line on Musk's priorities. Regardless of your motivations, Democrats and Republicans alike simply cannot allow Elon Musk to escape accountability for his actions. He's dismantled our government, endangered Americans, and weaponized public service for his own financial gain. I ask my Republican colleagues Let's work together on this. Let's support oversight that Democrats today in moving that this committee subpoena Elon Musk to answer for his actions. All of us deserve answers on behalf of the American people. So, Madam Chair, therefore, pursuant to Clause 2K6 of House Rule 11, I move that we subpoena this committee, Republican and Democrat, subpoena Elon Musk to testify before this committee.
Second that motion.
We'll suspend for a moment. Thank you.
Man.
Chairwoman, point of order. When are we going to vote on subpoenaing Musk?
We are doing a point of order right now with the parliamentarian.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. We are suspended.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair,
Mr.
move to table the gentleman's motion.
Okay, the motion is not debatable. As many as are in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
Ask for recording.
In the opinion
Chair,
of the chair, the yeas have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The committee will now resume consideration.
Interesting opinion.
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
recorded vote
is requested.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, a recorded vote is ordered, and their clerk will call the roll. Okay, we're going to suspend to allow the clerk to get ready.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, thank you. Is it the custom of the committee to shut down debate on such an important motion?
This is not an inquiry. It's not an inquiry. We're suspended.
Massachusetts mentioned that Mr. Musk was potentially
This is
under
not
the influence of
debatable right
ketamine,
now. I love you.
psychedelic
It's not
drugs,
debatable right now. This is not a point of
and-
inquiry.
And other
But you look
substances
good in front
according
of the
to-
photos. You look
according to
great right
this.
now. You look good.
So is this the?
You're not recognized right now. There's not a point of inquiry. Thank you. We're suspended until the clerk is ready to call the roll.
Move to call the roll.
We are suspended again. For the third time, we're suspended until the clerk can call the roll. Thank you.
I know.
How the job interviews are going.
Which job
Please,
interview?
Chair, are we going to get posted on how these job interviews are going, please, Chair? Do you really want Elon Musk to come in here and answer your ass, man? You're real close.
Why don't you sit down and take the mic, and we'll have a debate on this.
Let's debate.
We're suspended, right? Sometimes we take ourselves too seriously. You know, I have a pretty good sense of humor. Yeah, and I always bring it to the table. Yeah. So, I think we have been engaged in somewhat honored Jerry.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry.
Right. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Is the clerk here?
The clerk is here and preparing.
The clerk is here and preparing to call the roll.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you explain exactly what preparing requires?
She has to get paperwork. She has to get seated. She has to do all that. Thank you. She sure does, yes.
Or you guys have to find your members who didn't attend the hearing. That's probably more likely. It's kind of
Madam Chair. Inquiry, please.
Yes, sir. You want more video with Elon behind you? You already got a good clip.
Could we have a unanimous consent motion to structure debate for 10 minutes? Each side gets 5 minutes.
We're in the middle of, we're getting ready to do a recorded vote. We can't do that.
Drugs.
We're not able to do that right now. Let's do the recorded vote, then we can talk about it after. Thank you.
Why? Go ahead.
parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have an assistant clerk that can move maybe a little bit faster? We have a room full of people.
This is not an inquiry, thank you.
It was a question. Do we have an assistant clerk?
It's not a parliamentarian inquiry, so no, we're not having this debate.
But it is a point of order.
It's not.
We'll check
This
the
is not,
parliamentarian.
a motion to table is not debatable, thank you.
We're not debating that.
It's not, we
We're asking
weren't
about the
asking for a
clerk.
point of order. Would the parliamentarian rule on a point of order?
Is the parliamentarian
The
here?
gentleman must state his point of order.
It was the gentlelady's point of order that was overruled because it was determined that it was not a point of order, when in fact it is. I think that she should be allowed to.
She stated it was an inquiry, not a point of order, my recollection. But if she would like to restate it, that's fine.
Okay. Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we not have an assistant clerk who can make sure that we can continue to do the business in an efficient way in oversight? Because it has historically never taken this long for the clerk.
We're going
call
through the
roll.
process right now, and we'll have a recorded vote as soon as we're able to.
Just to restate the lady's point, the gentlelady's point, Democrats are here. We think this is an important issue. We are ready to vote, and
The gentleman must state a point of order.
we welcome the opportunity to debate this. This is a serious issue.
Is there a point of order,
interest of-
Mr. Lynch?
The gentleman
making
has
the
the
point.
floor. Let him finish.
I'm the chairwoman. Thank you. Women are allowed to speak on this committee, and I ask for a point of order.
Point of inquiry. Can we just, Madam Chair, point of inquiry?
As a woman?
I know, I should hopefully, I get to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, babe.
Is it possible for us to just do a roll call without the clerk to determine what members are here so that we can determine
No,
if y'all
ma'am.
really have the votes?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
For those of you watching at home, the Republicans are not in the room, so they're trying to find their members so that they can.
You are not recognized, Ms. Stansberry. Thank you. You can be quiet now.
Neither are any of your members because they're not in the room. Thank you.
Madam Chair, on a point of order, Democrats have a clerk that is available to to record
Okay,
our vote.
Mr. Lynch, the chair will not entertain points of order regarding the propriety or expediency of a proposed course of action. This is my final ruling on such points of order. Thank you.
Madam Chair, a point of inquiry then.
Yes, sir.
Would it not be permissible to have the Democratic clerk record the vote and to begin it now?
No, sir, it's not. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the only reason we can't take a vote is because y'all were about to lose it?
Is there a point of inquiry here? Because I didn't hear one.
That was my inquiry. Is the reason
That's
we
not a
can't take
valid
the vote-
inquiry. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I have a point of inquiry, Madam Chair. I was just wondering,
sir.
Being new to this committee, what's the basis or rule on which you are overturning, not allowing the Democratic clerk to start the vote?
We have our own clerk.
Move to adjourn.
That's why.
Is that based on a rule, or?
It's based on the fact that you guys lost the election because of your crazy policies. And you guys don't control the chamber.
But is that in the rules? Madam Chair, just wanted to follow up. Would appreciate an answer to the question. Is there something in the rules that prevents? We have witnesses who've flown in from around the country.
This is committee practice. Thank you for your inquiry. And we'll start the vote momentarily. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a point of inquiry. It has now been 10 minutes, and this motion is simply to bring Mr. Musk forward so that we can ask him questions on behalf of the American people. I think the Democratic position has been very reasonable, very deliberate. You've got a lot.
The motion is to table and there's no debate. Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Right. Again, Madam Chair, the Democrats are all here and we're ready to vote. It is now 11 minutes.
You're not recognized, but you do look good for your clips later for social media
thank
with
you. I
with
appreciate
Elon and all the words behind you. It looks good.
Appreciate
The
it.
blue is good with the red
I
color.
appreciate
Looks
that.
good.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, parliamentary inquiry in a minute. Will it be another minute?
Probably 12, right?
Could be.
It's debatable depending on the math, I suppose.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have unanimous consent.
We're in the middle of getting ready to vote, so we can't do that right now. We can do that after.
Is that the rule? Because the clerk has not been ready for the last 15 minutes almost.
You're not recognized. Thank you.
So we're not doing unanimous consent.
Not in the middle of a motion to table and a recorded vote we're preparing to take.
Is the clerk seated?
You are not recognized right now. Thank you.
Okay, since we're sitting here in silence for the...
You are not recognized, and there's no
record.
point of inquiry. You are not recognized.
Okay, I'll do a point of inquiry.
Okay.
I am seeking an inquiry to determine whether or not it is okay to put it into the record that at the time that this motion was called, only Mr. Gosar, Mr. Grothman, Mr. Higgins, Mr. Fallon, and Mr. Crane, along with yourself, were the only Republicans that were actually in the room.
This is not a real point of inquiry. You're not recognized on it either. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a legitimate point of inquiry. Madam Chair? Madam Chair, I have
Is
a
it for
legitimate-
real this time?
Oh, no, it's very legitimate, very for real. How much taxpayer money are Republicans wasting while delaying this vote to submit?
That's not a legitimate point of inquiry.
It's very legitimate to the American people.
Thank you. It's not.
Very
You're not
legitimate to the
recognized.
American people.
It's not, and you're not recognized on it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, parliamentary inquiry. How much taxpayer money
sir.
was wasted when some of the Democrats didn't show up to work for
Also not
almost
a,
2
not a
years
point of
during
inquiry.
COVID?
I love you, Mr.
Particularly
Fallon.
one from Boston.
Also not a point of inquiry. Thank you.
Who are you talking about? I'm sorry, are you engaging in personalities right now? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
I didn't say anybody's name.
Who are you talking about?
This is not time for debate right now. Thank you.
Well, please, yes.
I'm being respectful of everybody on both sides there. Let's be respectful of one another, please.
I'm from
This is not-
Pittsfield and I was
This
here.
is not debatable. We're not having a debate on this. We're getting ready to take a recorded vote. Everyone can sit down and turn their microphones off unless you have a point of inquiry, an appropriate point of inquiry. Thank you.
To be on the House floor eulogizing a black woman dying in Georgia because of your policies.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that we were about to take the vote in, the clerk.
Yes, we're about to take the vote.
Never mind, because I
Thank
was about
you.
to say, your members finally showed up. I mean, let's go.
Thank you, ma'am.
How's it going?
It's been interesting. Lots of delay tactics.
All right, a recorded vote is ordered, and the clerk will call the roll.
Good stuff, yeah.
We only hit the top.
Yeah, good stuff.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes yes. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes yes. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes yes. Ms. Boebert. Ms. Luna. Ms. Luna votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes yes. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes yes. Mr. Jack. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire votes yes. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes yes. Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume.
No.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown votes no. Ms. Stansbury. Ms. Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar.
No.
Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett.
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Ms. Randall. Ms. Randall votes no. Mr. Subramaniam. Mr. Subramaniam votes no. Ms. Ansari.
No.
Ms. Ansari votes no. Mr. Bell?
No.
Mr. Bell votes no. Ms. Simon? No. Ms. Simon votes no. Mr. Min?
No.
Mr. Min votes no. Ms. Presley?
No. No.
Ms. Presley votes no. Ms. Taube? Madam Chairwoman?
Aye.
Madam Chairwoman votes aye.
And how is Mr. Biggs recorded?
Mr. Biggs is not recorded. Mr. Biggs votes aye.
And how is Ms. Boebert recorded?
Ms. Boebert is not recorded. Ms. Boebert votes aye.
Madam Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chairwoman, on this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 20.
The ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The committee will now resume. Here we go. Okay, I now request unanimous consent that Representative Mouskowitz of Florida and Trahan of Massachusetts will be waived on to today's hearing for the purpose of asking questions, and without objection, so ordered. I'm pleased to introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Our first witness today is Mr. Ili Bayraktari, the president of the Special Competitive Studies Project. Our second witness is Mr. Bhavin Shah, founder and chief executive of the AI company MoveWorks. Our third witness is Ms. Linda Miller, former deputy executive director of the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee and founder of TriCLAT. Our fourth witness is Mr. Adam Thierer, senior research fellow at R Street Institute. And our fifth witness today is Mr. Bruce Schneier from the Harvard Kennedy School. We welcome everyone, and we're pleased to have you here this morning. So pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's turned on and the members up here can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired and we would ask that you please wrap it up. So I now recognize Mr. Bayraktari to please begin your opening statement.
Chairwoman Mace, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. I'm here to make one clear point. While developing advanced AI is a significant moment, the true measure of a nation's future advantage won't be who has the best models, but who has built the essential digital infrastructure and fosters the deepest adoption of AI across all of the society. To understand the stakes, imagine if at the beginning of the last century, our nation had failed to embrace electricity and yielded that transformative advantage to our competitors. The consequences would have been devastating. Today, we face a similar moment. The strategic competition in AI with People's Republic of China is intensifying. Since 2017, Beijing has launched an ambitious campaign to achieve technological supremacy as the key to its global dominance. China is executing this strategy by dedicating vast resources to integrate AI across its entire economy, society, and military. For example, they recently announced $47.5 billion semiconductor fund, which is designed to eliminate reliance on Western technology. They are on track to surpass the U.S. in raw R&D spending, having already tripled their investments since Xi Jinping came to power in 2012 to $500 billion in 2024. This is all built on dominant infrastructure, including more than 60% of the world's 5G base stations. This entire effort is backed by state-sponsored cyber espionage and intellectual property theft designed to acquire and weaponize advanced technology. While the United States still leads AI in research, our primary disadvantage is the slow adoption of these breakthroughs. We are hampered by bureaucratic inertia, outdated IT infrastructure, and a lack of AI literacy in the workforce. Overcoming these barriers is the key to winning the global tech competition. To secure our leadership, the United States must take decisive action in the following areas. First, we need to establish a high-level technology competitiveness council at the White House, modeled on the approach we took for the space race to coordinate a unified national strategy and drive rapid AI adoption across the government. Second, we need to significantly increase our investment in AI infrastructure by doubling non-defense AI R&D spending to $32 billion over time and codifying the national AI research and resource. Third, we need to launch a comprehensive national talent strategy to make the U.S. the magnet for AI experts. This means eliminating green card caps for the top STEM talent and promoting AI literacy throughout our educational system. Fourth, we must overhaul the federal procurement process to rapidly integrate cutting-edge AI from our most innovative companies. Lastly, we must strengthen our global alliances in AI, 5G, and cybersecurity to ensure the resilience and security for us and our allies. The bottom line is this. This is not just a competition of invention, but of adoption. It's about who can set the rules for the future. We have faced moments like this before. From the space race to the digital revolution, our nation's greatest strength has always been our ability to unite our vision with decisive action. By embracing this challenge together, across government, industry, and academia, we will not only secure our leadership, but build a more prosperous and secure future for all Americans. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Shah for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Mace, Ranking Member Lynch, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on government use and procurement of AI. I am Bhavin Shah, CEO and founder of MoveWorks. MoveWorks is an enterprise AI company that has spent 9 years successfully helping some of the world's largest organizations to use AI to transform their operations. Today, we face a moment of national importance. The question before us is not whether the federal government should adopt AI, it's whether we will lead or follow. Before we talk about the procurement hurdles that we have faced, let me explain to you what MoveWorks does. MoveWorks transforms how organizations support their employees. We do this through an enterprise AI assistant, and employees interact conversationally with the assistant in a chat-based interface. They can get IT support, ask HR questions, and find company information. But the assistant is not just for looking up information. It can also be used to take action, such as scheduling time off or obtaining software licenses. Behind the scenes, our platform integrates with all of an organization's technology systems. Because the AI assistant is a single unified tool, employees no longer have to log in and out of multiple systems to get work done. Organizations can extend the system to simplify and accelerate their most complex business processes, all done safely and securely while respecting permissions. We do this work by combining top-tier language models like OpenAI's GPT-4, Meta's Llama 3, as well as other models from Google's DeepMind, Microsoft, NVIDIA, just to name a few. We put these together with our own enterprise-specific models, all governed by enterprise-grade guardrails, including fact-checking, citations, and security filters. The result is AI that understands work context. It handles complex business processes safely and effectively, and follows industry-leading data protection and privacy approaches. Today, MoveWorks serves 5 million employees across 350 organizations, including major companies like Broadcom, Marriott, and CVS Health. We're also used by a number of local governments, such as Scottsdale, Ventura, and Durham County. In addition, government contractors like Leidos and Northrop Grumman use MoveWorks to make their businesses more efficient. We've seen firsthand how AI drives measurable results. Honeywell reduced IT help desk requests by 80%. Broadcom scaled from 10,000 to 50,000 employees without increasing service staff. And the city of Glendale achieved a 514% return on its AI investment. Our experience positions us uniquely to understand the federal government's complex requirements. The federal government has an unprecedented opportunity. You can leverage AI for efficiency. You can achieve cost savings. You can improve employee experience. And most importantly, you can therefore improve citizen services. We've engaged with agencies across the government and consistently see enthusiasm for AI adoption. But that enthusiasm has not translated into government procuring AI products like MoveWorks. We've encountered 3 primary barriers. The first is the FedRAMP process. MoveWorks invested 3.5 years and over $8.5 million to achieve FedRAMP-ready status. This is a prohibitive barrier for smaller AI innovators, the companies that often develop the most cutting-edge solutions. Second, complex reseller networks. These force innovative companies to work through intermediaries rather than directly with agencies, adding costs without adding value. Third, multi-year contracting vehicles. These favor large incumbents over agile AI companies. These create delays measured in years. Meanwhile, AI technology advances every month. American AI leadership requires action, not just intention. The private sector has demonstrated that AI adoption can both be rapid and secure when procurement processes match the pace of innovation. I recommend Congress consider immediate steps to improve government use and procurement of AI. Embed AI education and adoption goal in agency leadership performance plans. Create government developer programs for startups to learn federal systems. Scale AI proof of concept programs for rapid pilots to all agencies, similar to the Investment Horizons pilot program developed by the Office of the CIO within the Navy. And finally, establish agency innovator programs that allow smaller agencies to serve as test beds for AI implementations. Longer term, we must modernize acquisition policies. We must accelerate procurement timelines. The federal government employs the most important workforce in the world, the workforce that operates our democracy and defends our nation. These public servants deserve the same AI-powered tools that are transforming the private sector's productivity and effectiveness. We have a choice. We can modernize our procurement process to embrace AI innovation, or we can watch other nations take the lead in government AI adoption, while our agencies struggle with outdated processes and missed opportunities. I urge this committee to champion procurement reform. We need to maintain our competitive edge while serving citizens more effectively. Thank you, and I welcome your questions and discussions on these critical topics.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Ms. Miller for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. My name is Linda Miller. I bring a unique perspective today because I spent 10 years at one of the world's most admired agencies, the GAO, as well as I'm also the co-founder of an AI technology startup. So I'm coming here with both the perspective of a long history in the oversight community, as well as some of the challenges that have already been raised about trying to bring innovative technology to the US government. As DOGE is seeing firsthand, it's hard, if not impossible, to try and impose private sector innovation on the federal government. The data challenges alone are formidable. Agencies collect data poorly if they collect it at all. Programs collect their own data in silos. They don't share it even amongst themselves, much less with other agencies. In many cases, agencies don't even know who they're paying. They send money to states in the form of grants, and from there, the money trail is opaque, making payment integrity almost impossible. At Tracklight, to help illuminate who one federal agency was paying, we spoke to a company who FOIAs data on invoices to state agencies and sells it. For our federal client, we were going to have to buy the data to tell them who they were paying. The same issue exists at the state level. GAO reported on a grant program that administered by one state in which a company applied for the same grant 13 times in neighboring counties and got it because the states didn't share that data. The size and complexity of the administrative state and the volume of regulations agencies must comply with make agility and innovation next to impossible. My fellow panelists have made some very smart suggestions about turbocharging the rip and replace efforts of legacy IT systems and removing procurement barriers. But we have to be realistic about how capable government is to enact these rapid changes, no matter how badly they're needed. I could spend my time this morning telling you about how we urgently need to adopt AI across government to remain relevant, achieve cost savings, and improve service delivery, as well as prevent fraud, waste, and abuse. But I think you already know that. So I'd like to talk about what proactively can be done to move the needle. GAO has reported that there's almost 25 existing AI requirements in federal law and guidance today. GSA has established an AI Center of Excellence, which was required by law. Agencies have inventoried AI use cases. They've put in place responsible AI officials, but the government continues to show anemic AI adoption overall. My fear is we've created yet another bureaucratic morass, hamstringing agencies with compliance work, and only added the layers of sludge, further slowing down AI adoption. There has been progress. Recent EOs have sought to improve data sharing, which will improve how agencies make use of data to use AI. And GSA's FedRAMP overhaul is a step in the right direction. I completely agree with Mr. Shah. He spent $8.5 million trying to get FedRAMP certified, and successfully getting FedRAMP certified. My small technology company is going to have to put out millions of dollars to do the same. But AI adoption is the perfect candidate for what's called a regulatory sandbox, which Congress can mandate to speed AI projects to implementation in controlled settings, suspending these layers of bureaucracy. Creative procurement solutions must be explored and carefully monitored, allowing lessons to be learned and shared across agencies. And outdated privacy laws that were designed for a world that was that existed long before the internet, much less artificial intelligence, has to be revised. I cannot state this more clearly. The bad guys have all our data. We cannot protect Americans' privacy in 2025. Today, privacy protection is going to have to involve advanced technology like anonymization of sensitive data and the use of other types of identifiers like behaviors and geolocation. I'd be remiss not to mention the risks, which are real. Lazy, careless use of AI doesn't just imperil the goals of the AI project, it undermines the trust in the technology itself. Hallucinations are real. Subject matter expertise is vital. Responsible AI is not just a buzzword. Humans in the loop means humans who are trained, knowledgeable, and paying close attention. This is not a set it and forget it tool. Now is the time to be bold. We can't change how government operates. Wholesale changes to legacy IT systems and the federal acquisition system will take years. But we can create innovative laboratories where AI projects can operate in proof of concept regulatory sandboxes in carefully controlled environments to start to show the art of the possible. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Thierer for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Mace, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the committee, thank you for your invitation to participate in this important hearing. My name is Adam Thierer. I am a senior fellow at the R Street Institute, where I cover emerging technology policy. My message here today focuses on 3 key points. First, there are meaningful benefits to governmental use of artificial intelligence technologies. Second, Congress and the Trump administration need to take steps to unlock those benefits by accelerating the modernization of government systems and policies. Third, we must appreciate the connection between broader AI regulation and the benefits the government itself can accrue from these systems. While the federal government is already integrating AI into systems and processes, progress has been slow, and there needs to be more urgency to tap the many benefits that AI can offer. The bipartisan House Task Force on Artificial Intelligence report from last December noted that, quote, each year the federal government spends over $100 billion on information technology and cybersecurity. Approximately 80% of this spending goes to operating existing legacy systems that are typically outdated and underpinned by archaic software and hardware components. AI can help address this persistent problem. Last year, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce released a study on how improved IT processes and aid agencies already help to, quote, modernize infrastructure, enhance citizen services, improve national security, and foster innovation, and unlock significant long-term cost savings and efficiencies along the way. Doing more with AI could generate even broader benefits. Accenture estimates that by tapping AI systems, federal agencies could unleash, quote, a productivity windfall for the U.S. government worth up to $532 billion annually by 2028. Just earlier this week, the UK government reported that a new trial of AI tools revealed how civil servants who use them freed up 2 weeks a year in working time, and 82% of them said they wanted to continue to use AI tools to boost their productivity. AI tools can be particularly helpful in simplifying paperwork and procedural hassles. AI has already been used to improve public records management at many different agencies, including document declassification and Freedom of Information Act requests. AI can also help streamline specific regulations and make them more cost-effective to ensure greater value to taxpayers. AI is already helping governments better administer various public services, including infrastructure management, public safety efforts, healthcare delivery, environmental monitoring, emergency responses, workforce development, and various other citizen services. As Congress and the executive branch look to continue to clear a path to efficient government AI uptake, the focus should continue to be on addressing barriers to implementation through 5 main priorities. First, modernize federal acquisition policies to boost AI adoption, especially by encouraging easier acquisition of sophisticated but cost-effective commercial systems. Second, streamline paperwork and use requirements associated with federal AI contracts and deployments, especially for small businesses and open source providers. Third, ensure government data sets are AI ready and interoperable such that the public, researchers, and other organizations can more easily benefit from them. Fourth, enhance in-house government AI talent and improve technical literacy at all levels. And fifth, boost trust and security in government technology systems. Congress has already passed several laws to facilitate some of these goals, and bipartisan efforts by both the Biden and Trump administrations have helped expand those efforts, including through chief AI officers in federal agencies. The OMB recently released very important guidance requiring agencies to, quote, adopt a forward-leaning and pro-innovation approach that takes advantage of this technology to help shape the future of government operations and, quote, harness solutions that bring the very best value to taxpayers. This committee and others should assist these efforts by helping the administration ensure that agencies are AI ready for the future. That means closer oversight of agency modernization and digitization efforts, plus the necessary funding to get the job done. Finally, Congress should recognize there is an important connection between broader AI policy and the benefits governments can gain from AI systems. Proposals to regulate AI systems are proliferating rapidly, with over 1,000 AI-related bills already introduced just 5 months into 2025. If these mandates expand, they will significantly raise the cost of deploying advanced AI systems because complicated, confusing compliance regimes would hamstring developers, especially smaller ones. A confusing patchwork of state and local red tape will not only undermine the market for commercial systems, but it will also undermine the government's ability to choose from a diverse array of competitive, cost-effective options. One recent study from CCIA reported the federal preemption of state-level AI regulation would benefit the federal balance sheet by up to $269 billion over the next decade by lowering procurement costs for the federal government. Congress needs to protect the interstate marketplace and ensure a robustly innovative and competitive AI ecosystem can develop. Some degree of preemption is needed to achieve this goal and ensure a diverse array of cutting-edge AI solutions are available to government agencies and to the public as consumers of both private and public services. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Schneier, you're now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me. So I'm a technologist. I've been working in cryptography and cybersecurity since the early 1990s. I write, I teach, I consult, I start companies. I've thought a lot about the role of AI in democratic government. I actually wrote a book on this topic that'll be published in October. Previous 4 speakers have talked about the promises of this technology. I want to talk about the national security implications of the way our country is consolidating data and feeding it to AI models. Chairman Connor said in his statement about this hearing that he wanted to unleash AI responsibly while protecting the interests and rights of all Americans. DOJ's actions do exactly the opposite. Over the last few months, DOJ's affiliates have spread across government. They are still exfiltrating massive U.S. databases, processing them with AI, and offering them to private companies such as Palantir. These actions are causing irreparable harm to the security of our country and to the safety of everyone, including everyone in this room, right, regardless of political affiliation. This unprecedented security risk is a result of 2 things: DOJ's sloppy cybersecurity regarding our data and regarding the networks they've accessed, and also the overtrusting of AI, current technology, to take over human tasks. You all need to assume that our adversaries have copies of all the data DOJ has exfiltrated and have established access into all the networks that DOJ has removed security controls from. And your data can be used against you. Right? Consider the coercive power of your financial records or your medical records or the government clearance form you filled out. Whoever you think of as your enemy or an enemy of the United States, they can use this data to coerce you or a family member or a member of your staff. And this is true for any elected official or CEO or police officer or judge or nuclear power plant operator. Like, really, it's true for everyone. The more powerful you are or the more critical your role, the more likely it is that someone will seek to use your data against you. There's also a military concept called preparing the battlefield, which are the things that you do into the enemy in peacetime to make wartime easier. So China hacking backdoors into our power grid is an example of that. And preparing to use our data against us is another. So you should assume that any significant military action against the United States will start with every general's bank account being zeroed out. And maybe your bank account's being zeroed out, because there's nothing more distracting than your distraught families. Data is power. Any entity, government or corporate, that holds individual data has the ability to understand, predict, even manipulate behavior. Right? This is Facebook's business model. Our government collects incredibly intimate data about Americans, but its power is limited by how that data is organized. There was security in our data being spread amongst different government agencies, with different rules governing use and sharing, Using AI to reason across disconnected data stores represents a massive increase in government power and therefore a security threat. DOG's sloppy security practices also means we can't trust the data they're using. Did they make copying mistakes? Did some adversaries slip in bad data? Remember that nonsense about 150-year-olds collecting Social Security? That was someone misunderstanding how the data was encoded. Our adversaries are certainly capable of penetrating the security of any of the companies that DOJ gave our data to, and just as capable as poisoning our AI systems. Data integrity is vital, and good AI fed with bad data makes bad decisions and is untrustworthy. Irreparable damage has already been done, but the damage is ongoing. 2015, China hacked OPM, stole data about all federal workers. That was a major security breach. Continuous real-time access to data is much more dangerous. The longer these vulnerabilities persist, the more adversaries will be able to manipulate data and install backdoors. The more they'll be able to manipulate the AIs we're creating, and the more they'll be able to secretly influence our policy outcomes. Sacrificing cybersecurity in an effort to create an AI future not only risks the country, it risks the AIs, which in turn risks our justice system, our legislative system, our banking system, national defense, and all of us, all of you personally. So thank you, and I welcome questions and conversation.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Gosar for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chairwoman. Ms. Miller, you described the COVID process as a catastrophic event with a high risk of fraud. I agree. I am the only non-U.S. president in the United States to have ever killed a national emergency. I killed COVID. But there's not a single receipt, though. And since Bill Clinton through Joe Biden, we've spent over $13 trillion, let me say that again, $13 trillion without a receipt. Could we use AI to examine the funds spent under COVID?
It depends on where that data is available. Certainly, AI can be used to mine any data sets that exist. The question I think you're really asking is whether or not that data exists, and I don't have the answer to that question.
Well, I hope that we'd have some database because we have a record of where it went, supposedly. So
Well, yeah, so we have a record of where a lot of the spending went, and of course, the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, the organization that I helped lead, has a lot of that data on their website about where money was spent during the pandemic. When a lot of that money was stolen, something I talk about a lot, we don't know where that money went. A lot of the money that was stolen during the pandemic went to overseas foreign adversarial nation states.
So they also could have, how should I say this? If they were recouping, my understanding there was over 2,000 cases in Arizona alone that entities or individuals were actually sued by the government to get it back, resulting in compensation of over $300 million. We could use that as well if it disappeared. Once again, it's based on the data, right?
Yeah, it's based on the data. I don't think I'm qualified to answer that. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Shaw, you talked about our procurement system. Boy, it's broken. So how would you use AI during that whole process? Because our overruns in our military are outrageous. How can we keep them on track? How does that work?
Yeah, I think there's a variety of things to talk about on that topic. One, you can use AI to help with the procurement process itself in terms of analyzing vendors, summarizing submissions, generating use cases and requirements for the different agencies that are looking for new technology. But I think before that, we need to sort of create an environment where these new technologies that can be applied to procurement or anything else in the US government can make their way into these agencies. And I think that's a human process problem that we have an opportunity here in this committee to really kind of provide some oversight and correction so that we can go about delivering these great new technologies into these agencies quickly, right? We've spent years working on this ourselves to try and get into agencies. But if you look at a lot of these procurement, sort of processes, they're multi-year, they're outdated from the 1990s, where essentially, you're thinking about installing software on some server rack that's going to last 5 years, and then it might take 2 years to actually go through the procurement process. This is untenable for young companies who have limited cash, limited capital, who want to be able to monetize their investments and especially help the U.S. government move quickly.
So could you use something like a blockchain? See, I'm not a techie. I got questions. Could you use a blockchain to kind of utilize some type? I see you. I'll come back to you in a second, but I want Mr. Shaw. Is there some kind of technology that will help preserve some of this data or save us?
So we do not deploy blockchain technology for our solution. We focus squarely on what employees can benefit from when it comes to using AI to be more productive. So I'm unfortunately not able to answer how blockchain could be used here, but generally speaking, technology has been shown in the private sector to have tremendous impacts on their efficiencies and their ability to stay ahead and to lead in the industry.
Yes, Ms. Miller, I got one more question for you. Could you use AI to audit Medicaid, Medicare, and comparisons with hospital versus hospital?
Yeah, that's a very, very good use case for AI because you can look at, there's a lot of claims data and there's a lot of information on providers, and you can look at all that data using AI very quickly and identify patterns that look suspicious. It's an area that I think really is ripe for a lot of innovation in the space because CMS has the opportunity to really mine a lot of that Medicare and Medicaid data using artificial intelligence to identify taxpayer dollars that are being stolen.
Gotcha. Well, I'm out of time. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Lynch for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bakhtari, you mentioned in your testimony the value of educating AI literate workers, right? And Mr. Shah, I think you alluded to the same thing. About 25 years ago, I co-founded a charter school in Boston, a public charter school, and what we did was we saw that most of the jobs that were being created were in math and science and STEM-related industries. So we created this school that doubled or tripled the amount of educational time that students would be exposed to math and science. It's worked very, very well. Those students score very, very high on math and science in the MCAS. Unfortunately, on Monday, the Trump administration rescinded $325 million from the STEM education grants that we provide to feed that type of activity, that sustain a move towards, stronger STEM disciplines within our student bodies. And that was money that was already authorized, so it wasn't, up for debate. This is the stuff we did last year. Is that something that cutting $325 million in STEM grants, is that going to help our effort here on AI?
Ranking Member Lynch, I think we have to be strategic about how we approach AI adoption at all levels of our educational system. I think if you look at what China is doing, they're introducing AI at every level of their educational system. I think for our kids going forward, having a capability in their pocket to have access to an Einstein AI agentic application that can help them towards tailored education would be an enormous benefit, for the next generation of Americans.
Learning math and science would probably help as well. I'm going to just reclaim my time. Mr. Schneier, thank you, though. Thank you. I think you're on the right track there. Mr. Schneier, can you talk about, so China has adopted an AI system that is total surveillance of their entire population there. It's non-democratic. It's quite oppressive. Their goal is to be able to surveil every single member of their society, know what they're doing, know what they're purchasing, and for oppressive reasons so that no one gets out of line. Can you talk about the need to, when we approve AI and choose the architecture for our AI, how important it is to make sure that transparency, that respecting privacy, independence, how important is to have those elements of democracy itself ingrained and embodied in our AI models?
It's vital, and this is why you'll see a lot of movements towards public AI. the notion of an AI model that is not built and owned by a for-profit corporation. Right? We can imagine other entities creating an AI. And that's really a matter of trust and integrity. Can we trust Grok or even the model from Google or Amazon or any of the other models? Or do we as a country need a model that is built on American democratic values and not necessarily corporate values? It's critical to think about this. Don't think of it as one AI. There'll be many of them.
Right.
I mean, already there are over 1 million models on Hugging Face that are free, and it's becoming cheaper to create these models.
I want you to move to in your testimony, you talked about the dangers that Elon Musk created by the way he was diving into Social Security data and IRS data, and the danger that presented to the United States from a national security standpoint and to the privacy of U.S. citizens. Can you talk about that, please?
I mean, and it's really a matter of process. The goal might be a good idea, but the reason we have controls around this data, who can access, under what rules, in what configurations, are because it's so sensitive. And you think about the different data enclaves, and whether it's census or military data or OPM data about government employees or health data, this is very critical, and we as citizens give this data to the government for good reasons, and it's kept separate for good reasons, and it's kept secure. So when we read about laptops of data being removed, data being given to Palantir to train models that they're going to use to sell back to us, the security is a real concern.
Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Higgins for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thierer, I'm going to be talking with you mostly for the next 5 minutes. So I'd like to dig into the controversies regarding the moratorium section of the BBB legislation currently being considered by Congress. It's across the country as part of the narrative of the discussion of AI, and I believe we have an opportunity today to clarify the intent and the specifics of that section of legislative language in BBB. So in that topic, and please help me to understand, and in doing so, help the nation to understand, good sir. My read of the actual bill states that to that section in particular, going to the moratorium under the section of artificial intelligence and information technology modernization, says in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, which is essentially an exception to the moratorium that it allows for the sovereign states to enact and enforce laws that remove restrictions on use of AI. But the paragraph says in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, no state or political subdivision thereof, quote unquote, may enforce, comma, during the 10-year period beginning on the date of enactment of this bill, any law or regulation of that state. So my read is that the state is not restricted from debating and considering and voting on and passing and using their legislative bicameral body in each sovereign state to debate and vote on and pass laws regarding AI, and for that governor to sign that law. The big beautiful bill in this section states that the federal government is asking for a pause on enforcement. Am I right or wrong? And please embellish.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman, for the question. I testified about this in front of the Energy and Commerce Committee just 2 weeks ago, where there was a debate about the AI moratorium. And it's important to keep in mind that the reconciliation bill includes specific funding to modernize Department of Commerce technology systems. And there's a concern among members about exactly how that can happen if there's a whole host of conflicting laws at the
Right,
state
and the so-called moratorium is under that section.
That's correct.
Please continue.
And so therefore, that would prohibit certain AI-specific types of regulations at the state and local level.
It would prohibit the enforcement
yes,
of state-authored regulations.
that are AI-specific regulations. It very specifically says that laws of general applicability are not to be covered by this, also criminal activity not covered. And so there are some important exceptions to this, and states are going to be free to continue to act on a lot of these different things.
So this moratorium, in the interest of time, just to clarify for the country, sir, this moratorium does not restrict the sovereign state's right to debate, vote on, and enact new AI legislation within that state. The moratorium is asking the states to recognize that AI by nature is interstate commerce, and under this section for modernization of the Commerce Department of the reconciliation bill, we're stating that the states should refrain from enforcement of new AI laws. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, Congressman, and specifically what you said about protection of the interstate, the national marketplace, is really crucial, and it reflects the broader consensus of Congress going back over the last 30 years about the internet and technology more broadly, that there does need to be somewhat of a national framework and make sure that we don't have a parochial patchwork that will interfere with the free flow of algorithmic commerce and speech.
Okay, that was a
6 seconds.
squared away explanation. I thank the gentleman. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. I will now recognize Ms. Norton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Government must leverage the best technology possible to meet the ever-changing needs of the people it serves. From the creation of the National Postal Service to the discoveries that led to the internet, the federal government has a long history of embracing new technology to better deliver for our constituents. But our North Star must always be service to the American people, not tax breaks for billionaires or backroom deals to benefit the richest man in the world at public expense. As we discuss the use of artificial intelligence in government, we must have people at the center of the conversation, including the people we represent and federal workers who serve our country. AI is a tool that can empower our public servants, but it is not a substitute for passionate and committed federal workers. Ms. Miller, can AI alone replace federal workers?
Absolutely not. No. The implementation of AI, it's very important when we think about building AI tools that we're building them with the people that we need that will use them. AI is talked about a lot as something that's going to replace people. I'm a strong advocate in using AI to automate routine processes and repeatable processes and free up people to do more high-level, high-skilled work. And so I absolutely do not believe that AI should be doing the work of the public servants. I believe that AI should augment that work and that we should work with public service as we put in place AI tools.
Thank you. Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency has gutted so much of the federal workforce, firing tens of thousands of people under the guise of greater efficiency. But Americans know better. They see the negative impacts every day. As a direct result of the interference with Social Security administrations, senior citizens now face 98-minute wait times to speak with customer service, crowded lobbies at field offices, and being turned away from scheduled appointments because the agency simply does not have enough employees for its mission. Poor customer service is not efficiency. It is failing to uphold the government's responsibility to our constituents. Now the Social Security Administration wants to cut an additional 7,000 employees and somehow use AI to handle calls from seniors. That does not work, because I know that when my constituents have a problem with Social Security, they would rather talk to a person with a computer, talk to a person than a computer program. The Department of Government Efficiency cuts are wreaking havoc on our communities, and it will take years to clean up the mess Elon Musk has left behind. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Ms. Fox for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And thanks to our witnesses for being here. Mr. Thier, the Trump administration has expressed a goal for the United States to maintain its dominance in AI. Why is it important for the United States to maintain its dominant position in AI?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. As you've heard here today from several witnesses, we're in a serious race with China and the Chinese Communist Party for AI supremacy globally. And the broad-based ramifications of who wins that race are significant for our, not just our geopolitical security, but also our values broadly as a nation and for the world. And so there's a real danger that if we don't get AI policy right as a nation, that China will take the lead. Its products will diffuse throughout the world faster, and we're already seeing this. I was testifying earlier this year at a hearing on the so-called DeepSeek moment, and we saw, surprised a lot of us, including me, how advanced these Chinese systems are today and how effective they've been at filling gaps globally that America's not there to fill at the moment.
Thanks. I do think the answer is pretty obvious, but it was important to get something on the record.
Sure.
How has the Trump administration approach to AI differed from the previous Biden administrations, and why is the departure from the Biden administration's AI policy necessary? Mr. Thier.
Well, the Biden administration approach was very voluminous in terms of rulemaking. You know, obviously the executive order, longest in American history on AI, over 110 pages. And a lot of it was very fear-based, unfortunately, and didn't embrace the technology as much as the new Trump administration executive order and subsequent orders have done. And so I think there's been a real sea change of approach here in terms of understanding the benefits associated with AI technologies broadly.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw, your company's been successful at streamlining certain administrative tasks for businesses in the private sector and helping boost productivity. How do you see AI technologies like those developed by your company being effectively used in the federal government? And what kinds of productivity gains and cost savings could we expect to see?
Thank you for the question. To put it in maybe legislative terms, imagine you had an assistant that could summarize the status of a bill. Perhaps maybe look up a constituent problem that you've been tackling before a meeting, or being able to search all of your notes and your memos about various committee hearings and tasks that have been assigned. All these things are things that AI gives us today, and the private sector is using this quite aggressively to make their own teams more efficient and effective. To your question about sort of what that looks like, there's sort of three categories I like to think about. Scale. Broadcom, for example, was able to go from 10,000 employees to 50,000 while keeping the same support staff. So that's another benefit, which is you can take the same team and allow them to support a lot more employees in this case, but in our case here today talking about constituents. I think there's also employee time savings. The city of Glendale, I mentioned, did a 500% plus ROI on their investment, but that was 3,500 hours of savings from the employees themselves that they could apply and use towards other tasks and functions for their constituents. And then, of course, there's monetary savings, which is that if we can do some of this more efficiently, that goes back to the U.S. taxpayers, goes back into the economy to get spent on further innovation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Miller, according to the Office of Management and Budget, each year taxpayers provide more than $1.2 trillion, or nearly 5% of GDP in funding for thousands of programs across the entire government through grants and other financial assistance. With so much taxpayer money spent, it should come as no surprise that besides a very high-level accounting, the federal government largely cannot tell whether a particular grant award was used wisely or if it accomplished the stated goals of the grant program. This committee has worked on legislation such as my bill from 2019, the GREAT Act, to address the problem, but as we've discovered, there's not enough data available in the proper formats to evaluate whether taxpayer funds given out as grants are being used wisely. How could AI help us solve this problem and make sure that every taxpayer dollar given as a grant is used effectively and for its stated purpose?
Thanks for the question. Actually, we did something pretty innovative with my technology company, TrackLight. We were trying to figure out who one of the agencies that we were working with paid. And so we got access to minutes of board meetings, and then we used AI to scrape those minutes and identify vendors. And then we were able to collect hundreds of vendors that this agency was paying that they didn't know they were paying. Now, we can all talk about how insane it is that the agency doesn't know who they're paying, which is a serious problem. But there are ways that AI can help solve this problem and start to sort of piece together who these grants are going to. And it's incredibly important for taxpayers to know that information.
It would be nice if we could just search things on Fireside. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, and I'll now recognize Mr. Mfume for 5 minutes.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. My thanks to the guests who have come today. One of the things that strikes me about this hearing is that we don't have enough time, and we're all trying to get a lot in here. So I will certainly use the right that members have to submit questions for the record for 5 business days, because there are a number of you. Mr. Shaw, in particular, I want to ask some questions of you through that process. And Mr. Schneier, your testimony was chilling, to say the very least, so hopefully we can talk about that. But Ms. Miller, I'd like to start with you. Much of your work focuses on fraud prevention, and before we get to that, I'd like to go back to something that I heard that was just as chilling, and that was your description of these outdated privacy laws, which don't afford any protection whatsoever to what's happening now in 2025 at the rapid pace of this technology and its development. It's very scary to believe and to hear, quite frankly, that we are behind in that, because the privacy of Americans is absolutely important. It's just as important as what Ms. Norton brought up earlier, and that is the fact that people who are looking for Social Security or trying to get Medicaid or trying to figure out SNAP benefits are running into this technology and being run over by it in many instances. So can we talk just a minute about these privacy laws, which I assume they predate all of this discussion, and that there is, as I understand, not a real determined effort to upgrade them to be able to protect industry and be able to protect government and individuals?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. The Privacy Act was passed in 1972, which was 52 years ago, almost 53, and we still have that's still the law that governs how we protect privacy today, which obviously is exceptionally outdated. There are, in my opinion, there isn't a lot that can be done through the legal system to protect Americans' personally identifiable information anymore. I think we just live in an entirely new world now, and foreign adversarial nation-state actors, criminal rings, all of our data has been monetized, is being monetized today. 96% of information that's stolen through a data breach is used to monetize by a threat actor. And so because we have such an asymmetric situation when it comes to data, government is going to have to get much better about using technology to protect privacy. And there are technologies that are in place, I'm sure that some from some of the panelists here today are using in the private sector. We can anonymize data. And so we can do things that can protect people's privacies. And we're going to need to think about this both from a legislative perspective, not hamstringing agencies. The Privacy Act and the Computer Matching Act keep agencies from being able to share data that they desperately need to be able to find these actors. And again, these actors are foreign adversarial actors.
Thank you very, very much. Mrs. Schneier, let's go back to your assessment of the bigger you are, the bigger target you are, the more data is collected on you, and the more harm that will come to you, your community, your agency, your government in this instance. Walk me down that street again, because you didn't go into the fact that this is not science fiction. This is happening every day, and it's happening to the United States of America.
Well, I mentioned China, the OPM breach from the last decade, where China went into OPM and took the data, among other things, all the clearance forms of United States citizens. And you can imagine why they might do that, and why they might identify who spies are, might look for people they can influence. And that is the sort of thing that countries are doing today. I mean, I'm assuming we're doing it to them. And so this data is very valuable at the government level for a lot of different things. I mentioned two scenarios. I mentioned a potential war scenario, a potential peace scenario. The more data we have, and our data is being collected everywhere. And so a lot of data is had by social media companies that know a lot about what we like and who we are and who our friends are and who's important to us. But the data we give governments is a different sort of data. If you think about the data that's on the tax return, or the data that the Census Bureau collects, or the military data, that's personal on a different level. And countries want that. They're going to want that in aggregate to figure out things about us, and they're going to want it individually. And coercion's it depends who you are, what coercion means.
Thank you. My time has expired. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Sessions for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, and good morning to each of the panel members. We appreciate you being here. A long time ago, I spent time at Bell Labs, where we were responsible for the network architecture, but also the development of the switch that would be utilized. We set standards and did things to where we had unified way to look at how switch operated. We both know we had Salt and Volt Typhoon, whereby our government people learned that the Chinese had been into our our databases for a long time. Should have found it, didn't find it, cost us. My question really is, and I'm sure each one of you have an answer for this, or at least your vision of that. All it takes is one node to be compromised. It's like a big fence that goes around. It just takes one loose place. Does the federal government, do we here in Congress need to ask someone? Do we need to deal with other countries? Does there need to be a standards body that specifically, like when I worked at the labs, to set what those standards are? How do we avoid, with all the things we're doing, getting something that happens like that again? Sir, evidently you've got your hand on the panel first.
I didn't.
Any ideas?
I didn't know this was Jeopardy, that you had to be quick.
Well, okay, then we can go to you last if you want. But my point is, do you have any ideas on this question?
So we have things. I mean, this is the job of the NSA. Right? We have security organizations in the United States whose job is to protect American data. And I think we actually do a pretty good job. And we have problems that a lot of data is in private hands, that, right now, if you think about just the Defense Department, there are thousands of networks, but there are rules. And, I think we're doing okay. I don't think we need an international standard. I mean, this is very much United States. I mean, NATO does things together, so there are groups. But this isn't like a corporate security thing where we need an international standard, everyone's consistent. The U.S. has U.S. problems, U.S. adversaries, and we do have U.S. solutions.
We also have battleships and aircraft carriers that are out in the middle of places. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Mr. Shaw?
Yeah, I think what we've seen, especially in cybersecurity, the NIST has created standards there that became adopted by a majority of the industry. And I think when it comes to AI and protecting data, coming from the lens of a startup, from a young company, We've looked at the new standards that they have around AI, and they're actually pretty good. And they do provide for a lot of recommendations that we actually follow. And then furthermore, going through the FedRAMP process, while I found it to be very expensive, there was a lot of amazing sort of things that they recommended in terms of infrastructure, software, process, and procedures that allow us to really make sure that the data is secured. And so I think that if we can have more of these types of frameworks, more of a lighter touch, it'll allow us to continue to innovate fast, but still give us all a true north of where we should take things in terms of our infrastructure and our processes.
Sir?
Sir, I would say three things. Number one, just to follow on Mr. Shah's point, I think NIST is well positioned for this. I think the remissioning of the Safety Institute by the Department of Commerce 2 days ago that will focus on really building the standards across our federal government and how they use AI is a step forward. Also looking at, open source models coming from countries of concern, specifically China, and what kind of a risk they possess in our ecosystem. I think that's the right step to do it. At the allies and partners levels, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, the 5I Alliance really provides us with a stepping stone of, coming with some common standards among our 5 allied partners, and then start bringing other countries under the fold. And the third piece, as Mr. Schreier mentioned here earlier, what can we do on the offensive side? So our adversary doesn't get a hold of our data, they don't use it against us, and then actually we put them on the back foot instead of letting them, really attack us on a daily and hourly basis.
Good. Anyone else?
Just very briefly, sir, I just want to put in a good word for what the Trump administration has been doing with its recent executive orders and OMB guidance on this front, which has been to provide not only a framework for expanding the use of AI throughout government, but also getting more serious about security vulnerabilities and other types of concerns. And recent OMB guidances like M25-21 and 22 basically try to address these concerns you're raising.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate the panel very much. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Ms. Brown for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad this committee is finally turning its attention to the federal government's use of artificial intelligence because under President Trump, AI isn't being used to serve the people, it's being abused to serve the powerful. DOGE was a reckless, unregulated, and unethical failure, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of my colleagues on the other side quietly agree now that Elon Musk is out here trashing their one big ugly bill. So let's be clear about how we got here. Musk and his cronies were handed the keys to our government's data, let loose to sidestep security safeguards, strip away federal jobs, and exploit Americans' personal information unchecked and unaccountable. They used AI as a blunt force tool to slash thousands of federal jobs and gut billions in government spending with no transparency or regard for the human cost. But that's not even the most dangerous part. DOGE has launched an unprecedented power grab over Americans' personal data. Earlier this year, reports surfaced that a DOGE staffer with no credentials and no clearance reportedly accessed Americans' personal information and shared private data with third parties. I co-led a letter with Reps. Trahan and Del Bene demanding an investigation, and it might not come as a surprise that we're still waiting for answers. And we now know this wasn't a one-off. Whistleblowers have revealed that DOGE is actively building a master database, a centralized system combining sensitive data from across federal and state agencies that includes Americans' medical records, their credit card numbers, their medical claims, their student debts, and much, much more. To build it, the administration has turned to Palantir, the surveillance firm funded and founded by Republican mega donor Peter Thiel. And this massive trove of personal information is being built with no oversight, no security guarantees, and no guardrails. Here's why every American should be alarmed. In the wrong hands, this database could be weaponized to target political enemies, suppress dissent, or surveil the public. And even in the best case scenario, a breach could expose millions to identity theft, blackmail, or worse. What's most disturbing is how much we still don't know. But what we do know raises serious concerns about violations of the Privacy Act, FISMA, and E-Government Act. This committee must keep investigating because we cannot allow AI to become a weapon of surveillance for surveillance, exploitation, and the dismantling of public institutions. So, Mr. Shire, how should Americans feel knowing that DOGE is pulling together their most sensitive personal data to train AI without clear safeguards, oversight, or consent? And what protections are in place to keep that data from being misused or exposed?
Well, we do have a lot of laws in place. We have laws protecting the data. We have laws prescribing how it is used, how it is shared, and that's what's being bypassed. So it really is more a matter of enforcing the laws we have on the books than writing new laws. I don't think we have a need to do anything because of AI, because these problems with data sharing, the security risks, have been with us for decades. And we do have laws, we do have rules, and they're being bypassed.
So let me ask you this. Given DOGE's reported practice of bypassing security protocols and exporting sensitive data to less secure environments, how serious is the national security risk? And are we making it easier for foreign adversary hackers to access government systems and Americans' personal information?
I mean, we are. We knew from the first weeks that some of the things DOGE was doing was bypassing security protocols. And removing audit trails. I mean, basically eliminating the security mechanisms we have in place to protect the data. We've had one example of a Russian actor going in after a DOGE employee using their credentials. I mean, that's the one we know about. These countries are not stupid. They know how to do espionage. They've been doing it for decades. And so I think what I said in my remarks, we have to assume that all of this data has been exfiltrated by our enemies. I would be very concerned. Now, it depends on who you are. The more powerful you are, the more concerned you are, because the more leverage can be leveraged against you.
Thank you. Let me be clear. Artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies can offer real benefits, but only when developed responsibly and with clear guardrails that protect the American people. So I stand ready to work with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are serious about securing our nation's cybersecurity, safely deploying AI within the federal government, and ensuring that Americans' data remains safe. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the panelists for being here today. Mr. Shaw, in your written testimony, you describe how various communities, counties, cities, and 2 of them in Arizona, Scottsdale and Glendale, are actually using AI, perhaps becoming a hub of AI anyway, using it to become more efficient. Can you expand on that for us? Tell us what they're doing, and then the guidelines or guardrails that they have in place.
Yeah, it's a great question. So, in terms of the cities and counties that have started to adopt this technology, they're using it to make their employees more effective. What does that mean? That means that they can self-serve a lot more use cases than they would have otherwise. They can find information, they can troubleshoot issues that they might be having with IT or even an HR situation or use case. They can submit performance reviews, they can do a variety of tasks that were otherwise very manual and very slow and required a lot of coordination amongst folks. And so this, as I was mentioning earlier, City of Glendale in Arizona is saving their employees 3,500 hours now each month, being able to now do more with those same team members to support the employees or the constituents of their county. And so I think that we see this across the private sector. We've seen people use this technology to enable more employees to do greater levels of work and greater levels of output while still sort of maintaining all the privacy and the security that's required in any of those environments.
Thanks for that. Now, Mr. Schneider was talking about the laws that have been placed to protect privacy rights, and they've been in place for a long time, largely ignored from both parties, if quite frankly, in my opinion. But what I want to get to is something that Mr. Bajraktari said when you started talking about the Five Eyes community. And I just came from another hearing where one of the issues that we're having is that pursuant to the Cloud Act, the UK is trying to get backdoor hacks into Apple. And they're claiming that they have some kind of robust privacy protection there. But the reality is they won't disclose what that robust privacy protection is, and they're keeping the entire process closed, obscured. And so I'm curious about how we can fully work with the Five Eyes community in the development of AI and yet protect the fundamental rights of American citizens? And so I'm going to ask you that question.
Thank you, sir. Great question. We have created the Five Eye community during the Cold War because one of the ways we could share more and fast and be ahead of what Soviet Union was doing was, being able to share with our allies and partners. I think there needs to be a starting point in how we confront China today. I don't think we can confront China alone without bringing, our closest allies under the fold. The speed and scale of how China adopts and uses AI for national security purposes is really breathtaking. So my point is we should start with the community of the most trusted allies and partners that we have.
So my question is, though, when you have essentially the abuse of rights that we're seeing through the abuse of the agreement, the cloud agreement between U.S. and U.K., can you fully trust the Five Eyes to work together on this? And that's
I understand your concern, sir. I think we have to work really closely with them to remove obstacles because I think the challenge we face ahead of us is that if we don't find a common language and build common security protocols, I think we would have a different world by the end of this decade, a world in which CCP will probably have access to all our data, the entire global infrastructure will depend on the CCP, and the companies subsidized by Chinese. So we have to find ways to remove these obstacles with our closest allies.
I don't disagree with that. It's just we need to make changes right now, and we're not making changes fast enough, and we're not implementing anything fast enough. So I'm going to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the bill text from a new Arizona law passed earlier this month to close dangerous loophole that allowed predators to use AI and digital editing tools to create child sexual abuse material that appears real but depicts no actual child. It was HB 2678, sponsored by House Republican Majority Whip Julie Willoughby, and it updates state law to ensure AI-generated and digitally altered images that are indistinguishable from real minors carry the same criminal penalties as those involving actual children. I'd like to submit.
No objection.
I also ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article discussing how my home state of Arizona is taking steps to allow AI to flourish, showcasing that states can handle AI regulation responsibly and reap the economic benefits.
No objection.
Thank you.
All right, I'll now recognize Ms. Stansbury for 5 minutes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to say thank you to the entire panel for your recommendations this morning. My background's actually in the sciences, and I've worked a lot of my career. I've worked in natural and earth sciences most of my career, including on big data and modeling. So I do appreciate much of what the recommendations are that have come from our experts. But I'm especially grateful that you're here, Mr. Thier, because when the huge abomination of a bill, I'll call it, came down the pike, my eye actually caught the specific language and funding appropriation in the bill that you referenced in your testimony. And I think many of us were confused about where it came from, what its intent is, and this is the first time I've had the opportunity to actually ask some questions, so I'm glad you're here. And as I understand it from my look into your background, that you've actually been directly involved in developing this language and request, is that correct?
Not that language. I've written about moratoria in the past, though, going back to the 1990s when I worked with Congress on the Internet Tax Freedom Act.
Got it. Okay. So you mentioned that part of why this deregulation language is in here that would preempt state and local laws regarding the regulation of AI systems is in part because of this $500 million request that's in the bill. Can you help us understand what would that $500 million be used to do specifically?
Going back to the bipartisan House AI Task Force report from last December, there was a major section that led off the report about the need for government modernization of IT
Just
systems.
some specifics.
So specifically at the Department of Commerce, there's a need to actually improve how various programs function there, including new ones that have just been created.
Just some specifics, like what kind of systems would be built with this $500 million?
Well, I don't know exactly. I don't know the answer to that, Congresswoman. I'm sorry. I don't know specifically what Commerce will use that money for going forward.
Do you know where this request came from?
You'd have to ask the House Energy and Commerce Committee specifically, who put the bill forward, that language forward in the.
Do you know what companies would benefit from this language?
No, but I do know that there is a broad need for many different types of vendors and services to be utilized by the federal government, not
So
just
this
large.
would likely go to private contracts, correct?
It would go to many private contracts, certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, and some of the leading contractors who do work in this area that already have government contracts are companies like Palantir, correct?
I believe that's one of many, but there's many other vendors of IT services and AI.
So correct, yes. And I heard you argue just a few moments ago when Mr. Higgins was asking you about this preemption language that it was needed because there would be integration of data from state and local entities. And it's my understanding, I think others have kind of alluded to this, that right now the Trump administration is working on creating some sort of master database that brings together data from multiple different sources across state lines. And in fact, there was a request that went out to the states asking for data about SNAP beneficiaries because my understanding is Homeland Security is interested in integrating data for immigration enforcement purposes. So they would like to integrate data using the census data that they hacked in, exfiltrated, and downloaded. They'd like to integrate data with the immigration databases that they have. And now they're asking states to send data that falls under state jurisdiction to integrate for immigration enforcement. And, you know, you can call it whatever you want. I've heard folks say this is not a master database, but it absolutely is. And we know that the Trump administration is trying to take American data and hire private companies like Palantir to create means to use American data for their own policy ends, including endangering the lives of Americans. So I think that one of the reasons why folks are reacting so strongly to this language that's in this bill is because it's so extreme. And yesterday I heard Marjorie Taylor Greene, I was standing on the floor while she gave a speech on this very language that's in this bill that would literally say that states and localities cannot enforce their own data rules or AI. It preempts federalism, it preempts state law. It would prevent states from protecting their own citizens. And, you know, it's rare these days that we have bipartisan agreement, but I agree with literally everything that Marjorie Taylor Greene said on the floor yesterday. This is dangerous. It could endanger American lives, and we cannot allow this language to get through. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, and I'll recognize Mr. Perry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, thanks for making the trip and being here. I'm not sure what questions I have for you, but I do want to make everybody aware of some things that I am aware of. I'm going to refer directly to an AI safety firm named Palisade Research and another one named Apollo Research. And talk about things like the fact that the Chinese Communist Party likes to pollute the available information in the world with all kinds of things that support the Communist Party of China's view of the world and not the free world's. And with that having been said, I suspect that all of you are aware of the times that when various AI has been tested. I'll give you a couple names: Codex Mini, OpenAI Model 03, OpenAI Model 04. And other ones, the AI has chosen on occasion to further its goals as opposed to the goals of the people that wrote the code. And on occasion, how about the instance where Anthropic's Claude 4 model attempted to blackmail the people it believed were trying to shut it down, and then it would ignore, and other ones would ignore shutdown commands, even when told in advance that shutdown commands were coming, and went as far as to rewrite itself and preserve itself on a different server to avoid the commands of the humans in charge of it. Now that might seem like the view of a Luddite, but I mean, I've got pages and pages of AI deliberately disabling various developer-installed oversight mechanisms, shutdown commands being ignored, replicating itself, preserving itself without the user even knowing. Now, let me be clear. I think that the United States of America has to win the race and be preeminent in AI. But I also think, while I sit on the Oversight Committee, that knowing these things are occurring during tests, that us encouraging as a committee or as a Congress the use of these systems in places like nuclear security or national security without having these pretty obvious things worked out is dangerous, like at a minimum, like is almost, I can't even believe we're having the conversation. Like, how in the hell are we in here telling everybody that we've got to incorporate this into the federal government, state government, all levels of government, including like national defense, nuclear security, when we know these things are occurring? And I don't know which one of you to ask. You all seem to be all for AI, and I get it's your vocation, your passion, et cetera. But we got a duty here on this committee and in this Congress to make sure that the right thing happens. And, you know, humans, Americans, are supposed to be in charge of the government, not some machine that learned from another machine that picked up data that was polluted with Chinese propaganda and is going to like push the button for us. Ms. Miller, you seem interested. I got a minute left. What do you got?
Well, this is a real concern, and GAO and other standard-setting entities have been really pushing for responsible AI frameworks. And this is one of those reasons why when we talk about AI, you can get a bunch of people in a room that are like, go, 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 lean in, you know, do more adoption, faster, faster. But it's so important to think about these safeguards and how important they are. Responsible AI is incredibly important when we're dealing with national security information and American citizens' information that could threaten the actual, you know, safety and security of American citizens. And so it's incredibly important that we are slow and deliberate enough, and that is one of the reasons why GAO and others have put out these frameworks. And it's really important. I agree with you as this oversight.
So are you saying that the frameworks deal adequately with these things, or what am I missing?
Well, I'm saying that if they're considered and carefully rolled out, then those concerns will be at least taken into consideration. I do think there's a lot of risk in AI, and we should, I agree with you, consider where we want to apply this and where we want to.
So, ma'am, I have a little bit of time left, and I just want to say this. I think for me, it's beyond consideration. Like, before we hand this thing the nuclear codes, I don't want it to be considered. I want to know the damn stuff is right, not polluted with Chinese communist facts or their alleged version of the facts, and that the thing's not going to avoid the humans and avoid, detection and all that stuff. Madam Chair, I would like to enter into the record, or request that be entered into the record, Apollo Research's report titled "Frontier Models Are Capable of In-Context Scheming," published on January 16th, 2025. And I ask that be
No objection.
Thank you. I
Right.
yield.
Thank you. I'll recognize Ms. Randall for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our witnesses today for being here, maybe longer than you even planned. Mr. Perry mentioned some of the important reasons that AI use in the federal government is responsible for the lives and livelihoods of so many more individuals than, one of us asking ChatGPT a question, for our own purposes. And we've seen some examples of potential federal government uses of AI that have gone wrong. Mr. Schneier, Elon Musk and Doge have tried to throw AI at problems throughout the government with no regard to Americans' privacy, safety, and security, no regard to the 27,000 federal employees who I represent, and to, don't seem to be able to parse the difference between gender research and specifying that female flies must be used in NIH research studies. Can you discuss why the need for some of those higher standards in, a higher standard of AI use framework in situations like that, and what some of the pitfalls are of not providing a higher standard for AI use in government than the private industry?
I'm not sure it's government versus private industry. I mean, we would probably might expect the same standards in something like banking, right, or in university admissions, right? There are going to be these instances where the decisions made are important enough that we have rules and laws prescribing how they can be made. And it's really a matter of making sure the AI is suitable for the task, being able to audit what the AI is doing, correct for mistakes. And in some ways, it's replacing humans make mistakes all the time. And we as a society have thousands of years dealing with human mistakes, from like double entry bookkeeping to checklists of surgical equipment to make sure they're not left in bodies. We know when a human makes a mistake how to deal with it. To the extent that AI makes human mistakes, we're covered. But AI makes different sorts of mistakes. So a lot of our systems for dealing with them just don't work. So when I think about an AI being used, something important like a benefits administration, it's going to be how it's used. So I'm going to make this up. Like, we'll have the AI do the work, but it's only allowed to say easy yeses. Can't say no, just say yes. Everything it does is reviewed, and all the no's, anything that's hard, humans review.
The Subcommittee on the Middle East and North Africa will come to order. The purpose of this hearing is to assess U.S. national security interests as relates to Syria and discuss potential policy options to further them. I now recognize myself to give an opening statement. Syria is at a turning point. The fall of Bashar al-Assad this past December, following 4 decades of authoritarian rule, has created conditions for unprecedented change for Syria and for the Middle East. But this change comes with significant risk. The Syrian war, dating back to 2011, has left most of the country in ruins, destroyed by years of indiscriminate bombing by Assad and his Russian and Iranian backers. The costs of reconstructing this broken country will be in the tens of billions, even by the most modest assessment, and investors face significant hurdles as they work to navigate the complex sanctions regime that has emerged after 4 decades of Assad family rule. While there are rightfully many who seek to break down barriers, advocating for sanctions relief to ensure reconstruction can take place and put Syria on a path of success, we must not lose sight of core U.S. interests in this rush to embrace Syria's new regime. There remain significant questions about Syria's new interim authorities led by U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, a former al-Qaeda affiliate, Ahmed al-Sharaa. Despite his hardened past, the interim president continues to verbally signal a commitment to reform through his ability, though his ability to deliver remains to be seen, which is why we must be explicit with our goals for Syria. This includes the counter-ISIS mission, which has been a central part of U.S. foreign policy since 2014. We must set clear expectations for the interim authorities on what we expect from them with respect to counterterrorism cooperation, to prevent a resurgence and assume responsibility for detention centers holding thousands of ISIS members and affiliated individuals in the Northeast. And concerns about extremism are not by any means limited to ISIS. Iran and its proxies have long used the country as a sanctuary space to plan and carry out attacks, including against Israel. While Russia sees Syria as a strategic launchpad to undermine our interests not just in the Middle East, but much further afield from Africa to Europe. There must be clear red lines when it comes to Iran and its proxies, as well as Russia's ability to operate in Syria. Preventing Syria from being used as a sanctuary space is vital not just for the U.S., but also for Syria. This will no doubt be one of the metrics used as the international community measures the success of Syria's transition and, by extension, for the prospects for further economic relief. For Syria to succeed and reestablish itself on the international world stage, it must take action to prevent extremism from thriving once again, including by signaling a commitment to inclusive governance by establishing a positive working relationship with our Kurdish partners, the Syrian Democratic Forces. They have been at the forefront of the campaign to ensure the enduring defeat of ISIS. On that basis, the Trump administration has rightfully taken steps to waive U.S. sanctions on a limited and temporary basis, giving al-Sharaa sufficient time to demonstrate he is able to turn his words into actions. But this is not, I have to stress, a full embrace of al-Sharaa or those he continues to surround himself with. We must use this opportunity to press him on key U.S. priorities, notably as relates to counterterrorism, while also retaining limitations on U.S. sanctions relief to ensure Iran and Russia cannot benefit financially. Al-Sharaa has expressed a concerning willingness to embrace Moscow despite Putin's complicity in war crimes against the Syrian people. For Russia, their presence in Syria is not just about the Middle East. It's a vital staging ground essential to everything they do in Africa and Eastern Mediterranean. We underestimate the strategic importance Syria holds for the Russians at our own peril. Make no mistake, what happens in Syria does not stay in Syria. The country has consistently demonstrated its ability to impact and shape affairs far outside its borders, from Europe's migrant crisis to ISIS, to the war in Ukraine. When Secretary Rubio testified before Congress last month, he said, quote, "There is no guarantee that by outreach and working with the transitional authority in Syria, things are going to work out. It may work out, it may not work out. But if we don't reach out and try, it's a guarantee not to work out." And I echo the Secretary's sentiments and just came back, along with the ranking member, from a trip to the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia, Israel, and Jordan. And that was the sentiment shared there as well. We want to give this an opportunity to work, but are fully cognizant of the consequences of failure here. During this hearing, we will further examine Syrian stability and the vital role Syria and the Syrian people play in the Middle East. I now yield to the ranking member, Sheila Sherfilis-McCormick, for her opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this important hearing on developments in Syria following the fall of the brutal Assad regime. I welcome our expert panelists for this afternoon, all whom have robust knowledge of Syria, the broader Middle East, and core U.S. interests at this time of immense transition and opportunity. As Chairman Lala noted, we recently returned from a congressional delegation to Saudi Arabia, Israel, and Jordan. In many meetings, developments in Syria were front and center. Excitement was palpable among our regional partners over the opportunities the changes in Syria and Lebanon present. Across the Middle East, U.S. allies and partners have welcomed a change in leadership in Damascus with the hopes to support our robust construction work, investments in critical infrastructure, and increased humanitarian assistance to the million of Syrians who require urgent aid as of today. I stand and support the Syrian people who look to a new future and a government that does not engage in systemic campaigns of violence and repression against its own citizens. I welcome the Trump administration's initial engagement with the new government of Syria, including the decision to lift certain sanctions through the General License 25 and issuing a 180-day waiver on the Caesar Act sanctions. However, while the president is correct to say that this is Syria's moment to shine, helping Syrians to meet this moment requires a clear plan. This is noble. However, I do not believe that this can be achieved without providing incentives that would allow the new Syrian government to create an enable environment and a strong institution which is needed. Congress has not received any such details on the administration's plan to implement sanction relief effectively, nor a more coherent strategy that the administration on its priorities for U.S.-Syrian relationships. I hope the vacuum the executive branch has created brings members from both sides of the aisles together to work on legislation that establishes clear priorities for further U.S. engagement with Syria, including with respect to inclusion and fully representative governance, protection of religious and ethnic minority groups, continued counterterrorism cooperation, and more. A conditions-based sanction relief policies with clear timelines and matrices is critical for Syria's security, regional security, and the United States' national security. I look forward to working with my colleagues on legislation to address this. Absent such congressional leadership, I fear the U.S.-Syria policy would be characterized by haphazard, ill-conceived, move-fast, break-things approach that has been a characteristic of the Trump administration to date. The stakes for Syrian people are too high, and a peaceful Syria is too critical to our own interests to be reckless and unfocused. Incentives for direct deliverables for Syria are critical. U.S. policy on Syria must continue to prioritize effective and multilateral counterterrorism operations, securing high-value ISIS detainees, restoring critical life-saving humanitarian aid that contributes to de-radicalization, elimination of chemical weapons and stores, and unexploded ordinances, and capability building for the interim government's security forces. It also requires robust engagement with our regional partners, including Jordan. At the exact moment when a change in Syria requires a full set of foreign policy tools to advance U.S. interests, the Trump administration has not only proposed a gutting of the State Department, but numerous United States stabilization and assistance programs active in Syria and within neighboring countries have been cut. Today, because of the Trump administration's policies, our regional partners in the Middle East are asking whether we keep our word, whether our adversaries are betting that we won't. I welcome the opportunities to speak with our panelists about the policies and strategies we should be working on to ensure this moment of cautious optimism for Syria's people is not wasted and the United States' interests in the region are protected. I yield back.
Thank you, the ranking member. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. And we are pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this important topic. The Honorable David Schenker, Taube Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and previously Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs under President Trump's first administration. Dr. Anna Borshchevskaya, Harold Grinspoon Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, and Dr. John B. Alterman, Brzezinski Chair in Global Security and Geostrategy at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. This committee recognizes the importance of the issues before us and is grateful to have you here to speak with us today. Your full statements will be made part of the record, and I'll ask each of you to keep your spoken remarks to 5 minutes in order to allow time for member questions. I now recognize Mr. Schenker for his opening statements.
Thank you, Chairman Lawler, Representative Ranking Member Chair Phyllis McCormick, honorable members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. The future of Syria matters greatly to the United States. Under Assad, Syria was a source of regional instability and a persistent threat to Israel, Lebanon, and Jordan, among others. Assad's fall represents an opportunity for Syria, Washington, and its regional partners. There's been a lot of perseverating lately about Ahmed al-Shara. To be certain, he's no panacea. At a minimum, he's an Islamist and likely a burgeoning authoritarian. Notwithstanding lingering doubts, though, I believe al-Shara is much better than Assad. He might not succeed in unifying and stabilizing Syria. 5 months after the fall of Assad, though, al-Shara is the only game in town. The Trump administration should invest diplomatic capital to help him succeed. Now, time will tell whether suspending crippling U.S. sanctions was the right decision. The gradual process may have had more success at shaping the new government, or perhaps continued U.S. economic pressures would have scuttled al-Shara's already unlikely attempt to stabilize a fractious and scarred Syria. As with many U.S. policy decisions, the initiative to suspend sanctions was not a choice between good and bad, but rather a choice between bad and worse. Washington has no doubt ceded some leverage, but I believe Trump made the less bad decision. That is, to give al-Shara and the new Syria a chance. Meanwhile, al-Shara is meeting some expectations on important issues. He's cooperating with the U.S. on counterterrorism and undoubtedly will continue to do so. It's important that U.S. forces remain in Syria until conditions are conducive to withdrawal. Foreign fighters constitute an even bigger challenge for al-Shara. Terrorist militiamen and foreign jihadis played a key role in toppling Assad, so these men are not going to be expelled. Now, at al-Shara's request, the administration has consented to the integration of some 3,500 of these fighters into a unit of the military. While expedient, it's difficult to imagine that this decision won't have problematic long-term implications for discipline, accountability, and public confidence. Integration of these jihadis doesn't solve the problem, it defers it. Post-Assad Syria will not be a democracy. Still, Washington does have an abiding interest in the protection of minorities, a modicum of human rights, and some kind of political representation for Syria's ethnic and religious communities. I'm talking about the Kurds, Druze, and Christians alike. As an inclusive Syria, I believe, will mitigate towards stability. Going forward, Washington should set and convey expectations to al-Shara on terrorism, foreign fighters, and governance, and be prepared to re-implement sanctions if Syria's trajectory dictates. Al-Shara's relations with Israel are also another challenge. Since the fall of Assad, Israel has been occupying and bombing Syria, at times justifiably. At the same time, the government is interdicting Iranian weapon shipments destined for Hezbollah. Over time, direct discussions between Israel and Syria, which are reportedly underway, could help build some trust between the parties, stabilize the border, and lead to more normal relations between these longtime enemies. Another concern is that a weak Syria will invite foreign meddling. At present, Iran is unwelcome, but the jury's out on Russia. But Turkey and Israel both appear to be working to establish military spheres of influence in Syria. Israel bordering on Turkey, in my opinion, would be a recipe for heightened tensions, and the Trump administration should be pressing Israel and Turkey to establish at a minimum a hotline to preempt unintentional escalation. In sum, Syria faces a lot of challenges. The new government in Damascus will need U.S. political support and robust diplomatic engagement to succeed. The U.S. can help with coordinating reconstruction, keeping ISIS at bay, and implementing banking sector reforms necessary to reopen Syria for business, while at the same time encouraging the government to be more inclusive. It will be difficult for Washington to balance expectations and be patient, but the potential benefits for the United States and its partners of a stable, benign Syria that rejects the so-called axis of resistance are enormous. Thank you. I have submitted testimony for the record, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schenker. I now recognize Dr. Borshchevskaya for her opening statement.
Chairman Lawler, Ranking Member Sherfilis McCormick, honorable members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. With your permission, I am submitting my written testimony and I'm going to summarize it. We now have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reshape the balance of power in the Middle East. Bashar al-Assad's dictatorship is over, but the window of opportunity it presents is going to close fast. Russia seeks to replace our influence and remake the world order with itself at the center. Syria is and has been central to that strategy. Nothing about the fall of Assad changes Moscow's overall plans and objectives, but it does give us a window of opportunity to foil Vladimir Putin's plans. As Chairman Lawler said in his opening remarks, what happens in Syria tends to not stay in Syria. This is why we need to ensure Russia does not reestablish a foothold there. Knowing that, my testimony will now focus on several key issues of vital importance to the U.S. First, the Eastern Mediterranean is crucial to Russia. That's why the goal of control there is consistent and centuries old for the Russian state. Make no mistake about it, this goal will outlast Vladimir Putin. It is part of how Moscow views its strategic positioning vis-à-vis the West. Second, Assad is gone, and Russia may change tactics, but not its strategic objectives. These tactics will focus on staying in Syria, on leveraging economic influence, and positioning Russia as a protector of minorities. Syria has been fundamental to Russia's success in leveraging its influence for the last decade across the Middle East. Russia retains this influence as it seeks to use it to undermine the United States. And if Moscow can navigate the new Syrian regime, the Kremlin can continue to exert influence. Assuming the United States does not want to see its position weakened in the region, and I would suggest that that would be disastrous, the U.S. must ensure that Russia does not reestablish control in Syria. To that end, the U.S. could utilize its influence through a carrot-and-stick approach to block Russia's ability to leverage power. The U.S. can achieve it through the following. First, by tapping into the strength of Ukrainians. Facilitate greater ties with Syria and further empowering Ukrainians all across the Middle East and North Africa. In Syria, the U.S. can facilitate economic and diplomatic ties between the two countries, for example, by supporting Ukraine's wheat deliveries to Syria. And all across the MENA region, the U.S. can facilitate a push for Ukrainian technology, arms trade, and information. Over the last 3 years, the Ukrainian military has integrated Western and post-Soviet military systems and made impressive innovations in the arms industry. And we saw an example of that most recently with Ukraine's drone attack on Russia this past weekend. We saw how creative, how powerful that attack was. The U.S. now has significant opportunity to partner with Ukraine to help transform and modernize Middle East states that have been traditional Russian client states. Second, continual engagement with the Syrian government. This engagement should include demonstration that if this government meets certain guideposts, it will be able to unlock aspects of a normalized relationship which it desires. And lastly, limiting Russia's resources through additional sanctions and tackling Russia's so-called ghost fleet of illicit oil tankers. As the United States and in Europe ease or suspend sanctions against Syria, they must balance the need to help Syria recover with the need to block Russia's ability to profit from this recovery and use its economic tools to gain control. This could also include additional sanctions against Russia and entities that work with Russia, and working with Turkey to crack down on the ghost fleet's legal violations and ecological threats. I began my testimony by telling you that this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Let me reiterate here that this window is closing quickly. While we deliberate, Russia is strengthening its partnerships with Iran, China, and North Korea. Ensuring Russia does not reestablish a position in Syria is bigger than Syria, but it is also bigger than even Russia alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Borshchevskaya. I now recognize Dr. Alterman for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Lawler, Ranking Member Sherflis McCormick, distinguished members of the committee. Let me start by expressing my condolences over the passing of Mr. Connolly. He and I met almost 40 years ago when he was working for Senator Pell, and I was a very young aide for Senator Moynihan. Then as now, I was in awe of his energy, his creativity, and his dedication to public service. His loss is a loss to this committee and to the country. As Chairman Lawler said, Syria stands at a profound inflection point. Syrians celebrate having overthrown a brutal dictatorship, but they don't know whether they will live under another dictatorship, a theocracy, a democracy, or a failed state. The questions before Congress are clear. How much should we care about Syria's future? How much can we shape it? And how should we proceed? On the first point, make no mistake, Syria is important to U.S. national security. It borders key U.S. allies, Israel, Turkey, and Jordan. The country hosts an active jihadi movement, and elements in the country have a long history of cooperation with Iran. Syria's new leaders are overwhelmed by their domestic needs. They're navigating the wreckage of 50 years of dictatorship and 15 years of civil war. The economy has operated on bribery, government shakedowns, and Captagon drug sales for years. Infrastructure is crumbling, and there's a critical shortage of capable administrators. The government also faces severe security dilemmas. Two of the most important are how to handle tens of thousands of Syrians who supported Assad's repression, and how to manage jihadi movements that include thousands of foreign fighters who've been important allies of Syria's new leaders. Our impact in this context is going to be limited. We'll have the most influence shaping Syria's external environment. Multiple countries have keen interests in Syria's future, and that creates some dangerous dynamics. Turkey sees itself as the dominant external actor, and it's worked closely with Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, Syria's current rulers. Turkey views Syrian reconstruction as both a security imperative and also a business opportunity. Israel's interests sharply conflict with Turkey's. Israeli leadership views Syria's new leaders as jihadist or jihadi adjacent. After decades with Hezbollah threatening Israel from Lebanon, Israel is creating a buffer zone along Syria's border while working to weaken Islamist forces in the Syrian government. Iran seeks to maintain a foothold in a country where it invested tens of billions of dollars and maintained a strategic pathway to Hezbollah. And as Anna suggested, Russia similarly attempts to preserve its military bases and what's left of decades of influence and investment in Syria. Europe wants a peaceful Syria to stem any refugee flow, and the Gulf states want to keep Iran marginalized. In this, Syria faces a critical danger beyond jihadi capture. It could become a battleground for regional proxy wars, much like Lebanon was in the 1970s and 1980s. The growing hostility between Israel and Turkey, exacerbated by the Gaza war, poses particular risks. Countries may adopt unsavory allies to undermine each other in Syria, and the effects could spread regionally. The Trump administration correctly relaxed sanctions, and it's given Syria's new government an opportunity to demonstrate its intentions and capacity. Still, that policy needs some adjustment. First, while appointing a Syria envoy was constructive, choosing somebody who's simultaneously ambassador to Turkey creates a conflict of interest that will make balancing between the regional players much harder. Ambassador Barak's 2 jobs will be in conflict much of the time. Second, we can't exert influence over allies and partners while they pour aid into Syria and we completely abstain. Humanitarian engagement here serves U.S. self-interest and isn't mere charity. Groups we oppose throughout the Middle East build grassroots support through social services, and we can't afford to be absent on the aid front. We don't have to fully understand Ahmed Asharah's motivations or trust his background, which includes troubling associations with some of the region's most vicious terrorists. Given our justified uncertainty, we should support him modestly, test him continuously, and ensure that our allies remain aligned with our policy. I see great potential in Syria, as I think many of us do, and we also see Syria's risks. We need a policy that makes the former more likely and heads off the second. A modest, conditional U.S. strategy anchored in coordination with allies and partners offers the best opportunity to advance U.S. interests.
Thank you, Dr. Alterman. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Ms. Borshchevskaya, what are Russia's main objectives in Syria, and how has Assad's fall shaped its ability to achieve them?
At present, Russia is working very hard to ensure it retains a presence in Syria. At this stage, they're being relatively quiet, but they're watching. They're engaging in discussions with the current Syrian government. And as I mentioned in my written remarks, Russia is trying to position itself as a protector of minorities. And the most striking example of that is one that I mentioned in my testimony, where, according to Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova, Russia had given several thousand people refuge at Hmeimim during an outbreak of violence on the coast. So I think at this stage, Russia is taking a very cautious wait-and-see approach and slowly building ties and retaining influence. But make no mistake, this is towards a larger goal.
And how could the Kremlin use Syria's transition as an opportunity for financial gain? From that perspective, what guardrails need to be in place to prevent that from happening as we consider how best to lift Syria's complex and multifaceted sanctions regime?
So I think Russia's one big advantage Russia has is its trade relationships with the Gulf states. And as we're now seeing Gulf states looking to engage economically with Syria, given the fact that Russia has these strong relationships with these countries, so many of Russian oligarchs have fled to the Gulf after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia could find ways to cement ties through second and third parties, and that would be hard to trace. And that's something that we need to continuously monitor and look to block.
Mr. Schenker, how might the power vacuum in a post-Assad Syria be exploited by regional actors like Turkey?
Thank you, Chairman. Listen, I think as John Alterman said a few minutes ago, you do have Turkey that not only has relations with HTS, but also with the Syrian National Army, other active militia in the country. And shares, frankly, they are ideological in a way, fellow travelers. They are Islamist as well, the government of Turkey. And I think there's opportunities for them to make inroads, influence with the new government. They are a more trusted partner than many. At the same time, on the ground, there's a real possibility we see right now Qatar trying to get in. We see Saudi Arabia as well, that frankly, in my view, is a better influence. But all these groups will be competing. And if they compete to see who can spend more to rebuild Syria, maybe that's a good thing. But if they compete for political influence, this could lend to corruption or further radicalization.
I think to that end, Israel has sought to curb the growing Turkish influence in Syria. In recent months, Israel has become increasingly forward-leaning in terms of its willingness to take action within Syria's borders to contain the threat, though there have been efforts to have discussions between Israel and Turkey. What can the U.S. do to make sure that both sides' interests are protected in this transition?
Thank you. Certainly, I think that the United States should be working with Israel and Syria if they need our help to get together and chat quietly, to deconflict, to gain a better understanding of where each party is at, what their own concerns are. You're not going to have a successful Syria, frankly, if you can't have Syrian government forces operating south of Damascus. So what can be done to reassure Israel, and what can be done going forward to on areas that are overlapping, where both al-Shara and Israel agree. ISIS has to be fought. Palestinian groups may have to be restrained. And these are things that both Israel and Syria can work on jointly.
Lastly, al-Shara has pledged to establish inclusive governance in Syria and certainly prevent the country from becoming a staging ground. I think, obviously, he has said a lot of the right things. That was a takeaway, certainly, from my conversations in Saudi Arabia and Israel and Jordan. But obviously, the proof will be in the pudding. So what is your assessment of his willingness to deliver on these promises thus far? And does he have an effective command and control of the various militia groups on the ground?
Those are two good questions, but two separate questions. I think in terms of inclusive governance, the answer is this is very much a work in progress. They had committee meetings to talk about the Constitution or the temporary Constitution. These were widely panned, I think, by minority groups as being performative, that there wasn't a real inclusion. Other types of things that have appeared, that the nature of the Syrian state is defined as being a Muslim state in the Constitution. This, to many in Syria, is viewed as exclusionary, and the appointment of certainly, we can go beyond just minorities. So the inclusion of women in government is also, I think, striking how low it is. As for command and control, or control over these militias, the answer is no. I think he controls a very small part of Syria to date, and is even working to incorporate in an effective manner the SDF, the Kurdish U.S.-backed counterterrorism partner. This too, I think, is a challenge, if for no other reason that al-Shara himself has appointed a jihadi to be in charge of Hasaka, who has perpetrated atrocities against Kurds before.
Thank you. I now recognize Ranking Member Shurfillis McCormick for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your testimony. Being actively participating in the recovery and reform of Syria is top line for us to make sure that Syria has a real chance of succeeding. And I think our goal really is to be one of the strongest partners to Syria, but also to be the most influential. And right now we're competing with Russia, and we're aware that Russia now has 2 bases that it does have control over. But I wanted to first start with the first half. How can we be successful in being the strongest partner to ensure we have stability? Do you believe that I know we lifted the sanctions, but what are some of the reforms or strings that you would like to see attached when it comes to incentivizing them to make sure that they're actually moving in a forward movement that we can trust and believe in? Oh, that question is for Dr. Altman. Well, actually first. I was actually going to ask it to all you guys, but I'll start with you.
Thank you. I think first, we're all friends from many years ago, and I think we also fundamentally agree on many of the issues that is here, as many of you do. Look, I think the way we become a force multiplier is partly we are active on the ground, but I think even more important is we have an ability to rally our partners and allies in a way that no other country does. There is, as you've heard from several of us, there's a real challenge of Israel and Turkey mixing up, but there are other parties too. And to me, there's partly an issue of what our aid should be, but I don't think we should spend a lot of time trying to create the perfect incentive, the perfect conditions, the perfect consequences of bad action. I think it's much more important that we make sure all of our friends and allies are rowing in the same direction. It's not at all clear to me that they will. It's not at all clear to me that they want to. And to me, that this is really, it's partly an aid issue, but I think more fundamentally, it's a diplomacy issue, and it's the administration speaking with one voice about some very complicated issues, where I think the administration may not agree internally on all of the issues, but I think we have to speak with one voice, act with one hand, and persuade our allies and partners to join with us rather than undermine each other, which I think will really undermine the chances for recovery in Syria.
Well, you mentioned that we need to use all of our diplomatic tools, and right now our toolkit has been diminished due to the cuts we've seen with USAID. So I wanted to narrow in, are there any that you think are imperative for us to actually have some guardrails so we can say these need to be in place so we can help move them along in a positive direction? Some of the responses we got when we were overseas also, there's an ambivalence about this new administration and government. So how can we put guardrails, if anybody has any suggestions, what needs to be incorporated to help them along? And I'll open that up to you.
Ranking Member, listen, I think at a minimum, we should be working on, now that we've had these suspension of sanction, you still won't see, what they need is really a huge flow of foreign direct investment, to build actually a financial life, right? There's no economic life in Syria to speak of. And with the suspension and with the prospect of, after 180 days, of reimposition of sanction if performance is inadequate for some reason or another, this does not inspire confidence of investors. So this requires that we help the government of Syria to help themselves through banking reforms, through cleaning up their counterterrorism financing, et cetera, so that people can start to rely on banks and they can actually do business. That's at a minimum. But there are no guardrails, right? We're relying on one person here. This is key personnel. And it's remarkable, really, the irony that we are relying on a U.S. designated erstwhile terrorist to secure all these disparate factions of Syria in this broken society. So I think it's also important to be thinking about executive protection.
Well, my last question, if I can have a moment, I really wanted to get to the two bases which are under Russian control. Do you believe that Russia will be successful in maintaining control and influence over those bases?
Well, I think that remains to be seen, but I think Russia has a real chance in maintaining a nominal degree of control. And that is very important because that's Russia's ability to project power into multiple directions, into NATO's southern flank, into the Middle East and into Africa. Beyond that, if I may, to your earlier question about what can we do, I agree with David. The reality is there are no guardrails, but I think we could aim to demonstrate that we are committed to Syria and that we're going to be consistent. Russia came into Syria 10 years ago at a time when there was a vacuum, and any vacuum that there is, Russia is going to fill. So I think if we can demonstrate a consistency and interest, because one of the biggest problems that many of our partners have with us is that we're inconsistent. We say one thing and then we change policies. Sometimes we don't know what their policy is. And if we can demonstrate that we are committed, that this is important for us, and that we're willing to do what it takes, be it, as David described, through helping Syria navigate banking reform, but also empowering other actors who are our partners in Syria, essentially filling in the need that otherwise Russia would fill. I think that would be an important step forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Representative Wilson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Lawler, and I want to say amen to your opening comments. Additionally, how important this hearing is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All the members are here, which is outstanding. Ryan Zinke has just joined us all the way from Montana. And then I'm really grateful that we have Congressman Corey Mills here, who actually was in Damascus last month to support the people of Syria. So we are just so grateful for what we see as a historic decision by President Donald Trump to lift all sanctions on Syria. I believe it was a masterstroke that has the potential to lead to a complete realignment of the Middle East for stability, peace, and prosperity for all the people. It's particularly important to me because last November, I had the distinction and honor of being identified by the dictator Bashar al-Assad as an enemy of the state. I take that as a great honor. 3 weeks later, he fled to Moscow, where he should be with war criminal Putin. What a great team they are. But again, it's so exciting to me, the people of Syria standing up for freedom and democracy. In one move, President Trump has boxed out China from the heart of the Arab world. He has additionally provided for helping expel Russian bases, which are logistics for the Russians, for war criminal Putin, maintaining dictatorships in Africa. He has also prevented the Iranian regime from resurgence and taken a major step to put pressure on ISIS. As Secretary of State Marco Rubio testified to the committee a few weeks ago, it's important to immediately lift the sanctions, and that has truly begun. I also appreciate that the Syrian government has limited the activities of the Russian bases, and at the same time, though, we need to do more to completely expel the Russians. The new Syrian authorities should remember war criminals Putin's massive crimes of mass murder in Aleppo. This also led, with the mass murder, to historically unprecedented dislocation of over half the people of Syria from their homes, their mosques, their schools, their businesses, their churches, nearly 12 million people. In modern times, it's inconceivable that so many millions could lose everything they have, and 500,000 people were murdered. Turkey and Jordan have been so appreciated for securing millions in refugee camps. And with that in mind, Dr. Borshchevskaya, you've done great with your identification of how to remove the Russian bases, and I'd like to know what our other colleagues, Dr. Schenker and Dr. Alterman, how can we help them remove these bases?
Well, I'll take a first crack at that. I think the government of Syria is disinclined toward Russia and Iran for the reasons that you mentioned. Yeah. Russia and Iran helped the Assad regime kill 500,000 Syrians in what resembles a genocide, and to force 12 million Syrians into exile in something that resembles ethnic cleansing. And so they are disinclined, and we've seen already that the government of Syria, the Shara government, has canceled contracts with STG Engineering, a Russian engineering firm that was developing Tartus port, the civilian port in Tartus, and signed an $800 million contract with Dubai Port World from from the Emirates. This is a positive step, but this is going to require, I think, ongoing diplomatic engagement. Iran, also, there's no direct flights right now. The ties are not great. I think they're weary, and they keep on intercepting and interdicting Hezbollah weapons that Iran is sending into Syria to traverse into Lebanon. So they're doing the work, but I think they need to be pushed over the finish line, and they're going to need something eventually to fill that vacuum to replace Russia.
Thank you, Congressman. If I may, I think that to add to what David said and to underline in some ways, this persistent attraction of Russia is if the government of Syria feels it may need a veto on the Security Council. And the Russians are so unscrupulous that even after contributing to the death of hundreds of thousands of Syrians, I think they are willing to execute their veto for a partner that does something for them. And I think the Shara government at this point may not want to abandon that option. The more secure they feel that things are moving in the right direction, the less they feel they need somebody to veto things for them. I think the less attractive the Russians are, because on many levels, commercial, military, and so on, the Russians aren't a very attractive partner.
Well, I hope they see that America, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Jordan, Qatar, UAE are much better partners than war criminal Putin. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Representative Sherman, for 5 minutes.
President Trump is a tough negotiator when he's dealing with Americans or Canadians. He has eliminated the vast majority of our sanctions, and we still don't have a pledge that he'll be that the Russian bases will be eliminated. So you have one country that did not support Assad in any way, that does not have military bases in Syria. The side that was bombing the current government's forces retains those bases. Now, we have acquiesced in 3,500 foreign jihadist fighters being, quote, integrated into the military. This is a force that could be, to the extent they have any ideological control, pulling Shahar in the wrong direction. It's argued that abandoning those forces would also be a problem. These 3,500, what portion of the total foreign fighters are the 3,500 that are now being integrated? Is it substantially all, or?
Yeah, the report suggests that it's the vast majority of them. Of course, there were earlier reports that al-Shara had given key posts and senior level posts within the Ministry of Defense and the military to about a dozen.
Are those reports accurate?
Yeah, with the earlier reports about the dozen.
It's one
yes.
thing to us to acquiesce in them joining the military because you got to do something with them, perhaps. But the idea of giving them key posts seems extreme. I guess the question is, have we surrendered our sanctions regime in return for sufficient controls on the foreign fighters, for sufficient controls on Russia and its bases? I was here when Obama was incredibly concerned about the use of chemical weapons by Assad. We took the chemical warfare treaty seriously. Has this new regime disposed of any Assad stockpiles of chemical weapons and the ability to create those weapons?
Should I go again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. But as for the foreign fighters, I don't know what the administration has requested. Initially, they had requested that these people be expelled. Obviously, a compelling.
But they've acquiesced officially, more or less, in the integration.
Correct.
And as a de facto matter, they've acquiesced in these foreign fighters getting important government positions. But if you could talk a little bit about the chemical weapons and their and the capacity to manufacture.
Yeah, these were in the initial Trump administration requests of the government of Syria. And in fact, this is one of the good news stories. The Syrians have provided access to the chemical weapons watchdog, and then I think just today, the IAEA was in Syria. They went out to Deir ez-Zor to look at Kibar and the remains of that, and 4 other nuclear facilities.
At least we're looking, and I assume that we have at least a commitment to dispose of these weapons of mass destruction.
Congressman, one of the things that is most remarkable about Ahmed Shara is he has managed to convince all kinds of pretty difficult people that he's fundamentally on their side. Whether it was Zarqawi, whether it was Ayman Zawahiri, I mean, he and Abdelatif Baghdadi, his secret, his secret ability seems to be that he can convince people that fundamentally he's with them. I think he does it within his government. He does it outside of his government.
I want to sneak in one more question. Do we foresee a Syria in which the Kurds, the Druze, and others will have effective control of their area, cooperate with the government, but still have autonomy and their own military presence? Or do we see the government in Damascus trying to, in effect, conquer and disarm the Druze and the Kurds?
I think that the Kurds are a especially difficult case in this regard, but as I said, this is why I think it is so important that we not have Syria turn into a set of regional proxy wars, because if that happens, that will endanger all of the minority communities and the stability and the territorial integrity of the country.
Certainly, we should have gotten clearer guarantees for the Christian community before we eliminated the sanctions. Of course, we can restore those sanctions at any time, but it appears as if we've given them almost everything they want and gotten an explanation, aside from the chemical weapons, which of course is their obligation anyway. We've gotten very few concessions. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Sherman. I now recognize Representative Kane for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our distinguished witnesses for being here today. As we evaluate the state of Syria following the fall of the dictator Bashar al-Assad, we must ensure that the U.S. continues to support our allies in the region. This includes promoting peace and cooperation between Syria and Israel. Dr. Borshchevskaya, recent reports have cited direct meetings between Israel and Syria in efforts to ease tensions between the two nations. What actions should the U.S. government be taking to encourage Syria to continue to pursue peace with our important allies in Israel?
I think the United States can continue to stay engaged diplomatically and signal to Israel that a stable Syria is a stable whole Syria that's not weak and divided, is also in Israel's interest. I think also, to a certain extent, engagement with Azerbaijan that has facilitated meetings between Israel and Turkey on the conflict between Turkey and Israel that David had mentioned in his opening remarks. So I think staying engaged diplomatically would be very important. It would be, again, demonstrating consistency in our commitment to Syria.
Well, Dr. Altman, you mentioned in your testimony, and this is, I'd like to say this for the other 2 panels as well, how to test the current regime that in Syria, what are the steps that are necessary, and I may have this for the entire panel, to test that they're actually going through on the commitments?
Thank you, Congressman. I think we need lots of tests. I think we have to test them continually on how they treat various minority communities, how they treat jihadis. And the jihadi issue is difficult because, as we know in Iraq, firing all the members of the Ba'ath Party helped create an insurgency in Iraq. You don't want to have that. You have a problem, the jihadis, their countries don't want them back. So is there some way where you can separate people who can be reformed from people who can't be. I think this is something we should be working with allies and partners to continually evaluate. I don't think there's any test that's going to make me comfortable and feel we can start ignoring things in Syria. I think what we have to do is we have to work with the Syrians and work with others to come up with a wide array of things, a constant set of report cards, and talk about where this is going, where do we have to nudge it, and where are things encouraging, and we want to encourage them further.
Israel's safety and security is paramount. So how do we ensure that, Mr. Schenker, what steps has the U.S. taken to support counterterrorism efforts in the Middle East?
Well, there is an ongoing liaison, Congressman, between between Syria and the United States. There is exchange of information, and Syria has acted against impending terrorist attacks. We know earlier that al-Shara, back when he was Jolani, cooperated with the Turks in Idlib province. So this type of ongoing intelligence, and this makes not only Syria safer from ISIS, but also makes Israel safer. At the same time, we now see what appears to be the beginnings of communications between the al-Shara administration and the government of Israel. And they too can do some liaisons, some counterterrorism cooperation, and Israel can test Syria on this. This is going to take some time to build trust, but this is a border. Israel already occupies swaths of Syrian territory right now. There have been, and just was, I think this past week, a few mortars fired toward Israel from what we believe are Palestinian groups. Israel says they're going to hold the al-Shara government responsible. We will see going forward if they respond to information or if they expel Palestinian terrorist groups from Damascus. This is an open question. They've arrested some, but this is also an ongoing work in progress.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Kane. I now recognize Representative Mfumi for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My thanks to the witnesses also. I don't want to be redundant, but there was something that caught my ear a moment ago. Mr. Schenker, you described, and I hope I'm adequately repeating this, the regime in Syria as being a disparate, erstwhile group of U.S. designated terrorists. You don't have to comment. I'm just saying it caught my ear. Am I incorrect?
Al-Shara, I described Al-Shara, and the country being a disparate group of ethnic groups and religious groups, but Al-Shara in particular is, yes.
So it's a sad situation. I mean, it's a scary situation, particularly from those of us who look abroad. I think this 180-day pause is a position and point of concern for a lot of people. I just want to be on the record and say, I just don't trust Syria. I've not trusted them since they've committed all sorts of heinous crimes against innocent people, and this Damascus government, I'm not convinced is any better than the government that they took down. I could be wrong and would love to be wrong, and I'm not paranoid, but I think a little paranoia is good sometimes. In other words, I don't believe that Humpty Dumpty fell. I think he was pushed. And in this instance, I just don't believe that the Syrian government in Damascus is everything they say they are until they take some concrete steps so that the outside world and community will understand that they are correct. And I agree with the assumption that somebody made earlier that Russia would easily trade a veto to be able to get another partner. And the partner might want to veto so bad that they find themselves shaking hands. It's all very, very kind of scary. But let me ask you, do you believe that the administration, our Secretary of State and others have done enough to ensure that this current regime in Syria has not and will not recreate the same conditions that previously existed especially in regards to the support of terrorist groups and the tamping down of human rights. I'd just like to get your opinions on the record. Let's start with A. Mr. Alderman, yeah, if we're looking for an order here, let's go alphabetically.
Okay. I think this is a process and not an event, sir. I think this is going to be ongoing. It's going to take years. I share all of your discomfort. I spoke to a friend who's been a journalist in the Middle East for decades. He spoke to Ahmed Ashara, and he said, I spoke to him and got a sense that we were going to see not Bashar al-Assad again, but Hafez al-Assad ascend again. Hafez al-Assad, not his son, but certainly not a friend of the United States, certainly not a force for stability in the Middle East. Could we be going there? We could be going there. I don't think there's a policy where we just do the policy and we're done. I think this is going to be a process of years. Mm-hmm. He will try to settle in what his government, whether he'll be in power and what his government will look like in 2 years, 5 years' time. I don't know. He doesn't know. It's quite possible that he will misjudge how to deal with radicals in his own midst. It's quite possible that he will fall prey to some sort of Israeli-Turkish differences. I don't know how this is going to go, but I think we have to constantly be watchful for all the reasons you say.
Paranoid.
Paranoid people have enemies, right?
Yeah, they do.
And there are a lot of enemies in Syria, and there's a lot of bad stuff that has happened in Syria and will happen.
Okay, let me just get a couple more responses, and thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Sure. I also share your concerns, and let me start by answering your question with the following. I was born in the Soviet Union. I remember when it fell apart. I was a child at the time, but I remember it very well. There was a sense of euphoria that Russia was going to transform into a liberal-style democracy. We saw what happened. Russia went back to its authoritarian past. So I share your concerns. I think the fact of the matter is, to answer your question, it's very hard to know what there is to be done. Has the administration done enough? There's only so much we can do to look forward. We have to take it one step at a time. We don't have a lot of leverage. And the fact that sanctions can be snapped back quickly, that there's this 180-day window, that is an important leverage that we have. But the fact of the matter is there's not a whole lot beyond that. I think, as I said in my opening remarks, I think the most important thing we can do is to stay engaged and give consistent benchmarks and to demonstrate that we're going to hold this government responsible to those benchmarks.
Thank you very much. My time has expired. I think the key here is gradualism. That's how we proceed, not with giant steps, but little bitty steps that we measure daily, weekly, and monthly in this process. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I now recognize Representative Baumgartner for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this very important committee hearing. Syria has a special place in my heart, not just for the immense geopolitical importance of this troubled part of the world, but roughly 30 years ago, my first trip to the Middle East was as a Kurz scholar to Syria and Jordan, and I spent a really meaningful summer in Damascus and Aleppo, and saw at that time what I had hoped was going to be a world of new possibility and opening right before the peace, what would eventually be a peace agreement with Jordan and Israel, and so much potential in Syria, and certainly potential that has not been realized. In fact, it has gone much the other way in these last 30 years. And I very vividly remember when I was at the U.S. Embassy in Iraq during the surge, the challenge of foreign fighters coming across the border from Syria, and then as Iranian influence grew throughout the region, as the U.S. Stepped back, we saw some of the consequences there. And I also appreciate that all three of you testified to the importance of deliberate, thoughtful, strategic action by the U.S., I think much in contrast to what we saw, particularly under the Obama administration, when we saw an offhand comment by John Kerry open the door for Russia to enter the region. We saw a red line by President Barack Obama, then not enforced by the U.S. government, and then a statement by President Obama that Russia entering Syria was going to be a quagmire for them, that it was all a mistake. And I would just ask perhaps you, Anna, and I'll just call you Dr. Anna. When you're a Baumgartner, you under sympathy for challenges on last names. But could you contrast or give some thoughts on U.S. government policy in the last 15 years, kind of this haphazard, what I would call haphazard, but I'd like to hear your comments, versus what we'd like to see in a thoughtful strategy. And in the briefing document today, I saw a list of conditions from the State Department that they had put on the government of Syria to sort of come into the union with the West and the U.S. And as I was looking, I thought it's a good list of conditions, but I also thought, wouldn't it be helpful if we had a list of conditions, not the same conditions, but conditions for Syria's neighbors of behavior that we would like to see there, and perhaps specifically, what would we like to see from Turkey and Israel? In addition to, I think it's a given that they would have a hotline to avoid a proxy war, but what would one or two things we'd like to see from each of Syria's neighbors with respect to Syria? But both, so some commentary on the haphazard nature, perhaps, and then what we would like to see from their neighbors.
Sure. Well, first, the Obama administration saw Russia essentially as part of a solution rather than the problem as the ongoing Syria tragedy developed. And so, to me, what I highlighted over the course of my work is that Russia cannot be part of the solution. Putin had taken advantage of that perception. These events that you refer to, such as the statement that Syria was going to be a quagmire for Russia, Secretary Kerry opening the door for Russia, and so forth. There was this confusion about what Russia was, what it could do, and then the belief that Russia could help disarm Assad. Remember, this was Assad's biggest backer, who frankly created Assad's chemical weapons in the first place. He could not possibly disarm him. So what I would like to see is more consistency and clarity that we need to compete with Russia. Russia cannot be part of a solution, especially not after helping Assad destroy this country. Because our credibility is on the line at this point. And in terms of what we'd like to see beyond the hotline, well, I'd like to see more diplomatic engagement, more commitment to empowering other actors, like I mentioned, perhaps potentially such as Azerbaijan, who has already stepped into this role, but also looking to take your question a little bit further beyond our partners, looking to create linkages between European and Middle East theaters. And that's why I highlighted the importance of empowering Ukrainians, tackling Russia's ghost fleet, looking at the bigger strategic picture, because that's how Russia is looking at it.
Thank you, Representative Baumgartner. I now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Lawler, and I want to thank the witnesses. I have so many questions. How do we help make sure that al-Sharaa succeeds? How do we protect minorities? How do we orient Syria towards our allies and away from enemies like Iran? But at the same time, how do we make sure allies like Turkey don't move the S-300s to Syria to get out of Katska? The things that we need to worry about. But Dr. Borshchevskaya, you talk about Russia and the Soviet Union, and I started thinking as I was sitting here about history. The Soviet Union lasted 69 years. To understand where Russia goes after the Soviet Union, you have to understand where it was before and look back, to the 800s. Syrian history goes back even farther, and you have more ethnic groups than you can count. When the Civil War started 12, 13 years ago, I remember using, I guess it was 2011, 14 years ago, using the metaphor of a corkscrew, and that there were so many different groups in there, and as countries around and even the U.S. got involved, we essentially tied ourselves to that corkscrew, and every time the corkscrew turned, it pulled us further and further in. And we didn't know what the outcome would be. Ultimately, finally, Assad left. Ashara rises to power. Those threads seem to have been cut in many ways, but we still are very much, as you all have said, we have interests in Syria. And not just our interests, we have interests and concerns with countries who are trying to stay in Syria, Russia, Iran, and others. So my question is, given this narrow window of opportunity that you've talked about, that we're looking at, the desire of Russia to make sure it maintains its access to the Eastern Mediterranean that is so critical for its view, China trying to make sure it has its play, Iran, et cetera. What do we need to do as the United States, most importantly, and I'm just going to go down 1, 2, 3 from left to right, what does Congress need to do to make sure that we are protecting our interests, protecting our long-term hopes and aspirations for a new region? I say this as the chair of the Abraham Accords caucus. Syria's talking about being a part of the Abraham Accords. And I'll leave it at that. So, Dr. Alterman.
Thank you very much, Congressman. First, I think you're thinking about this in exactly the right way. If you think about who wants instability in Syria, it's the people we are most concerned about. It's the Iranians and the Russians who seek to exploit instability because they see Syria settling down as helping us and undermining them. I think that's partly why we need to work so closely with our partners and allies. I was talking to a friend over the weekend and mentioned I was testifying, so no State Department witnesses. I mean, I think one of the things Congress can do is you can engage with the administration.
We'd like to.
And make sure that they've worked out both where they are. As I say, I'm very concerned about Ambassador Barak trying to play both the Turkey role and the Syria envoy role, because it then becomes very hard to reassure the Israelis enough.
But I'll say if you do everything half-assed, you do nothing well. And so I agree with you. Dr. Borshchevskaya.
Sure. Well, and I agree with John on what he just said. I mean, to add to that, I think Congress can make it clear that Syria is a priority, that it will highlight these issues on a regular basis. It will engage in conversations and monitor and look for potential points of leverage.
Thank you. Mr. Schenker.
Yeah. Thank you, Congressman. I actually agree with what John said about Tom Barak. I have a section in my written testimony about this. I don't think you can do two jobs with one person simultaneously well, in addition to the conflicts of interest. But I would do say one of the things you can do, and I don't know if you've already done this, but you know how you have the Syria Accountability and Lebanese Sovereignty Restoration Act? People who undermine the stability, or countries that undermine the stability of Syria, can also be sanctioned or otherwise treated differently. I mean, just an idea.
I like that idea. And with my last few seconds, I'll just make an observation. I mentioned the Soviet Union was 69 years. Assad family took power in 1971, 25 years after Syria was established as a state. We can think of those in long periods. But just doing some research as I was sitting here, the Ottomans ruled Syria for 400 years. Before that, the Arabs ruled Syria for almost 900 years, the Byzantines for 300 years, the Romans were there, and that's just the modern history of Syria. It goes back tens of thousands of years. And I think if we're going to understand Syria, we need to understand the history of the different ethnic groups in the area, but it's also imperative that we understand the topography of the area, the importance of the Euphrates River running from the north southeast, or southeast, as well as the mountains running vertical from south to north. Because to fail to understand that, we will fail and make mistakes with unintended consequences. I yield back.
I now recognize Representative Zinke for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to turn my attention to the PKK, which is a Marxist terrorist organization. I do think it was a mistake of this government to arm them, because the enemy of our enemy is not necessarily our friend. Because they're Kurds, I think we made a mistake to think that all Kurds are the same, just like all Irish are the same except the IRA. Now, having said that, the Kurds, or the Syrian government as it is, has said that they are disarmed. I'd like your opinion of what that disarmament really means, and are they? And Doctor, if you would go first. Dr. Anna.
Well, I mean, firstly, let me just say I think the announcement that the PKK was disarmed is historically important. When I think about the PKK, I think about the fact that it was the Soviet Union that helped empower this organization in the first place. So I think if it is in fact disbanded, it is a step in the right direction.
Do you think they're really disbanded?
I don't have accurate information that they really have disbanded, and I think that it behooves us to continue monitoring this issue, but I don't have that information.
Dr. Ellerman, your opinion?
I don't think they've decided what this all means yet. I'm not sure the Turkish government is confident what it all means yet. It's an opening, and it requires watchful waiting. I agree with you on many of the threats, but I also think we shouldn't close the door on the possibility that this conflict is entering a very different phase than it's been in for many years.
And sir?
I agree with John, Congressman. I think that this was a start. I think it's far from clear that the PKK has put down its weapons, and all the people that were at one time adherents of the PKK that they're finished.
So the ISIS individuals that are imprisoned, there are a number of them. The former PKK is guarding them. What should be our policy other than sending them to El Salvador?
Well, the policy has been, Congressman, the repatriation ultimately of these people to go back to the countries that they were from, and that they would be responsible for them in those countries. As you know, no country wants to take back former members of ISIS. It's been a very slow process. Iraq is taking back some. Other countries, Oman has taken back some people, I believe. Our policy should be for the government of Syria ultimately to be responsible for these camps.
Doctor, you agree?
I once again agree with my old friend, David Schenker.
So how big of a threat are they if they were released into the population?
I think you'd see, Congressman, the immediate resurgence of ISIS in the area. Absolutely.
I agree. And Doctor?
There's no question in my mind that some people can be reformed. There's also no question in my mind some people cannot be reformed. And you would see increased ISIS activity. There already is, of course, ISIS activity, and you would see more of it.
In the interest of time, and let my colleagues also give questions, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Zinke. I now recognize Representative Mills, the chairman of the Oversight Subcommittee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schenker, I wanted to go back to one of the things you talked about. You said that they want to show inclusivity, but nothing has been done yet. But my understanding is that you have the Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, Hein Kabawat, who is Christian. You have Amjad Bedier, who is the Minister of Agriculture, who is Druze. So would you like to kind of restate what you meant by that statement, just to be clear?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. I was talking about if you look at overall composition of the government between, for example, men and women, and also if you look at what these communities said after the constitutional meetings and the consultations about whether their inputs were appreciated, taken into consideration, incorporated into the draft documents. I think that there was a lot of complaints from the communities.
But speaking on the documents, I mean, in 2025, under al-Shara, he signed an agreement with the Druze representatives from Soweto province, which integrated the Druze into the entire state institutions. So this is obviously a very pivotal step, something that not even Assad or any of the others were willing to do. And talking about inclusivity, as you know, even some of our own allies are just now starting to incorporate women into the ministries, ambassadorial positions, et cetera, based on cultural understandings and nuances. You also mentioned the IAEA, which is a very important part, but OPCW, who is actually the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, has been in there on multiple occasions inspecting every single one of the actual sites, and to include 22 sites just in the last week and a half, and how they would actually look at safely This is the key thing. People think that you can just go ahead and pick up these chemicals and just toss them out in the trash and we're going to be good. But safely be able to dispose of this so they can't be utilized in the future. We also talked about, and I agree with this, this is going to be one of those relationships that we have to not only be cautious of based on backgrounds and past experiences, but it's going to be a trust but verify relationship. And we know that very well in any conflict, post-conflict areas. But if we took the broad brush approach that someone's past therefore defines their future, we wouldn't have alliances with Japan and Germany to this day. And so I think that we need to keep this in mind, because what I have seen so far is the current administration there has not only partnered with Iraq CTS of the U.S. to help continue counter ISIS operations, they have not only continued to stop the illicit weapons transfers of Hashd al-Shaabi and the Assad al-bin-Haq Iranian regime-backed militia groups through Syria into Lebanon to be utilized attack, but just today, 15 anti-tank guided missiles and 30 crates of heavy caliber ammunitions that was concealed by smugglers in a truck headed to Hezbollah was blocked and prevented from being able to be utilized by Israel, against Israel. So I say this to explain that not actually looking at a way to try and work with the Syrian people to get an inclusive, democratically elected, free Syrian government only opens the door for our adversaries like Russia, who, when I spoke with President al-Shara, said that he already had a proposal on the table by Russia that they were demanding that be signed. And he refused because he said, I would rather partner with the West and start developing our nation. When he talked about Iran, he said that we've not only pushed Iran out, but we will never allow Syria to be a proxy state of Iran. They can have a diplomatic opening of their consulate or their embassy, but we will even limit the number of visas for Iranians to come here because we know their influence operations and their capabilities. This is a man who fought in combat in both the good side and the bad side. So he understands how these operations work. So what would be a greater risk? Not looking to work with Syria and make them an ally and help the regional stability and protect the great state of Israel, or to allow them to fall into the hands of the predatory manners of Russia and Iran and China?
Congressman, I agree with you wholeheartedly. As I said earlier, the chemical weapons, the WMD, the IAEA, the counterterrorism cooperation, these are high points. I think there is some criticism on the inclusivity part, but I'm all for working with this government. This is the only game in town, and it's our opportunity to lose. So we should be on the ground floor.
And I think that not even allowing China into the palace, which is something that he's done, shows even a further desire to work with the West. I think that helping to establish good neighbors, as Robert Frost, the good fences make good neighbors relationship with Israel, will protect our allies there. And I think that people understand that if you study the geopolitics of the Middle East, making sure Syria is stable will ensure that we can have a stable Middle East, which was President Trump's America First agenda and promise. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Mills. Echo your sentiments. I want to thank the witnesses for their valuable testimony and the members for their questions. The members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for the witnesses, and we will ask you to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to committee rules, all members may have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and extraneous materials for the record, subject to the length limitations. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Should we do that on camera?
Absolutely. Sure. So to let you know, this is the birth certificate of Donald Trump's grandfather, born in 1869, close to Bad Dürkheim.
Right? Yeah. That's called
And
Syria's.
his Christian name was Friedrich.
Right? That's Syria's German.
Syria's German.
That's Syria's. Bad Dürkheim is Syria's German. But I want to thank you very much for, first of all, I want to thank you for that. That's
My
beautiful.
pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Fantastic. We'll put it up in a place of honor.
Yeah.
Maybe we can, let's see, to put it up there someplace. It's an honor to have you. As you know, the Chancellor just won a great election, very, very strong election. Very respected man. I can tell you, we've been on the phone many times talking about some of the problems of the world outside of Germany. And it's very sad what's going on. We both feel that way. What's going on with Russia, Ukraine, and other things we talk about, but Russia, Ukraine in particular. I'd like to see it end, and maybe it'll end, but we get some news there'll be some fighting. Something happened a couple of days ago, and now they do a return, and here it goes. It's not good. He's unhappy about it. I'm unhappy about it. But I think eventually we're going to be successful in stopping the bloodshed. It's pure bloodshed. 5,000-6,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. You know that those numbers
Yeah,
are.
we know the numbers.
They're staggering. They're staggering numbers. But Chancellor, I just want to congratulate you, and I want to welcome you to the Oval Office.
Thank you.
It's an Oval Office that's in very good shape. We like fixing things up and having them tippy-top like they have in Germany. They do that in Germany very much, and we do it here. We're having a very good run. I also had a great election, great win, won everything. Won the popular vote, all 7 swing states, which is a big deal. It's pretty unusual to do that. And we have a great mandate from the people, and part of our mandate is we're going to have a great relationship with your country. So I just want to thank you very much for being here, and if you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely. So, thank you, first of all, Mr. President, for your kind invitation to come to Washington, D.C. I was in this building first time ever in 1982, I told you, when former President Ronald Reagan was in office. So I'm very happy to be here again and to offer our close cooperation with the United States of America. We are having so much in common, our history. We owe the Americans a lot. We will never forget about that. And so with your German provenance, I think this is a very good basis for close cooperation between America and Germany. So again, thank you. Thank you for the hospitality, and thank you for having your guest house for a night. This is a great place. Great place. Many thanks for that. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
It's a wonderful place. It's a landmark also. And Blair House, it's a nice place to stay. But thank you very much for saying that. Would you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, on your new travel ban, why now? And if the Boulder attack was part of your reasoning, why not include Egypt on that list where the suspect is from?
Well, because Egypt has been a country that we deal with very closely. They have things under control. The countries that we have don't have things under control. And why now? I can say that it can't come soon enough, frankly. We want to keep bad people out of our country. The Biden administration allowed some horrendous people, and we're getting them out one by one, and we're not stopping until we get them out. We have thousands of murderers. I even hate to say this in front of the Chancellor. Of course, you have a little problem too with some of the people that were allowed into your country. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It shouldn't have happened. I told her it shouldn't have happened what she did, but you have your own difficulty with that, and we do, and we're moving them out, and we're moving them out very strongly. But it can't come fast enough. We want to get them out. We want to get them out now. We don't want to have other bad people coming into our country. By using the word bad, I'm being nice. Okay,
the Democrat says a distraction.
You put out on Truth Social a post regarding your conversation with President Xi.
Right.
Can you talk about whether or not you feel that trade talks, trade relations are back on track after appearing to be a little bit off track last week?
A little bit off track. It was only the complexity. It's pretty complex stuff. We had a very good conversation with President Xi a little while ago, just before your arrival. In fact, we just hung up, and He said, "You're here." I said, "That's pretty good. Two great leaders of the world in a very short period of time." We had a very good talk, and we've straightened out any complexity. It's very complex stuff, and we straightened it out. The agreement was we're going to have Scott and Howard and Jameson will be going and meeting with their top people and continue it forward. But no, I think we have everything. I think we're in very good shape with China and the trade deal. We have a deal with China, as you know, but we were straightening out some of the points, having to do mostly with rare earth, magnets, and some other things.
So those reduced trade tariff rates, they remain in effect?
Yeah, we have the deal. I mean, we've had a deal. We announced the deal, and we'll be, I guess you could say, I wouldn't even say finalizing it up, Scott. I would say we have a deal, and we're going to just make sure that everybody understands what the deal is. Okay? We had a really good conversation. By the way, he invited me to China, and I invited him here. We're both accepted. So I'll be going there with the First Lady at a certain point, and he'll be coming here, hopefully, with the First Lady of China.
Go ahead,
please.
Did you talk about the Chinese students? Are you allowing them to come to,
Oh yeah,
to
no,
the US?
no, Chinese students are coming. No problem. No problem.
Okay,
It's our honor to have them, frankly. Look, we want to have foreign students, but we want them to be checked. You know, in the case of Harvard and Columbia and others, all we want to do is see their list. There's no problem with that. This is anybody outside of our country, international students. Because when we see some of the people that we've been watching, we say, where do these people come from? How is that possible? No, we want to have foreign students come. We're very honored by it, but we want to see their list. Harvard didn't want to give us the list. They're going to be giving us the list now. I think they're starting to behave, actually, if you want to know the truth.
Okay.
Mr. President. Yeah, please.
On Russia, are you willing to put more pressure on Putin to end the war by imposing new sanctions on Russia and also on China?
Well, remember, I'm the one that ended Nord Stream 2, going to a place called Germany, come to think of it. I'm sorry I did that. I don't know. But I ended Nord Stream 2. Nobody else did. And then when Biden came in, he immediately approved it. That's the largest, essentially the largest pipeline in the world, going to Germany and other countries. And by the way, we have so much oil and gas, you will not be able to buy it all. I mean, you literally, we have so much, and I hope we're going to make that a part of our trade deal because we have more than anybody else. We have actually the most, by far in the world, probably double what anyone else has. So we'll work on that. I'm sure that's something we'll discuss today.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
What do you expect from Germany and what do you expect from the Chancellor?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to meet because I've been dealing with the Chancellor, and he's a very good man to deal with. He's difficult, I would say. Can I say that? It's a positive. Go ahead. You wouldn't want me to say you're easy, right? No. He's a very great representative of Germany. I think all we want is just going to have a good relationship. The rest will just sort of follow very easily. We'll have a good trade deal. I mean, I guess that will be mostly determined by the European Union, but you're a very big part of that, so you'll be involved. But we'll end up hopefully with a trade deal or we'll do something. You know, we'll do the tariffs. I mean, I'm okay with the tariffs, or we make a deal with the trade, and I guess that's what we're discussing now.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Back there, please, go ahead.
Mr. President?
No, not you.
Is Germany doing enough on defense, Mr. President? Is Germany doing enough on defense?
What?
Defense spending.
Is Germany doing enough on defense?
The Chancellor wants to.
Is Germany doing enough?
The Chancellor wants to spend 3.5.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't discussed it very much. I know that you're spending more money on defense now, and quite a bit more money. And that's a positive thing. I'm not sure that General MacArthur would have said it's positive. You know, he wouldn't like it, but I sort of think it's good. You understand what I mean by that?
I understand.
He made a statement: "Never let Germany rearm." And I said, I always think about that when he says, "Sir, we're spending more money on defense." I say, "Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing?" I think it's a good thing. But, you know, at least to a certain point. There'll be a point when I'll say, please don't arm anymore, if you don't mind. We'll be watching him.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Biden. Mr. President.
Yeah, Biden? You said Biden?
Your predecessor dismissed your auto-kind investment
the auto pen, I think, is the big scandal. Outside of the rigged election of 2020, I think the biggest scandal of the last many years is the auto pen. And who's using it? I happen to think I know, okay, because I'm here. And I'm not a big auto pen person, fortunately. I'm glad. I'm very glad. It's an easy way out. But it's a very bad thing, very dangerous. You know, I sign important documents. Usually when they put documents in front of you, they're important. Even if you're signing ambassadorships, and I consider that important. I think it's inappropriate. You have somebody that's devoting 4 years of their life or more to being an ambassador. I think you really that person deserves to get a real signature, not an auto pen signature. And I can tell auto pen easily. I can look at it. Like two little pinholes from pulling the paper, right? You always see the pinholes. It's real easy to tell about auto pen. I think it's very disrespectful to people when they get an auto pen signature. Outside, auto pen to me are used when thousands of letters come in from young people all over the country and you want to get them back. And, you know, people use auto pens for that, to send a little signature at the bottom of a letter where you have thousands of them. We get thousands of letters a week, and it's not possible to, do. I'd like to do it myself, but you can't do it. To me, that's where auto pens start and stop. But I'm sure that he didn't know many of the things. Look, he was never for open borders. He was never for transgender for everybody. He was never for men playing in women's sports. I mean, he changed. I mean, all of these things that changed so radically. I don't think he had any idea that frankly, I said it during the debate and I say it now, he didn't have much of an idea what was going on.
Mr. President.
He shouldn't be. I mean, essentially, whoever used the auto pen was the president. And that is wrong, it's illegal, it's so bad, and it's so disrespectful to our country.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, will you lead the troops in Germany? And if I may ask a question to the Chancellor to answer in German for the German audience, how has your first encounter been?
The answer is yes. We'll talk about that. But if they'd like to have them there, we have a lot of them, about 45,000. It's a lot of troops. It's a city, when you think of it. That's good economic development. They're highly paid troops, and they spend a lot of money in Germany. But the relationship with Germany is very important. Yeah, we'll be doing that. No problem.
May I say a few words in German?
Yes, please.
So, danke für die Frage. Wir sind hier im Weißen Haus und ich bedanke mich beim Präsidenten für den sehr freundlichen Empfang im Oval Office, in diesem weltweit bekannten Raum. Ich freue mich sehr, hier zu sein und wir bereiten eine Vertiefung unserer Zusammenarbeit vor. Ich freue mich sehr darüber.
Mr. President,
Do you speak English because you speak such good English? Is it as good as your German, would you say? No, do you feel more comfortable?
No, it's not my mother tongue, but I try to understand almost everything and to speak as good as I can.
Very good. You know,
Mr. President, you've made
it's an achievement, actually.
Mr. President, can I follow up on the auto pen? Thank you, Mr. President. The criticism that I've seen, and I'm sure you've seen, regarding Elon Musk and your big, beautiful bill. What's your reaction to that? Do you think it in any way hurts passage in the Senate, which, of course, what is you're seeking?
Well, look, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about 1.6 trillion in cuts. It's the biggest tax cut. You would say people's taxes will go way down, but it's the biggest tax cut in history. We are doing things in that bill that are unbelievable. And when you look at what we're doing for small businesses, for people, for middle-income people, all of the things that we're doing, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and which was a lot of money for electric vehicles. And, they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles. And they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy. And, Elon knew this from the beginning. He knew it for a long time ago. That's been in there. That's been, I would say, JD, that hasn't changed. That's been right from the beginning. Mr. Secretary, that hasn't changed at all, right from the beginning. But I know that disturbed him. He wanted, and rightfully, he recommended somebody from that he, I guess, knew very well. I'm sure he respected him, but to run NASA, and I didn't think it was appropriate. And he happened to be a Democrat, like totally Democrat. And I say, you know, look, we won. We get certain privileges, and one of the privileges we don't have to appoint a Democrat. NASA is very important. We have great people. General Kane is going to be picking somebody with our. We'll be checking him out, seeing. But he wanted that person, a certain person, and we said no. And you know, I can understand why he's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk. And even with the black eye, I said, do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup. But he said, no, I don't think so, which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we will anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best things. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done anything like it. Business is spurred. And I don't know if you've seen the numbers, but the numbers came out. Even the CBO, which is run by Democrats, said that we're going to be doing, you know, I'd like you to discuss it, the 2.8 trillion, that CBO. This is a group of people that are Democrats. They're very hostile to us. They just came out with phenomenal numbers, what it does. You want to mention that, sir?
Yes, sir. So what we've seen is we keep hearing from the CBO that there's going to be a large deficit from the bill, which we disagree with, but using the CBO scoring, they came out and scored the tariff revenue. We think it'll be the minimum of $2.8 trillion over the 10-year window, which actually puts the bill in surplus if you include the tariff revenue, which they won't do.
It gives you a tremendous surplus, but we're not allowed to use that. For some reason, they say scoring. Nobody knows what scoring means. Maybe a couple of people, but nobody. Somebody sits in the background. They say, well, we're not going to allow that. They're not allowing other things that we have that are tremendously profitable for our country. But if you saw the other day, CNBC, they came out with numbers, and the people on the show, very good people, I've watched them for a long time, they couldn't believe the numbers, how good they are. The numbers were incredible. And that was personal income and also very low inflation. We have very low inflation. We're down to 2% now, and maybe even lower than that. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Remember, we had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but let's say I think it's worse than that. So we had the worst inflation in the history of our country under the Biden administration. Now we're down to a beautiful number, 2%. You'd actually like to keep it there. Better than zero is 2%. It's going down maybe to 1, and 1% is like perfect. That's perfect. You don't want to have zero for certain reasons that nobody is very interested to listen to. But we have almost perfect inflation. Grocery prices are down. Everything. Remember eggs? Eggs. We weren't going to buy another egg for the next 20 years. They were so expensive, right? Remember? You guys all hit me about eggs. Eggs have come down 400%. Everybody has eggs now. They're having eggs for breakfast again. But if you look at gasoline, very important. I think always the most important because it's the energy is the biggest factor. That's what happened. He screwed up our energy policy, and everything went up because energy went up. But now energy is way down, and they have states where you're at $1.98 a gallon for gasoline. So the costs have come way down, and one of the things I ran on was that. I ran on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country, 99.99%. It was last week, 3 people came in, 2 of them for medical reasons. We let them in because one of them had a heart attack. I think it was a nice thing to do, and one of them had something else. So we've never I had very good numbers for 4 years, but we really topped it. And I want to thank Christie and Tom Holman. They've done a fantastic job, but nobody mentions that anymore. Remember, a few months ago, the border was a total disaster. People were coming in by the hundreds of thousands of people a day, a week, a month. I mean, we had a month, 2 million people came in 1 month. The border was being overrun, and a lot of bad people, criminals, murderers, drug dealers. We had some of the worst people in the world coming in from all over the world. It's totally closed. And you know what? People are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. So we've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up and campaigned for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota, he's a sick puppy, that guy. That poor guy, I feel sorry for him. But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars, and it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, it became a little bit different, and I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody, and he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard, and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there, and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he's got nice offices too, but there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's, World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so many other things. Everything big comes right from this beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago. A lot of good things are happening in this room. And I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us. And then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it, but we have it with others too. They leave and they wake up in the morning and the glamour's gone, the whole world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it, you'll let us know. Yeah.
Mr. President, speaking of ending wars in this group, you were very critical of Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. What kind of play is he playing from your perspective? What are his
Well, look, he got hit. He's been doing hitting, so I understand it. But he got hit hard, and I don't think he's playing games. I think I've always said he wanted the whole thing. I thought he wanted the entire, everything having to do with Ukraine. That's something that would have never happened if I were president. The election was rigged. I didn't get to be president, but I got to be president now. And I think it's a much more important presidency, other than a couple of things like that. The war would have never happened. The war with Ukraine, with Putin, would have never happened, ever, not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. And it wasn't thought of. I used to talk to him about Ukraine a lot. It was the apple of his eye, but he would have never done what he did. And I think mistakes were made by him, but I think mistakes were made by other people. The president should have never allowed that war. Biden should have never allowed that war to happen. If you had the right guy in here, that war would have never happened. Israel would have never happened with Hamas. That would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. And all of that would have never happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. It was caused mostly by energy. And the Biden administration messed up my great energy policy. We were down into the 190 a gallon, and it would have never happened. It was caused by energy and their bad spending on the Green New Scam and other things that they spent on. But all of those things would have never happened. But maybe most importantly, the war, Chancellor, with Russia would never have happened with Ukraine. It was something that would have, you know, I dealt with Putin a lot. There was no chance, zero. And you know, a lot of people say, how do you know? For 4 years it didn't happen. There was never a chance of it happening. And he understood the consequences. Now, it's a shame. And when you see all of those people, they came out with a report today that millions of people have died, much more than people thought. And I've been saying that for a long time. The amount of death in that war is far greater than the news has been reporting, or than, frankly, that either side has been reporting. It's a very sad thing. And I can tell you, just speaking for the Chancellor, because we speak about it, he feels the same way. He wants to see it ended. Would you like to say something?
Absolutely. And I'm here, Mr. President, to talk with you later on how we could contribute to that goal. And we all are looking for measures and for instruments to bring this terrible war to an end. And may I remind you that we are having June 6th tomorrow. This is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once ended a war in Europe. And I think this is in your hand in specific, in ours.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant day.
This was not a great day.
In the long run, Mr. President, this was the liberation of my country from Nazi dictatorship.
That's true.
So,
that's true.
And we know what we owe you. But this is the reason why I'm saying that America is again in a very strong position to do something on this war and ending this war. So let's talk about what we can do jointly, and we are ready to do what we can. And you know that we gave support to Ukraine, and that we are looking for more pressure on Russia. The European Union did, and we should talk about that.
We will talk about it. And, you know, it's good timing. The numbers for our country are through the roof, the economic numbers, because of the election and because of tariffs and other things, a lot of things. But we've had some of the best numbers we've ever had. They were reported yesterday, the day before, and even today. Country is doing really well. I think that one of the things you'll be most interested in is that 6 months ago we were having a hard time getting anybody to join our military. I mean, they just couldn't do it. The numbers were record low. We couldn't get people to join the military. It wasn't me. This was before I got there, the past administration. But 6 months ago, a year ago, the numbers were record low. You couldn't get them to join. That included the police. And you couldn't get them to join. Now, we just hit the highest number in the history of our country, we think, but very close, but the highest in the history of our country, recruitment. Joining the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, police forces all over the country.
What did you do for that? What was the reason?
Spirit. They love our country again. You're going to do the same thing. Spirit.
Mr. President,
we have great spirit is back in our country, and it's very simple. And, you know, it was only, Susie, 6 months ago, right, that you got reports, you're the one that released them, that you couldn't get anybody to join the military, and now we're stocked. Every service now is packed, and we have waiting lists of people trying to get in, as good as we've ever had in the history of our country. So that's an honor. That's a great honor.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, on the war.
You've asked. You've had it now. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, so would you consider to put more sanctions on Russia? Because this discussion is going on now for weeks and months, and you tweeted about it once, but then nothing happens. So
yeah, when I see the moment when we're not going to make a deal, when this thing won't stop,
is there a deadline?
At that moment, yeah, it's in my brain, the deadline. When I see the moment where it's not going to stop, and I'm sure you're going to do the same thing, will be very, very, very tough. And it could be on both countries, to be honest. You know, it takes two to tango. But we're going to be very tough. Whether it's Russia or anybody else, we're going to be very tough. That's a bloodbath that's going on over there. And when I see the moment where I say, well, they're going to just keep fighting, You know, I gave the analogy yesterday when I spoke to President Putin. I had a 2-hour and 15-minute call with him. Sometimes, and this is me speaking maybe in a negative sense, but sometimes you see two young children fighting like crazy. They hate each other and they're fighting in a park. And you try and pull them apart. They don't want to be pulled. Sometimes you're better off letting them fight for a while and then pulling them apart. And I gave that analogy to Putin yesterday. I said, President, maybe you're going to have to keep fighting and suffering a lot because both sides are suffering before you pull them apart, before they're able to be pulled apart. But it's a pretty known analogy. You have two kids, they fight. Sometimes you let them fight for a little while. You see it in hockey. You see it in sports. The referees let them go for a couple of seconds, let them go for a little while before you pull them apart. And maybe, and I said it, and maybe that's a negative because we're saying go, but a lot of bad blood. There's some bad blood between the two. I have to deal with it, and the Chancellor has to deal with it. It's incredible. The level of, there's a great hatred between those two men, but between the warring parties. Great hatred.
What make you say and believe apparently that there's no immediate peace?
What?
That there is no immediate peace. There will no.
Well, I can't. I'd love to have immediate if I could.
But why?
If I could, but we don't have immediate. You know, it's like I'd love to have that. I'd like it to start right now. We would leave a room if we knew the war could end. We'd say, forget about you guys. Forget about trade, right?
Yeah.
We'd say, let's go settle it. There's some additional fighting that's going to go on. You know, he attacked, and they attacked pretty harshly. They went deep into Russia, and he actually told me. I mean, I made it very clear. He said we have no choice but to attack based on that, and it's probably not going to be pretty. I don't like it. I said, don't do it. You shouldn't do it. You should stop it. But again, there's a lot of hatred. And, you know, I'm very proud of the fact that with India and Pakistan, I was able to stop that. And those are nuclear powers. And that was getting close to being out of hand. And I spoke to some very talented people on both sides, very good people on both sides. And I said, you know, we're dealing with you on trade, Pakistan and India right now. I said, we're not going to deal with you on trade if you're going to go shooting each other and whipping out nuclear weapons that maybe even affect us. Because, you know, that nuclear dust blows across oceans very quickly. It affects us. And I said, if you're going to do that, we're not going to do any trade deals. And you know what? I got that war stopped. Now, I hope we don't go back and we find out that they signed it, but I don't think they will. They were both good. They were well represented. I want to congratulate both countries because, as you know, the leader of India, who's a great guy, was here a few weeks ago. We had some great talks. We're doing a trade deal. And Pakistan, likewise, they have very, very strong leadership. Some people won't like when I say that, but, you know, it is what it is. And they stopped that war. Now, am I going to get credit? I'm not going to get credit for anything. They don't give me credit for anything. But nobody else could have done it. I stopped it. I was very proud of that. I wish we could do the same thing with Ukraine and Russia. And at some point it'll happen. I believe that. And if it doesn't happen, or if I see somebody's out of line, if Russia's out of line, you'll be amazed how tough. Remember this. They like to say that I'm friends with Russia. I'm not friends with anybody. I'm friends with you. I'm not friends with that. I want the right thing to happen for our country, for everybody, for humanity. But I'm the one that stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Until I came along, nobody ever heard, not one person in this room ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You probably did, yes, because it went to Germany. He's the only one that heard
this
it.
was a mistake.
But I stopped him. I stopped it. Yeah, and you've said that openly. Yeah. It was a mistake because, and I used to go with Angela. I'd say, well, wait a minute. We're spending all this money to defend you against Russia, and then you're giving Russia billions of dollars a month. What kind of a deal is that? You know, which was, but you said it better than anybody else. I appreciate it. But I'm the one that stopped it. And that was the biggest economic development job, if you want to call it that, in the history, think of it, in the history of Russia. That was a massive, it's the biggest pipeline in the world. going to go all over Europe, not only to Germany. You know, they're Germany, but then they were branching off all over to Europe. Nobody ever heard of, not one person of you heard of it. And I stopped it. It was dead. And then they say, I'm friends with Putin. I got along with him. He respected me, I respected him. It would have never happened. But I stopped Nord Stream 2. When Biden came in, almost the first week, he approved it. He let it be built. And then they say that I wasn't tough on Russia. Putin said to me, you know, you're not tough on Russia. You stopped the biggest, most important job we've ever done. You stopped it. And Biden came in and he let it be built. And I'll tell you what, I'll never forget the day I had it totally stopped. They weren't building. They gave up on it. They weren't able to. And then Biden came in and he let him build. I couldn't believe it. Okay, one or two questions more, please. Any questions? Any questions for the Chancellor?
Yes.
Go ahead for the Chancellor.
That would be one.
I like his answers much better.
Well, would you continue to support Ukraine?
Yeah, I'm with Ukraine. We just signed a big deal on rare earth with Ukraine, and we want it. I want to. You know what? I'm for stopping killing. Really, that's what I'm for. Again, a war that would have never started, should have never started. I want to see the killing stop. We spent $350 billion, much more than Europe, but Europe spent a lot also. And they spent way over $100 billion.
Yeah.
So you're talking about close to $500 billion went into that whole thing. And it's not even the money. And I know with you too, it's a lot of money. But it's the death that's being caused. We went to the Middle East. I went last week to the Middle East. We took in $5.1 trillion. That's many, many times. That's 30, 40 times, 50 times more than what we're talking about. It's think of that, $5.1 trillion of investment with one trip that lasted 4 days. So it's not the money. It's a little the money, but not the money, the big thing. The big thing is the death. The death of, and really the decimation. You've lost a whole culture. You know, Ukraine had the most beautiful turrets. They call them turrets. Little towers, beautiful towers. The most beautiful in the world. They're all now laying on their side, blown to smithereens. It'll never happen again. They've taken away the culture of a country. They've taken away the heritage of a country. It's a terrible thing. But most importantly, again, is the death. 5,000 plus people a week, soldiers, are being killed. He doesn't want that, and I don't want that. And one more. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you support the Graham bill on putting high tariffs?
I have not looked at it, but they'll be guided by me. That's the way it's supposed to be. They're going to be guided by me. No, I haven't looked at it. It's a bill on sanctions, etc. I'm a very quick study. At the right time, I'll do what I want to do. But it could very well be okay. I'll have to see. But they're waiting for me to decide on what to do, and I'll know maybe very soon. It's a harsh bill. Yeah, very harsh.
How about one more on the auto pen, Mr. President? You want to take one more on the auto pen?
Go ahead.
I would like to have a question to the Chancellor as well. Because, do you agree with the analogy the President made on the war between Russia and Ukraine as being a fight between two kids? Is that how you view that as well? And what do you actually want the U.S. President to do in this?
Well, I think we both agree on this war and how terrible this war is going on, and we are both looking for ways to stop it very soon. And I told the President before we came in that he is the key person in the world who can really do that now by putting pressure on Russia. And we will have this debate later on again, how we can proceed jointly between the Europeans and the Americans. And I think we are all we are having the duty to do something on that now to stop it after 3.5 years, which is really terrible. Look at the kids, the kids which were kidnapped from Ukraine to Russia. This is all terrible. And so we are talking about instruments, measures, what we can do, and my personal view is clear on that. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we are trying to get them stronger and stronger just to make Putin stop this war. And this is our problem.
We get satellite pictures of the war field, and you don't even like to look at them, right?
It's terrible.
So
it's really
bodies, arms, heads, legs all over the place. You've never seen anything like it. It's so ridiculous.
And this is only by Russian weapons against Ukraine. This had never happened with Ukraine weapons against Russia. Never. Ukraine is only targeting military targets, not civilians, not private, not energy infrastructure. So this is the difference, and that's the reason why we are trying to do more on Russia, how to stop this war.
Well, in this case, I'm talking about the battlefield, the soldiers on soldiers. But you could also say that, too, with the cities. The cities are being hit also. So it's a terrible, terrible thing. Right? Somebody said autopen.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Because I think it's the biggest scandal maybe in the last 100 years in this country. So when I hear that word, I think it has to be discussed because the fake news will try and hide it, and we can't do that.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Have you uncovered any evidence that anything specific was signed without President Biden's knowledge or by other people in the administration acting illegally?
Well, I don't think Biden would know whether or not he signed it.
I'm asking if you've uncovered any of that information.
No, but I've uncovered, the human mind. I was in a debate with the human mind, and I didn't think he knew what the hell he was doing. So, it's just one of those things, one of those problems. We can't ever allow that to happen to our country. The danger our country was in, and I know some of the people that worked with him, radical left, horrible people. And I could give you the name of some of the people that use the autopen, because I'm here, and I ask questions about people that were here also. There are a lot of people that were here when that happened, and they're here right now, and they'll answer your question very accurately. But I know some of the people that use that autopen, and those are not the people that had the same ideology as Joe Biden. These were radical left lunatics that used that, and they didn't get elected. He didn't get elected either, actually. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Prasad.